Thank you very much and good morning. We're going to start the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. It's Monday, May the 2nd, and we will have a couple of carryover items from last week's agenda. We have a quorum, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Smith, Mr. Kretz, and myself, Bernard Parks, as chair. We're expecting Mr. Rosenthal shortly. Let me just ask and we're going to get you out of here on your birthday very quickly, but let me just do a couple of catch-up things from last week. One of the items, and I just wanted to clarify, on the CIPU budget, which it contains the issue of the animal shelter proposition. One of the things I want to make sure we ask the general manager about the annex in CD8, said that they should have some resolution within a week. We'd asked, this has been prolonged for about 2 to 3 months, waiting for city attorney opinion. So we asked the CLA and the CAO as part of that committee if we can facilitate moving that forward so we can get that done, because there's other projects that are being held. And if I understand it, on those, all three of those projects would be funding RFPs or contracts to outside entities, which if we follow the 8-point plan, that means we're going to help generate jobs in our community. We want to make sure also when you have that committee meeting, we've agreed as part of CD8 to have a nonprofit run the new facility, so that we would keep CD10's facility operational. I'd like to see that we look at CD10's facility and see if there's a need of any upgrades as we're doing for the other 2 facilities that are being considered, so that there'd be 3 facilities that would be looked at with the remaining money. So if we can add that to that CIPU. Also, let me just ask if, and again, I have no idea whether we can afford this, but one of the things that appeared inconsistent on our GCP is that we've dropped our 10,000 summer job program, a couple $100,000. With all the effort that we're making with GRID and a variety of things, it seems inconsistent that we'd eliminate that totally. I would just like to have a report back so when we go through our reconciliation that we get an incremental cost, say we can't get to the $10,000 job mark, but just give us an incremental cost of what it would cost us per 1,000 summer jobs, so we can have some idea whether we can do something incrementally. Let's see. The other issue, just as a catch-up, and this is something I'm sure we're going to discuss more on the reconciliation at the council floor. As part of the LAPD hiring, there's $11 million. Could you just give us a cost per class for this fiscal, for the 11-12 fiscal year, and then the overall cost for 12-13? So we'll have a figure on that.
We'll do that.
On that, how do you calculate that when every month is a different cost factor?
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, what I'm asking, if we have the ones that's planned, if we can just lay it out and say this class,
for each one.
Yeah, for each one, and then tell us what it costs the following year for the full cost.
As it reflects in the budget.
As it reflects, and I think we backloaded it for this year, so they're further down, so it'd be less cost, $11 million, but what is the ultimate if all of them were hired? And then the other one, and I may not have the right term on this, but one of the discussions we had with street services, for a long time they advised us that on paving unpaved alleys, we needed a different source of funding than to repave existing paved alleys. But one of the things, if I'm not mistaken, existing paved alleys are not part of the ongoing street program, and it causes us to find money each year. And I would like to have them start putting paved street alleys in the street program under the micropaver, so they all are part of the street program and we don't have to keep looking for money for repaving alleys. It just becomes part of the ongoing yearly plan. And then and this was, I had a flash at 3 in the morning the other day. One of the things I said it as a joke when we're moving, and it may sound like a 3 o'clock in the morning idea when I finish this, but one of the things that we move so many units out of street service into sanitation. As part of your 50 ideas of looking at moving the entire street services into sanitation?
No.
Because I'm just wondering, does that give us some additional savings? Because there's so many pieces of those jobs that one handles one part of it, another handles another part of it. Some they end up with bulky items, another does this. Whether there's any synergy in that the whole operation be viewed as part of sanitation.
We didn't propose that. What we propose is untangling where their missions sort of connect to really allow street services to focus on its core mission, which is street maintenance, potholes, street resurfacing. So,
But they kept, I think, bulky items.
but we did suggest that be looked into.
Okay.
Good morning, Councilmember. The Bureau of Sanitation has all the bulk item responsibilities already. What the functional transfer would add would be the illegal dumping and the lot cleaning functions would move over, which we believe would be more efficient and more synergies. We've already
But we're going to make sure there's funding when they move over.
Correct. There is funding being moved over to Bureau of Sanitation. I think additionally that when we look at the multifamily bulk item funding in our existing single-family bulk item funding and the sweeps we do as well, there's some service complements that can be achieved. So I think what the CAO would be looking at potentially in the future, though, maybe over the summer study, is the remaining functions in street services, still a very large bureau, the Department of Transportation, its functions, street lighting, and maybe where they all kind of can work together better for more efficiencies.
Okay. Then that was a 3 o'clock in the morning idea. We'll put that aside. Let me just ask, we can put our list and ask the CLA. These are some revenue things that are in the mix that we want to not lose track of. Certainly, I think there's a lot of conversation about the signage issue on city facilities, specifically Park and Rec and the zoo. We understand between the two departments, we could have lost maybe $1 million in sponsorships or donors because of the signage. So that's one. The issue that's been stuck for 3 years is nonprofit leases, that we need to pull that out of committee. Street furniture, Mr. Smith did a street furniture ordinance 2 years ago that basically caused the city to get its full reimbursement on street furniture, and it's lost somewhere. And then on point of sale, that whole issue of streets that no longer, since 1911, have not been the city's responsibility. So those are 4 that we can be looking at to see how they impact our revenue or stop doing things that's costing us money.
Okay.
Okay.
We will work with the CLA on that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we can start where we left off on Mikola.
Okay. Okay, on debt for the fiscal year 2011-12, debt service totals $202.48. It's actually a decrease of 7.6% from the current fiscal year. This is primarily due to the proposed use of interest earnings from the unspent bond proceeds that accumulated during the construction of the police headquarters. And this also includes, as has been discussed, the $43 million in commercial paper for one-time ERIP expenses, as well as the general fund working capital. And we'll be happy to go into some more specific discussion around those issues as part of this hearing. The specific Mikola acquisitions total $10.5 million. They include fire ambulances of 6.8, ITA citywide network infrastructure upgrades of 2.2, ITA upgrades to backup systems at data centers at $744,000, ITA radio system upgrade of $400,000, and ITA antenna replacement at $350,000. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. And one of the things that we talked a little bit about last week is that when we look at, in the book, page 697 through 712, we asked a couple of years ago for the CLA to come back and bring us a revamp of how we should use the MICLA funds. When you go through those pages, about a third of them are equipment that's probably no longer in our fleet, and we're still paying for them.
No, we're not paying for them.
Pardon?
We're not paying for them anymore.
So we will not do vehicles anymore?
No, what happens is, if the vehicle has a life of 6 years,
Yes.
the debt service is equal to 6 years. So even though the MICLA was used for both equipment and real property, the debt service matches the life of the vehicle. So once the vehicles are paid off, we're not really paying debt service anymore, but we're paying debt service for other types of vehicles that have that useful life.
Okay. Let me just ask, one of the things we're asking for is more of a use for MICLA for concrete and mortar
We agree.
items. And so we were waiting for that report on how we should finance these equipment items in the future, or what is the other source, and at the same time look at, as I think, Miguel, you mentioned during our discussion, that we're viewed even better from the bond agencies when we used it for brick and mortar versus perishable goods. And so, and then one thing I was not aware of on 37, that we're going to be financing the in-car video through MICLA. I thought that was
No.
money.
In-car video is being financed through, I think, a financing,
Through with the company?
through a company.
Or through the company, okay. Okay, great.
Yes, on the 800 megahertz radio system, $400,000 for ITA, there had been some discussion about 2 years ago, the federal government, I think we're still waiting for the release of new frequencies for police departments, fire departments.
I'll have to get back to you.
And also with the interoperability plan, is investment in the 800 megahertz system logical at this time, or do we have answers to those other questions? So I think we probably have to ask PD and FD, what's the status on frequencies? Is 800 megahertz the right one to be putting money into at this time? Or is the Fed's going to release some numbers that are talking about releasing frequencies for police and fire that may be in a different megahertz range?
We'll have to get back to you on
Yeah,
that.
and I don't know the answer. I just remember the discussion we had a year or 2 years ago, so.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
And on the LA RICS issue, that's...
Yeah. The
Okay.
LA RICS is on the interoperability. I don't know what
Right.
frequency that is on even.
Right.
That may not be
I don't think we've
800, so
established that yet.
what is 800? Why invest in 800 if we're switching down the road in the near term?
All right, we'll get back to you.
We have a breakdown of how much in debt service for MICLA we're paying for technology.
Okay?
Can we get that information, please?
In the last few years, the technology has mainly been infrastructure and servers, but we'll get you an exact breakdown.
Yeah. I think as Mr. Parks mentioned, we are trying to move away from using MICLA for technology-based, and well, more concrete and mortar, as he mentioned. But so when we get that information, we could see how much that is a total of the whole as well.
Correct,
Wait,
okay.
Where have we been spending the money for technology, and how much is that a total of the whole?
Okay, we'll get back to you on that.
Anything else?
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
First, just a comment when Mr. Parks was making his opening comments about collecting things together. One of the things I heard last week, which I'd like a report back, was when Alan Bell got up and talked about the digital billboards and the revenue streams that were coming off of it. Over the weekend, I did a little homework on it, and I don't know much, but I'd like us to have a report back on how many digital billboards we have in the city as of this moment. B, what are their placements? and what are their revenue streams, so we can have a healthy discussion about potential revenue sources to either close this budget gap or put them in effect in July that could then be used as we deal with next year's budget in real terms. I've heard different kinds of numbers and figures. I think Alan Bell was a little more optimistic than what I heard over the weekend of a revenue stream, but there is a significant new revenue stream per month per digital billboard in the city. And I don't know what our legal rights are, and I don't know if we can pass a law within the council, or we have to do whatever we need to do. But one of the issues that I'm very clear about is we need new revenue sources as well, not just cutbacks. And I'm most excited about that potential. That's number one, revenue stream. Number two, I heard over the weekend, and maybe you can confirm this, did we meet with the 4 unions, and was there a public discussion or anything that was, there was an AP story that somebody told me about?
We've been meeting with the bargaining units who have open contracts. Those meetings took place last week. We continue to meet with them this week. We sent out a letter on Friday to all bargaining units, including those that did not ratify the coalition agreement, stating that the council has taken action. If there's any interest to include retiree health care as a concession, that there is a deadline associated with that due to LACER's timeframe as well as our own budget timeframe. And we urge them to contact us, and I directed my office to reach out to all of them and to see if there's any interest.
Good. So will we know in a few days?
I think the deadline is to get back to you by the 6th on a response.
By the 6th, that's
Yeah.
Friday.
Right.
Okay. And they do appreciate the fact that if they invest in their own health care, invest in their own retirement, there will not be these furloughs.
That is the agreement, yes.
Good. As long as I understand that probably when you do your penciling of your budgets, it might make more sense to invest in your health care.
And tomorrow you do have the item regarding the ordinance on freezing the retiree health care benefit. That will be the first reading later this week.
All right, so those are the two things I want to know about. And now let's get to MICLA. Just assume I don't know what MICLA is. What is MICLA? Explain that.
MICLA stands for the Municipal Improvement Corporation of Los Angeles. It's a 501c4 corporation. It has 5 board members, and it's a financing authority. It means it issues debt on behalf of the city. And we, in turn, they issue the debt, and we, in turn, make lease payments to that corporation to pay for the debt.
Good. Well, here's a series of questions.
Okay.
What is the debt service that we need to pay on the commercial paper that is proposed for this year's budget?
The debt service will be approximately $960,000 spread over 5 years.
This payment will come from MICLA?
This payment will come from the general fund.
Okay. And what relationship, that payment will then come from MICLA, or how does MICLA interact with it?
What happens is that we act on behalf of MICLA, so we issue the debt, and then we take care of paying for lease payments to MICLA, who in turn pays the debt through a trustee.
Okay.
That's the relationship.
So that figure, what is being proposed for purchase of this year's budget using MICLA funds? Okay. And of course, people are saying, is this a wise expense this year?
Are you talking about the commercial paper, the
Yeah.
$43 million?
Right.
If you look at the way the budget was put together,
Right.
The budget was put together with trying to make as many cuts as we could, and then at the end of the day, it was decided by the mayor's office that the things that were that they wanted to cut were too draconian, I guess is the word. So they decided that it was best to borrow the $43 million over 5 years. So it was a 5-year payback. It's a very short-term borrowing for the commercial paper.
If we could add, I mean, MICLA is one of several options that we looked at, and those options included securitizing our parking revenue, our tobacco revenue, deferring our retiree health care contribution for a year, looking at securitizing our power revenue transfer, and even restructuring the convention center debt. And out of all those options, MICLA became the most cost-effective due to the low interest rates that we currently are facing. And so it's anticipated that the borrowing of these dollars, the 43, will cost us about $1 million to do. And there's, because it's under a 5-year period, not an extended period of time, it's done using a conservative approach. Also, as part of the mayor's budget, which we support, it's a commitment that any unanticipated revenue, half of it be used to pay down that debt even faster.
Very good. Appreciate that. What is the debt service obligation on the new police administration building?
I will tell you that. It's the 2006 MICLA, and that is, it's $7.6 million.
7.6. And how does this budget account for that payment? Does it show it in there?
Well, let me rephrase that. It's actually $22 million a year.
Okay.
But we had some leftover proceeds from that building, money we didn't need. So the general fund is currently paying $7.6 million, and the $15 million is being transferred to the trustee to pay the full $22 million. So when you issue debt, there's only certain things you can do with money that's left over that you don't spend. One of them is to pay down debt service. And based on our policies, that's what we're doing. We're paying down the debt service.
Very good. And my last question is, what department administers this fund? Is there adequate staff to manage it?
You're talking about MICLA?
Yeah.
The CAO's office, Debt Management Group does.
And the answer is no, there is not adequate staff to manage it.
I figured that. What does it impact in how you do it, or are you just putting in a few extra hours? How do you deal with
We
it?
put in a few extra hours, I would say.
We could discuss it in the context of our budget.
Right.
That will be discussed later today.
We currently have over 100 bond issues. I'll make my pitch now. 100 bond issues citywide, I mean, with all our debt. And so it's not so much the issuing of the debt, it's the administration of the debt.
Did you want that question?
That's
Yeah.
sort of a headline for you when we go forward then. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No questions? No questions. Okay. Let me go back on the 43 million. The issue is, I have a difficult time when we go back and we're talking about trying to put the budget together on some budget principles, that we are sitting here saying that we can't afford the $20 million payment for debt service for the convention center, but we're willing to pay for the next 5 years the $20 million plus the debt service for 5 years, so it's $24 million for 5 years, but we can't pay 20 this year. In the sense of the $4+ million we're going to be paying for debt service for the 5 years, plus the $20 million that we're going to be paying for convention center for the life of our fund. The other one, and I keep going back to, we paid $30 million last year on ERIP, and we got $20 million this year to pay as one time. It fits in our one-time policy. The only problem is that we were told over and over it was going to be cost neutral, and we're a long way from cost neutral, paying $50 million over 2 years for ERIP. And so those are things that need to be reconciled. Plus, I think we also need a listing of all of the options that are available to the committee and to the council if we choose not to go in this $43 million additional debt. Someone gave me a business card the other day that said, if we go down that path, we're asking the question, should we pay our Visa with our MasterCard? And most of us would say that's probably not what we do at home, and we're talking much bigger zeros here today. So we need some options as to telling us, if we're forced into a corner, we may not have a choice, but I think we do need some options as to how we address that $43 million hole. And I think we also need just some explanation of how we went from cost neutral to $50 million over 2 years, so that people are fully aware of how that went askew. And then, again, the basic issue, if we can't afford the $20 million on debt service for this year, is kind of like what, maybe it's not as costly, but it's very similar to the proposal a couple of years ago about deferring the pension for 1 quarter. And we said, oh, don't do that. This is not as expensive as the pension deferral, but we're going to be spending $1 million. And again, if you can't make the payment this year, why do we think we can make it next year with additional debt service?
Well, in terms of the first issue as to the use of the CP program, it's a major policy issue that your council and obviously the mayor need to consider. Very frankly, this is being recommended because the cuts that are left to be done are so significant that there was a concern about the impact it would have on services. In terms of alternatives, this office has offered many alternatives to mitigate this use of the CP program, and so if we're not going to pursue that, then I would recommend looking at the series of reductions that we have proposed, and we'd be happy to write a memo just on that.
Yeah, I think if you gave us, and again, as you know, the focus on this, it's important because some of this stuff gets so disjointed,
Right.
pull in all the pieces, but if you focus this on a little synopsis and what the potential savings are and what are the options.
Just a list.
A list without having to read all 50.
Got it.
But just a little synopsis so we know what it entails. I think that would be very helpful, that you can look at it and say, are these issues more meaningful and more of a better impact on the city over the long term? Because as hard as we've worked on creating budget policies, I hate to see that we violate them. Half of this is within budget policy and the fact that you can pay the one-time with one-time money, but to pay ongoing costs with one-time money, it kind of violates what we've historically said probably is not a way to go. And then to make debt, to pay debt, is probably not what we should do. So those are things that I would think we need to maybe get a better sense, because they're hard, all of them are hard decisions. The issue is what's the best health for the city
Right.
in the long term.
And, the other series of options that we could provide also comes from revenue. And I hate to bring up a sore subject, but after the council voted to stop the P3, our office has received half a dozen unsolicited proposals for various versions of the P3 for parking. And there's different ways of getting to $50 million or even more. Obviously, from our standpoint, we'd rather not go through another year with this huge hole that we're trying to figure out. We would prefer that we resolve that issue from the onset and, make that tough decision, whether it's a cut or borrow, whatever that is. But just to ensure that you have all the options in front of you, we will summarize what those are as well for you to consider. Now, the final issue on ERIP, the reason we have 2 years of payment is that we took all the savings up front. ERIP, there was a payout that we had to pay, and if you recall, in the first ERIP that was adopted, there was a gap that wasn't made whole, and so your council acted to cancel that proposal and directed me to negotiate with to try to find a way to make it more cost neutral. We did it in two ways. There was an increase in mainly one-time solutions that were negotiated, and then there was a higher percentage of what was agreed upon by the bargaining units to pay on an ongoing pension cost for 15 years. And so the issue is not that, is the fact that we got most of those savings during the first year of ERIP, and so, but we'll be happy to write that.
But I think, again, it's one of those things of connecting the dots. It would be helpful to have it in one piece of paper so that there's not a misimpression that maybe I may be misstating it, that it's not cost neutral. It may be more cost neutral than I think it is, but we need that. The other thing, when you put together that report on the white papers that would be recommendations, if you can asterisk those that are, or if you can tell us at the end of that which ones that are in the budget and which ones are still up for discussion, so that we have some idea of whether there's been some that have been identified that we're moving forward on, and those that we have to take action on. And I think that would be very helpful.
Happy to do that.
And then, when you mentioned on the P3 deal, there's two things for me that I would recommend, is that we implement the 5-year program on the SPRF, and we go out to RFP and ask somebody to manage the lots in total. And that would be a way that we can replicate what they're doing at the LAWA, in which they actually make money on lots without having to manage them. And I think that would, to me, would be the best way to go forward. And if we invest in those lots in technology, they'd be even more in the sense of revenue generating once somebody begins to manage them. And so that's what I would recommend.
And that's one of the unsolicited proposals that we receive. Obviously, we would have to go through a process in our procurement and all that, but there is still a significant amount of interest out in the private sector for these assets. And so, and we have every kind of approach you can imagine. I'm sure they've gone to some of you as well. And so we'll summarize what those are and
I think if they bring forth how they could manage them for us, they certainly get my interest more than how they can be given them.
No.
That's right.
Revenue sharing.
So that's how I would look at it. Okay. So any more questions on Mikla? Okay. The next item would be before, Mr. McQuiston, you had card for Mikla before we move on from that. You also had a card on the trans. So we've already dealt with Measure R as part of transportation last week, so I'll give you 3 minutes for Mikla and trans.
Halto CEO office, Yuku.
Excuse me. Let Mr. McQuiston go, and then we'll get on next item.
Okay, Jim McQuiston. I couldn't stay last week for transportation, but since the two are combined, the Measure R and the other, I did want to point out that the Measure R is being used against its principle. It says right in the budget book that we're not supposed to use it to supplant something else, and it's being used to supplant street services assessments. So there is a problem there, and so there is quite a bit of money that you can pick up there to use somewhere else. But on the Mikla discussion, I have no problem using a 5-year note on bricks and mortar or something else which lasts at least 5 years. But in the budget, we're using the $43 million heavily for employee wages for the year. And you simply just cannot reconcile that, because we're getting into a position where New York City, as I said before, was in some time ago. Some of you probably are not old enough to remember, but New York City went bankrupt using this same process. In other words, putting off employee pay by using notes, and the next year is something else. I do want to point out that the Federal Reserve is going to stop supporting low interest in June, the end of June, which means the interest rates are going to skyrocket. They've been buying up $600 billion of treasuries, and no one else wants to buy them. So that means the Treasury offerings are going to skyrocket, which means all our interest rates are going to go way, way up. So the numbers that have been put in for future borrowings are haywire as far as his budget is concerned. I did want to point that out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we go with the trans.
Sure. The TRAN, just to put it in simple terms, is what we borrow on an annual basis, primarily to deal with our pension, retiree health care, and our cash flow. We do this in good years. We do it in difficult years. It's the mechanism we do because we simply don't have over $1 billion sitting in our bank account to make this huge payment at the beginning of the year. We choose to borrow because we want to generate a discount as a result of paying it all up front versus paying it out during the course of the year. What's in the budget reflects the maximum borrowing allowance of $1.4 billion. We think approximately we'll need about 1.33. We're currently looking at the impact of this amount based on those bargaining units that approved the coalition agreement. As you know, that agreement has start making a 4% of their salary contribution towards retiree health care. So that should result in having to borrow slightly less than what we are anticipating, and we're calculating that now. The reason why Mr. Smith's motion was particularly important was because obviously if more bargaining units were to join in contributing towards retiree health care, the size of the TRAN would change. And so that time frame that we're needing to go through not only impacts the budget, but also impacts ultimately what we borrow when we go out to the market in late June. Obviously, critical to all this is our bond rating. We discussed at the onset of these hearings sort of what our bond rating is. It's a solid bond rating. It's important that we maintain it that way. This is why, because obviously when you borrow as much as we borrow, any declines in our bond rating impacts the number of basis points in which we would go out to. We end up paying, and that with this magnitude obviously has a huge impact. In addition to that, we will be coming to your council in the next few weeks with a recommendation of underwriters who provide us the support to issue this TRAN as we do every year. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Let me ask you just one thing from the bond folks. Last year, I guess, we had a lower TRAN, and evidently they couldn't sell it all. And what I was told, I don't know if it's accurate, that eventually it was never sold, that the bank just absorbed it. Is that true? Or
Last year,
the $200 million or something? It wasn't sold. Maybe it wasn't sold on the first.
Right. Last year we issued about $1.16 billion. We had trouble selling the last maturity, and J.P. Morgan, our senior underwriter, took down about $300 million, which is basically the last maturity.
That's right.
And the reason we sell, obviously, for the public, we do this in pieces. We don't borrow the full amount all at once, and so it's that final piece that became a challenge. Part of the fallout of the discussion or the debate or the conflict around the DWP transfer, frankly, impacted that final tranche. The reason that is that the controller has the authority to make payment up until the last quarter of the year, and there was concern among some investors that, given what we had experienced last year around the transfer issue, that may be problematic. And we're not expecting that this year, but we are going to be requesting that the authority be granted in advance, so when we go out to the market, they understand that that authority will be granted to the controller, so that we have a higher likelihood of being able to purchase, have that final tranche sold.
The one thing I think is important, and we've discussed it back and forth, is that there'd be some footnote or something why we need these banks with this level of capacity, even though we might be challenging them on other issues, that their capacity and their ability to absorb are absolutely essential, and that this is not one of those underwriting tasks that we can split up amongst 5 or 6 different people. That needs to be explained, so as we get it to council, I know the question is going to be, why are we dealing with banks that we are in litigation with, but some of them you can't avoid. And so I think we need that just as a footnote to explain it. Okay, any questions on Tran?
Do we have any concerns about our ability to sell trans this year?
I don't think so. Last year we got the highest credit rating for short-term debt. We expect the same. It really depends on the budget and what happens with the budget. And we think that we'll be okay. I mean, investors are very fickle.
Yeah.
So nobody wants to invest for a year in short-term securities. They want to invest in 6 months, 7 months, 8 months.
Right.
Don't ask me why, they just do. So that's going to be one of our challenges, is to what we call shorten the payback period, the maturity.
And that raises the next question. Do we have any idea at this point what we're looking at as far as the interest rates on trans will be?
Last year we paid, I think, 0.85, so we're looking about the same, up to 1%. It really depends on the market and how much interest there is. That's one of the reasons we actually go out and market our bonds. That's why you see us, traveling a little bit for the Tran, because it is such a large investment that we actually go and talk to investors and tell them they should buy our debt.
We actually did better than the county.
We did better than the county.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. You do a great job, by the way. I appreciate your work.
On the districting, we don't have a problem with these things. Mr. Correct?
If I could get a little clarification on
He's talking about redistricting.
exactly what the pieces are of the trans and why the changes from one budget year to the next. On the pension fund, we're paying almost $100 million more this year and have a 25% higher number. On a retirement fund, we're paying $60 million and a 17% and change higher number. And on the debt service of cash flow with interest only, it's a substantially lower number. Why the fluctuation so dramatically?
I mean, this is probably the most clear example of why it's important to address pension reform and why the contribution from our employees to retiree health care is so important. This is the outcome of that. And so those increases are a direct result of the increases that we're experiencing in pension costs, increases we're experiencing in retiree health care. And so the reason why you see such a huge increase is for that reason. The reduction on cash flow, we could help you answer.
For the cash flow, you see such a big reduction because last year, controller requested $550 million. This year is $450 million for cash flow. Also, last year, we assumed a scenario where we would have downgraded, so the interest rates was much higher for last year's proposed budget. So this year, you see a significant decrease because we assume no downgrade and we're only borrowing $450 million for cash flow purposes.
Why did we only need to borrow the amount that we're borrowing this year for cash flow? What changed?
It's the cash position of the city. The controller needs cash at the beginning of the year because our revenue comes in beginning in December. So depending on where the cash position is for the city, that's how they request to cover those from July to December months for cash. So last year they needed more because our cash position was low. Our cash position must be better this year, so they're only requesting $450.
What determines that? How do we wind up in a better cash position?
A lot of it has to do, actually, not to put a plug in for the reserve fund, but the more money that you actually keep in reserve, the more the controller can actually borrow against that money in order for the cash flow the first part of the year. So last year, there was some uncertainty on where that reserve fund was going to end up at the end of the year, so the controller wanted to have a little bit more cash available because they believed early on that the reserve fund may be down a little bit, but this year, we're looking at a little bit higher reserve fund balance.
That's absolutely correct. Around this time when we went out to the market, the reserve fund was just about 7 to 10 million above what the emergency reserve fund should be. And so this year we're obviously doing better because we've been using every FSR to bring the budget back to balance. And so that's a critical, that's again another outcome of the following these basic principles in budgeting.
And I'm assuming that these figures don't reflect the deal that we have done so far or in process with some of the bargaining units. How will that impact these numbers for this year, or will it affect us more in succeeding years? How are we anticipating that?
It should impact these numbers slightly downward, obviously, because 47% of the bargaining units, of the actual employees, actually 43% did not proceed forward with it. It's not as great as it would have been, but it will affect us in a positive direction.
The actual amount that we borrow is decided very near the time we actually borrow. The question will be, how much do you want to put into the budget? So up to the time of borrowing, we have some flexibility, but I think that what the concern is putting the debt service actually into the budget.
So do we have a sense, based on the deals that we've done so far, of how much lower the actual numbers will be for this year?
We actually are going through those numbers right now. We actually provided some instructions to our analysts last week to look at those bargaining units that have sort of ratified the deal. And so we'll be going ahead and actually recalculate the salary count and then the required contribution as well. So we'll have that in the next couple of days.
So we'll have it in time for the budget and actually use the real numbers, presumably?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me, on that, thank you. One thing, Miguel, I think we also need, before we get out of the revenue stuff, is we've had a couple of comments in the budget, and you've made them about any new revenue goes into the reserve fund. And I think we need a clarity of what new revenue is, and also a clarity of how that might differ from the already approved policy on the stabilization fund.
Right. Now, we'll submit a specific communication to clarify those three pieces.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move now on the council and the mayor budget. And colleagues, the only reason I put that on there is just to clarify and make sure that there's a consistency. Two things. One, that the percentages of cuts for the two entities on the mayor council budget is that we want to make sure that the consistency of the cut is there, and also that there are no off-the-table expenditures, that the entire gross budget is considered in those cuts, and so that we're basically on the same playing field. Okay, so we can get that. If there's any other questions or issues. Okay, thank you. So let's move on to CAO.
I don't understand why the mayor so much of a small percentage cut.
Okay.
I just said, what, the mayor took a much smaller cut than us. Why would we feel out there to give us a more substantial?
Our budget reflects a reduction of 6 positions. We recommended reducing positions, particularly in the upper management part of our office. Specifically, we're eliminating one assistant CAO position, as well as an executive secretary to that position, and a few others. Our budget, our staffing levels, we took a look, are at the lowest points they've been since the 1970s. Like every other department, particularly those heavily in the general fund, we've experienced about a 20% reduction over the last 2 years. We've worked on maximizing as much of special funds as possible, particularly one-time funds in ARA and in other areas. We have some staff that are fully funded through the proprietaries, but for the most part, the majority of our office is still primarily funded through the general fund. The reduction has provided a challenge, because obviously during a period of fiscal crisis, our office is looked at to provide even a greater leadership role, but we've been able to manage that even in the context of furloughs. We're satisfied with the mayor's proposed budget for our office. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Rosenthal's not here. Mr. Kretz? Okay. Mr. Huizar? Okay, on the just one question on the asset management study. Where are we in that process?
Well, once it's approved in your budget, then we're using the Municipal Facilities Committee that includes Mr. Miller, Jeff Carr, and myself as the entity to engage in that process. Our goal is to hire an outside consultant that's going to help us really figure out how to manage this issue. We believe it's going to take a year, between 6 months and a year, to really come up with a series of recommendations for your council to adopt. We've been engaging in this conversation now informally for several weeks, and we believe that it should help us just to have a better management over the property that we own. How do we maximize those particular assets, as well as looking at leases that we have, engage in a schedule to start canceling those leases, moving people into property that we own. Obviously, with such a huge reduction in our workforce, there's vacancies throughout the city. City Hall East, for example, there's wings almost that are vacant, and so this should help us in that area as well. It's a modest amount that's given the size of the task. Certainly what we will do is, our first task would be break it up into pieces, and we may need to come back later in the course of the year with an additional request, so we have the most comprehensive analysis.
So you think this study is just going to be kind of an overlook rather than specifically going?
Well, I think we're hoping that it provides a large framework, and also helps us with a new structure to engage in asset management in the future. The specific pieces on looking at all leases, looking at, all of our assets like the LA Mall and other areas, looking at underutilized assets, all of that are going to take separate pieces. So, but the work is going to be managed by this committee, and our office will be in charge of actually managing the contract.
Okay. I just want to ask you, the 4-year-old question is, where is the centralized grant function?
We still have one position that's still part of the centralized grant function doing that. We are, I think, wrapping up our pilot program. But here again, as Miguel has indicated, we have taken a number of hits over the last several years. Actually, just to go back, we're probably at the lowest levels since actually the late 60s. And certainly this has impacted a number of areas across our department. Everything from grants management to our capital, et cetera, et cetera. So unfortunately, we still have one body that's full-time for grants management.
But do we have the ability on, and I know this is in the mayor's office on grants, they take a piece of the administrative costs for every grant, to where that could help fund the CAO looking at grants across the board? Because I think what we've been concerned with is that we see grants, and this year, all grants that impact general fund comes through the budget committee, but we see grants that you really wonder the benefit of. You're front-loading the grant, or you're getting less, you're putting more money into it than the grant allows, so the overhead is extensive, and it just appears that in many instances, grants are being sought for the benefit of getting the grant with very little concern about the impact on the general fund, and I think the city allows you to apply for it without getting approval, but then once it's applied for and it's been granted, then you have this whole issue of how does it impact the general fund. And the coordination of it is something that has to be centralized in some fashion, and I'm just wondering, is there an ability for the unit to be funded by pieces of each grant that comes forward?
Most grants have very strict guidelines around what could be used for administrative oversight. I think what I'm hearing you say is that in the context of reviewing grants and making a recommendation to your council, we should be talking about the impact on the general fund, impact on the ability to answer the question, what happens when the grant goes away? And third, is this really something we should be doing? Is this critical?
Well, that's number one.
And that's frankly part of our day-to-day responsibilities when we make a recommendation to your council on these particular grants as they come up. We don't necessarily need a separate unit to do that. It could be we could incorporate more of those questions as part of the analysis that we provide your council when we go and submit our recommendations. Am I clear? Is that what you're expecting out of this unit, or are you expecting a unit that basically seeks out grants?
Well, no. The thing is what we had said early on. We didn't think the centralization was to be the unit that went out and found grants. We thought that was within the functional departments. But we did need an expert group that would look at the grants, or should be notified that the grants are being sought, and that you could look at them and say, I don't think that fits into our budgetary priorities. Or, like you said, one of the things we've seen for years is the retroactive payment on grants often take us into another fiscal year, and so we don't get the benefit of it during the year we're front-loading the money. Or we also find that once the grant dissolves, the positions never quite go away, and so they then become automatic sub-authorities to where people just keep funding the function. But the real key is the request for the city's dollars often is more than what the grant is coming to the city. So if we're paying 2/3 of the grant through our general fund and getting 1/3 from a grant, is that cost effective? And the last thing I comment on is that often in the CAO's report it will say there's no general fund impact, except if you read the entire report you find out in the budget there are 3 positions. So there may not be any additional impact, but on the other hand, it's impacted by the fact that these are general fund positions that are in a budget that we're paying to get $300,000. We have 3 people.
Well, usually that's because those 3 positions aren't new. They're shifting people, current existing bodies, to do this particular function, but we could certainly do a better job in clarifying that in the future.
I think the key is it gives an impression when it says no general fund impact. The belief is there's no general fund impact, but you read paragraph 15, it says, oh yeah, but there's 3 positions in their budget. Right. The issue is there may not be any new impact, but clearly we need to know that we're spending $700,000 to implement a grant to get $350,000.
So what I'm hearing you say that what we really need is a citywide policy regarding grants that looks at all of these issues. It's a bit challenging on this side because I'm sympathetic to a lot of the great questions you're raising. On the other hand, we get a lot of pressure to try to maximize as much outside revenue as possible. I mean, ARA, for example, is a good example of that. There's some jurisdictions that said, we're not going to take some of this ARA money because we're going to be forced to either hire up and then let go of those employees. It's not an ongoing sustainable source of revenue to maintain the government that we're being asked to build on, because there was a no supplanting provision. And so under that theory, we would basically not have received our money, but we chose to instead to receive that money, and we're going to have to face that in the future. So I think having some general direction and guidelines around grants, I think, is very helpful.
But see, I think that phrase that gets ignored often is we should maximize the amount of grant funds, but not at the deficit of the general fund. Because just as I think 4 years ago, we were paying over $4+ million to manage the block grants. And we finally said, you can't do the block grants and then rely on the general fund for 4-point-something million. You need to live within the revenue of the block grant.
Right.
And although it's probably, we still pay some, but not nearly what we were in the past, but it should be self-sustaining. And that's one of the reasons that we asked for block grant budget to come in advance of the city's budget, so that we wouldn't be caught unaware that the block grant is costing us money. But that's what we wanted the CAO to be, a resource to where people would pick up the phone and call and say, we're getting ready to apply for a grant. Does this fit into our budgetary issues? And be a resource there, not one to go out and seek money, but really to be the overviewer. And then the reporting back is ensure we're getting the money as quickly, we're getting the reimbursements as quickly as possible. Departments are actually billing them. We try to get it all within the fiscal year that we're getting the grant. The lateness of some of these grants are kind of strange. We approve them often just as they're expiring.
Right.
And so we have already front-loaded the money for a year and get the money in May for a grant that started July 1st of the previous year. All those things affect our cash flow. And I think that's what we're trying to get some coordination. But and then, like you said, you mentioned the grants that expire, the position should go away, immediately. Right. As opposed to, can I keep them for sub-authorities and keep them on that kind of thing. So that's what we wanted to clean up the system, and we figured your office is the only one in the independence of looking at that could set some rules and some policies, and because they have to come through you for the ultimate dollars to support the grant. And if you tell them up front that's not fitting into our financial structure, it would give them guidance not to apply.
Right. Well, what we'll commit to is to put together sort of principles that your committee could adopt around grants and recommend some form of a structure to maintain the ongoing monitoring of that. I think it's going to be a challenge to find to cut a part of the grant to pay for that. So there ultimately may be a potential hit to the general fund to be able to staff up that kind of oversight that you're asking. But as a starting point, during this next fiscal year, what we'll do is we'll prepare a policy recommendation on how to manage grants, the kinds of questions, and almost like a checklist that should be utilized so that there's some more continuity throughout.
Yeah. And I think it would be helpful as we review them to separate out new costs versus embedded costs in the budget, so that we're not have the impression that there is no financial impact, that we be told what the financial impact is, and then if there are new impacts, we should be told that.
If I could bring back the asset management issue again, and I don't have a wish list, but if there's one thing that, if there was something to add to the wish list, is perhaps about $300,000 more for that asset management study. That is a one-time cost, and at the end of the day, would be a worthwhile investment to ensure that we maximize those assets.
I was going to say, do you think that's something you want to put in right now, or you want to come back after you get into the process in the first quarter or something?
Yeah, we could come back in the quarter, but I just want to be clear that the amount that's in the budget we think will not be sufficient, so that when we come back a quarter from now or two, you're not surprised that we're going to possibly be asking for more.
Should we footnote it in some way? Does it say that it's expected that this may be higher, just so we have it in the first FSR? You can say, we thought this would happen,
Sure,
and it did, or...
We could find the appropriate place to put that.
Yeah, okay.
It could be instruction.
Or is it better to...
Committee
Or is it
report.
be better to find that money and put it in the UB?
Well, I think probably it would be best if we could find some money, but we'll work with CLA
Okay.
to see where there's potential money, but probably the UB would be appropriate, because we had discussed a good $500,000 to $600,000
Yeah,
to do a more comprehensive study.
I thought 3 was very low, quite frankly, but, so I would suggest, Mr. Chair, if you have no problem, we ask the CLA, we can see if they can find that in, we'll put that portion of it at least in the UB.
We can add that to the wish list along with a lot of the others, but,
the wish
at
list,
a minimum, there could be an instruction to report back on that.
And I think it's the larger issue of the nonprofit leases, which is a part of it. But, yeah, so that's it's a very big issue. No, I think we need to find the funds for it. Mr. Rosenthal.
Yeah, again, good morning. First, I just want to thank you for your leadership. It's been around-the-clock kind of activities here for quite a while now, and when you joined our family, you joined at the best of times from a challenging standpoint, and I appreciate it. And your 50 white papers that have come out have been thorough and helpful, and so you're helping us. And like I've said since I joined this august group, investing in our pensions and our health care is a key element going forward, and it's investing in ourselves, and also I've been saying for quite a while we need other revenue streams as well. So, and I know you're working in that direction. When we had the ERIP program, how much of a staff hit did you take on that? How many people did you lose?
We lost about 6.
You lost about 6.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. So you're pretty strong with some history there and some experience.
Well, we lost additional staff beyond the 6. I mean, the 6 were those who left through ERIP, but we basically our office is organized by different groups. We lost an entire group altogether that basically did a lot of our planning, did a lot of special projects, and that, if I were to say where there's been a huge impact, has been in that area. And then we've lost individuals who've transferred to the special funds and to the proprietaries, like every other department, throughout the organization. So everyone's been forced to handle basically the responsibility of another person during this last 2 years.
Have you brought anybody back in a contracted way?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we have, specifically to help us on ARA, and... Is it ARA or something?
We brought back actually one person in our finance group to help us out in sort of some citywide coordination. We also did bring someone back to actually help out on LAWA out the airport, some analysis. So
you brought back about 2, or is there a third one or fourth one?
we have brought back 2 to 3 over the period of time. So
I see. Okay. Yeah, the LAWA one, of course, is a good one because they have quite a revenue stream, and when we get into their reports as to where they are and what they're doing and the modernization and everything else. Please take this opportunity to explain exactly how the managed hiring process works. Explain that. Because I know we got all kinds of eyebrows that raise on it from time to time, and we've heard stuff already from, obviously, some of the departments on it. So I'd like to know what the managed hiring process, how it works.
We have a big stamp that says no, and then we just stamp it. And then 3 people have to stamp it. My office, the CLA, and the mayor's office. I'll have Ray go into the... Yeah, and then there's the purgatory category, and then there's the hell no on and a couple. But I'll have Ray give you the more specific process.
But Miguel, the problem is when you say, "and don't come back." I mean, that's...
Yeah, explain that process, would you?
So departments have a request, and so they will fill out a form that was developed by our staff. Departments fill it out. They provide quite a bit of information, whether the position, why the position was vacated, whether it's through retirement or transfer, etc. There's questions that they need to answer as far as if there's funding, both in the current year but also down the road for the next couple of years. It really goes to the sustainability issue. There's questions about, how does it fit in with your organization? Have you been looking at organizational change, different approaches to sort of provide the services? So all of that is supposed to be captured in the form, and it then is submitted to our department. The analyst then goes through it, makes recommendations to either approve or deny, and then once the analyst makes a recommendation, then it actually gets to managed hiring, and then the three entities then go through, make an assessment, and then say either yes, we approve, no, we have some more questions, we need some more information. We ask the analyst then go back to the department to gather that information, and then it'll come back to us, and then, like I said, we'll either approve, deny, or we'll hold.
And of course, the context impacts all of that. So,
What's that? I didn't hear your last point.
The context impacts all of that. So, the budget includes all the positions. So when a department says we have this position budgeted, well, that's the only reason we're having the conversation, because it's budgeted. But if we know citywide we're facing a shortfall, then the committee tends to be more conservative to wait to see what happens citywide before we add any position. If a position is not clearly 100% paid for, both direct and indirect costs, which is oftentimes problematic, a department may say, look, I have all the money I need within my budget, but then the managed hiring's responsibility is to make sure they have it for the pension costs and the health care and everything else. And then the third thing is, if that particular budget is in crisis, and that was the case of fire, much of this year, for a variety of reasons, the fire department was facing a shortfall, and so while there were critical positions that were needing to be expedited, I think the committee was concerned about the sustainability of the department at that particular time. So there's a variety of different factors, and I know the committee often gets criticized for not moving fast enough or for not getting back, and usually that's because they're wanting to see how the overall climate changes. And so once things stabilize, then we're in a better position to start granting. If a position is clearly in the special funds, clearly paid for 100%, then the process should be fairly quick. I don't know if my colleagues from the mayor's office want to add.
And then also, before you answer, is there an appeals process of some sort that if they go through all that and they strongly still feel it's a critical position or it's a function that needs to be done, do they have another way to deal with it?
Yes, they can...
You are the appeals process.
Right. The department can always come back and to manage hiring, and they frequently do, and ask, give additional information or explain why something's critical, and those things are certainly taken into consideration.
Very good. Mayor's office. Good morning.
Good morning. One of the reasons why you have a budget that's before you that has no layoffs is simply because of the fact that the Managed Hiring Committee has actually done a very effective job on a citywide basis to manage the positions. So when we originally took out the positions, we took out a gross number of 1,200 positions. We then went back and we looked at the resolution authority positions and regularized a number of them, which took us to the number of 680. So that's one of the beauties of the Managed Hiring Committee, is that I know on the operational side it does create some bottlenecks for the operating departments, but on a citywide basis we were able to save literally millions of dollars and not have to lay off anybody in this budget.
Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Gritz?
Now, we're on the CAOs still, or?
Yeah. Did you find out?
I actually don't have any questions for the CAO. I just wanted to check in with the chair on whether we pass the council and mayor's budget and didn't speak to it. Mr. Chair? I was just asking, I don't have any questions on the CAO, but I wanted to ask if we had somehow missed the council and mayor's budget.
No, we went through that, and the only question we had on those two was to ensure that the cuts were equitable and that all expenditures and allocations were on the table as opposed to being ignored, any part of it ignored.
Yeah, that went by rather quickly, so I'm not sure I noticed that, but I actually had the same question why the mayor's office overall had a much lighter hit than the council.
Well, I think one of the issues is that they had things that were actually off the table, and we're saying put everything on the table with the same percentage, and that...
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's, the CLA is going to reconcile that.
Mr. Chair? I had a follow-up on the managed hiring. Now, how long does it take before a department hears back from the time the council authorized the position to go to a managed hiring committee? I've been hearing about a lot of, they submit these and they go into a black hole, so to speak, and don't hear back or don't know, or it takes a long time. Is that an issue or not?
Once we get a request from us, we meet, well, let me back, we meet every 2 weeks. We gather, we go through all of the requests, both new and pending ones, to find out whether there was any additional information submitted. Once, usually within a week after we meet, the information gets disseminated back out to departments.
So that quick?
We actually have now put together sort of a Google site now where departments can go and view sort of the results of the...
And that's assuming there's no other larger issues going on. I use the fire department as an example of that, or the police department, where there were difficulties in the budget throughout the course of the year. And so sometimes the committee wants to wait for those issues to get resolved before they add in new staff. And so a department that's going through some of these challenges, or if there's a citywide crisis, then it'll take longer. So it's I guess part of it is not really the issue of the process. It's not like it's a set process in terms of time frame. Part of the process includes making sure that the city is in the fiscal situation where it can do it.
Well, even because some of the department heads who came up during this budget process, they were like, well, we've submitted to managed hiring, we're waiting to hear. I've heard that more than once. So there's something going on where the department heads are not hearing back as to whether there's been a decision made or not on their submittal.
If I would recommend something, I think the committee, we need to do a better just say no. I mean, usually if they don't hear, it means that we're trying to find a way to make it work, and maybe what we need is just simply say, we're sorry, we deny this request, and then it brings closure to that issue. I mean, but I think if they're not hearing is that there's concerns, and we're trying to find a way to actually make it work.
Okay. And can I have a report back on a list of positions that are currently authorized by council and their current status within the managed hiring committee? So which ones are you currently considering and pending? Yeah.
We actually have a report back that we will be providing shortly to the committee.
Okay.
On all of the status of the request for the current year.
Oh, great, thank you.
Right, and just as a general note, when the council and mayor adopted the budget last July, they gave some parameters on which ones would be considered for approval, and those included public safety positions, anything having to do with that's safety related, positions that were fully special funded, DNA positions. There were a few in a category that would be looked on more favorably, but again, it goes back to funding sources and availability of funds and whether they meet those needs. I think when there's a critical need, the managed hiring committee tries to deal with those as quickly as possible. So just a couple of notes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman, going back to just a point of just clarification on the contracts, I know that you'll be requesting a CAO and CLA report back on the mayor and council, but we just wanted to make sure we went on the record to say that the mayor did take an 11% cut if you exclude the grid contracts. And I know that that's subject to some speculation, but actually the grid contracts separate out, the staff levels did take, all staff to take 11% cut.
I think the issue we're concerned with is that throughout the city, we've gone back and cut a number of contracts throughout, and all we want to make sure, as we did last year on the professional standards group, that it was in the budget. We don't want to get into directing another elected official what to cut, not cut. We're just saying it should be all in the same pot and take your percentages, and then you could decide internally on what you cut and do not cut, the same as we do. So we're just saying it should be in the pot for the percentage.
We'll work with the CAO and CLA on that, and then we can lay out what types of cuts that would look like specifically, especially since the contracts do affect all the council districts. We'll make sure it's on.
What we're also saying, you don't have to cut any contracts. We're just saying the percentage, where they come from, that's an internal decision. We're just saying the percentage should match. That's all. Any other questions of CAO? Okay, we're going to go to Department of Aging. And that would be followed by disability and then done. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Laura Trejo, General Manager of the Department of Aging, and I'm going to be joined soon by James Don, our Assistant General Manager. I have a brief series of comments just to share with you what the Department of Aging has been doing in the current fiscal year and what we're proposing for next year. I wanted to share with you that we're one of the departments that has taken the direction of the mayor and council to aggressively seek outside resources to both support current programs.
Can you talk more directly in the mic? We had trouble hearing you.
To support current programs and to expand existing services to older persons. This year, directly and in collaboration with our community partners, we have been able to secure $7.5 million in additional revenue to be able to support existing services to older adults. $6.4 million of that is in 2 new full cost recovery programs in the area of transportation that will be targeting some of the most needy seniors, those seeking jobs, and those who are frail and homebound. With the University of California at Los Angeles, we were able to help them secure a $996,000 grant to establish a community-based research center to help us evaluate the effectiveness of our programs. 15% of that grant will actually cover 15% of my salary over the next 3 years. We also received a $117,000 grant from the California Department of Aging to support our implementation of the Chronic Disease Self-Management Evidence-Based Program, which is in support of our transition that I'm going to refer to later in terms of our adult day programs. Our budget is composed at 3 levels: federal resources, state resources, and the city resources. I'm going to start with highlights of the federal resources and what's happening to aging services and other streams that we are tracking. We are anticipating a 25% reduction in the federal support of our senior employment program as a result of the fiscal crisis that's occurring in the federal budget. But we are also currently looking at the rollout of the Affordable Care Act, which contains many opportunities to our network to expand and improve services to seniors in the community. We're carefully monitoring threats and opportunities of the federal budget, which we believe in coming months will provide us many opportunities. At this time, we're not anticipating any further budget reductions from the state of California. And as instructed by council this year, we have been working with our state association and have identified a sponsor for legislation that would require that federal funds be paid to area agencies on aging regardless of an adopted budget by the state of California. The bill is AB 533 by Yamada, and we will be coming to council and mayor to request support to add the bill as a priority to the city's legislative platform.
Let me ask you a question. That would be legislation that would be a direct source of funds from the federal to
to the city.
the
We're a
cities.
designated area agency on aging, and as you recall, this year, we had the budget impasse, which necessitated Councilmember Weezer and council giving us bridge loans because our funding was stuck up in Sacramento and we couldn't draw it. So as a request of council, we went ahead and began to mobilize our AAA network, our area agencies on aging statewide, to seek a sponsor in the legislature that would introduce a bill that would prevent that from happening in the future. So we currently do have Assemblywoman Jamada, who is the chair of Aging and Long-Term Care in Sacramento, in the Assembly side, and we're hoping that the city can support her in getting this bill passed this year. I think it's very important to aging services across the state of California, but for us, it's particularly critical because we don't want to be relying on bridge loans or other necessities of seeking funds in order to keep our programs moving.
So there's already a resolution for the council?
We will be coming to you with that request. In terms of the mayor's proposed 2011 budget, it contains a reduction of 35% in our allocation to the the General City Purposes Fund that supports our adult day programs. A couple of years ago, we already started to see the trend of losing funds in terms of how we provided those services, and as a result, we began to meet with our providers in the community to find other solutions of how to best move forward. And so we actually submitted a proposal to Mayor and to the CAO, and we're very happy that they accepted it, to transition our adult day programs to evidence-based models of service. We are very confident that this new mode of services will position our providers stronger in the community to make themselves avail of new existing funding streams. For example, mental
Could you go over
health.
that again? You say you're transitioning to what?
We're transitioning our adult day programs, which are a specific model, to evidence-based models of health promotion and disease prevention. That's the new funding trend across the entire health and social service systems, and so we believe that we're going to be uniquely positioned to be able to attract those resources into the city. So I'll go ahead and explain a little bit about evidence-based models. Evidence-based models are programs that have been developed over the last decade in the field of aging, health, long-term care, mental health, that have very strong track records in producing desirable outcomes to improve the quality of life, the health, the functional mobility of older people. These are all scientifically driven. They are getting the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval from the federal agencies, and what we're beginning to see is a move of these programs towards the funding, aligning them with the funding streams. For example, this year in the President's budget, he actually created a budget line under the Administration on Aging, which is where all of our federal sources come through, to fund the dissemination and expansion of evidence-based programs nationally. So we were very, very pleased to see that our anticipation was fulfilled in that the budget line was created. So we see that they're going to start funding to that line very quickly. And if we were not positioned, then our providers would be lagging behind in their ability to draw that money in the future. So we actually feel really good that that has occurred because it's made all of our providers very pleased that they have begun to make this change. Very important to us was that the challenges to our providers in managing our adult day programs was that they were having difficult time in raising private sector dollars required to maintain the services. As a result, 2 of our service areas had actually surrendered voluntarily their contracts because they could no longer maintain the programs. And we actually were predicting that others would follow suit. As a result of this transition, we've now been able to restore services to all 15 of our aging service areas citywide, so I'm feeling very good about that. We are projecting that we will serve 3 to 5 times as many seniors in the city of Los Angeles as a result of this transition, which is also a very good thing for us to do. We're already delivering services with the state grant that I mentioned at 11 out of our 15 sites, and the other 3 are coming right on their heels. This has also allowed us an opportunity to establish new innovative partnerships. For example, we have received approval from the LA Unified School District to leverage about $1 million in annual staff support to these new programs, so I'm very excited about that. We're also been approached by Microsoft Corporation to look at ways that we can utilize technology to support seniors in these programs. So we are on track of becoming independent of general fund support over the next 3 years. In the coming fiscal year, we will also see the transition of 2 of our multipurpose senior centers from the Department of Recreation and Parks to community-based providers. We have identified through our competitive bidding process 2 well-seasoned providers to take over operations of these centers. We've already begun planning the transition of the services from Department of Recreation and Parks to the community-based provider, and we're very grateful for the Department of Recreation and Parks having stepped up to operate these 2 centers when the seniors and the department needed them most. So I want to just take that opportunity to thank them. We've also been looking for efficiencies within our operation to maximize our existing budget. In the coming fiscal year, we will be implementing efficiencies in our contracting process that we estimate will reduce our annual staff time cost by about $96,000 to $180,000 a year. These efficiencies will be applied through strengthening our planning, fiscal, and program monitoring functions. In closing, as with all departments, we are currently evaluating the impact of furloughs on the department's operation. We are consulting with neighboring area agencies on aging and the California Department of Aging to ensure that any changes we need to make to our operation will not jeopardize any of our existing funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you just give a little clarity on the issue of Rec and Park, what they're taking over, and in the sense of the community-based organizations?
Yeah, they are basically, we are transitioning 2 multipurpose centers that have been operated by the Department of Recreation and Parks, and we're transitioning to community-based providers. Most of our multipurpose centers are operated by community-based nonprofits at the 2 of them.
How many the other one?
Totally, we operate 15 aging service areas, and so 2 of them have been historically operated by Department of Rec and Parks. I believe that this is a very wise move on the behalf of Department of Rec and Parks. It's estimated to save them about $700,000 in the operational cost of the 2 sites. So this was an anticipated move on their behalf, and so we were prepared to release an RFP to make sure that we had coverage for service delivery. And we actually had competition in both areas, which is a good thing. And so we had choices as a city in terms of who we would pick in terms of the best provider. And the providers are very strong, seasoned, community-based service providers of senior services, so we're very delighted on who applied and who's got selected.
Okay. Let me just ask also, in our notes or comments, that you have some grants that might expire as of June 30th and would be sending money back. What would be the amount, what type of grants, and why aren't we able to spend the funds?
Yes, this is an ongoing, I think I've briefed the committee before. As you know, most of our department operation is funded through grants, so these are our ongoing grants. We realize salary savings as a result of having staff on furloughs because you can't furlough a grant. You can furlough, in order for us to realize the targeted furlough funding that was assigned to our department, we also have to furlough everybody in those categories. And so one of the things that occurs is that we generate salary savings that are grant savings, so it's not money we can keep, it's money that gets returned to the state. What's also important to share with you is that the unique feature of Older Americans Act and Older Californians Act funding is that it eventually comes back to us because these are formula-driven grants in California, so eventually some of that money comes back to us, to the city, in the form of one-time only funds. So we don't lose all of it. We just lose it for right now.
When it comes back, is it an additional allocation in the subsequent year?
It will come back in about 2 years as one-time only money, and it's based on population, so sometimes we actually do better in the exchange because we have a large population.
Okay.
So,
let me ask the CAO on grant funding, where we're losing grant funds by cutting those positions on furloughs. Are we viewing grant funds the same as we do special funds?
We are, based on the issue with the related cost. And so many of the grants that they receive do not cover the related costs, and as a result, that's why they're still subject to furlough. This is one department where it obviously has a secondary impact. As was noted, eventually those dollars do get returned back to the city. But because, given the legal advice that we've received on the imposition of furloughs, what was requested that we establish a citywide policy. And so the department has been impacted as a result of that.
And what do we, in the sense of guesstimate on the dollars that we may be sending back annually?
I'll ask James to cover that.
For this fiscal year, we're anticipating about $250,000. I'll point out that $182,000 of that is from our senior trainees program, and part of the reason why that money is going back is because we've already increased the hours of our 315 enrollees up to the maximum level that they can actually be paid a stipend, and if we actually try to increase it any further, it may actually jeopardize their eligibility for certain benefit programs that they need.
Okay, so 180 of the 250 are, that we believe is maxed out training, so we couldn't use the money anyway.
Right.
So
but that will come back the following year.
But the issue of what's lost in grants is the difference between the 180 and the 250.
For this year, for next year, we're projecting about $358,000 if the furloughs go as currently anticipated.
Okay, now is it 250 or 350?
For next year, it will be 358. For this year, it's 250.
For this particular department, we recommend taking a closer look at the impact of furloughs, and it makes sense to report back on sort of a cost-benefit analysis so that you can consider that in the context of the entire furlough program.
We would appreciate that very much.
And then how are you going to absorb the overall 35% cut? Is that with the changing to
Correct. That's part of the transition, and we already adjusted the funding levels to all of the providers and also adjusted the increase of the 2 new service areas that we added. So this was all done through consensus with our providers. As you know, when you have contracts with community-based organizations, it's very important that they be fully informed. We have been working with the executive level management for the last 18 months of all of our providers, and they have been very actively and proactively helping us to make these decisions. So all of the funding allocations, all of the transition has really been done in a partnership, and the proposal was submitted in a partnership to the mayor and CAO for consideration. So all of this has been very thoughtfully discussed with our partners, and that's why we believe that the transition has been so smoothly undertaken and moving very rapidly in terms of its implementation.
Okay. And then my final question is that being that we have not started negotiation with the AA, some of this might get altered depending on what that agreement is.
We are negotiating with the AA.
But they're in the
yes.
process, but it's no final.
Yes, obviously, if they would like to provide us enough concession to take care of the furlough costs, obviously that would hopefully result in the elimination of furloughs throughout the department. There are still some clerical units, staffers that didn't support the agreement, so they would still be subject to furloughs.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
And just I want to clarify for those that may be listening, last week we had a representative here from the union representing the Eureka Parks people. They said you're transferring away these union jobs to people that don't know how to do it, to another department. We're going to lose services and people are going to be hurt. My understanding is that I can speak for Wilkinson, which is one of the 2 you've transferred, that it's going to VIC, which runs numerous programs just like this.
Yes.
Do they have other city contracts?
Yes, they do. They provide services in 4 of our other service areas. They have been a long-standing provider, 20, 30 years in service, providing senior services. Our previous analysis in terms of cost-benefit to the city, we've always found that our community-based providers can provide more services at a more cost-effective cost to our grant, which is really the motivation that we have, is we want to make our money really work out there in the community in terms of increased services. So we actually respectfully disagree with that characterization characterization. We believe that it will be equally well-run. Hopefully, we will have additional services that we can report out to you in a year from now, and we do believe that it will be operated more cost-effectively. The city's overhead is really not anything, I don't think anybody would argue, it's always higher than a non-for-profit's ability to manage. So that's really where we see the efficiencies in the operation of the costs. We did not seek for the Department of Rec and Parks to release their contracts. Really, that was a decision that they made, and basically, as a department, then we went ahead and continued our process, which was to establish an RFP competitive process to issue those two sites for bidding. And so we're very pleased. Like I said, there was competition in both areas, so we had choices. And that's a very good thing, and we've been working very hard to make sure that that occurs across the city. With any time that we put an RFP in the field, we really work to make sure that people are aware of it and that we have multiple bidders for it. So.
And who is the selected vendor? Felicia Mayhood?
Jewish Family Services.
Also that runs...
Have been running senior services for over 100 years.
So both of these are getting organizations that are well-schooled, they understand the process, they understand how to
Correct. And organizations that made very, very deliberate decisions in terms of their organizational missions to bid for these contracts. I mean, they really were very thoughtful. I can tell you they didn't bid for other things that were available, but they did bid for these, and it was because in my discussions with their executives, for example, for VIC, the Valley Interfaith Council, it was a decision to really try to consolidate and create a regional valley approach, look at economies of scale in terms of providing services across the valley regions. They have already convened a providers task force that is looking at all of our contracts to try to make it more efficient and more effective in the area. So this is all through their new executive director's leadership. We're very pleased with the work that they've been doing and with the fact that their board was willing to authorize them taking this other area of contracting for themselves. Because again, it is a burden for community-based organizations, especially in these economic times, to bid for these contracts. They're very large and require a significant match on their part. So they're seasoned, they're well-positioned, and they're financially sound. So
and finally, they don't have to deal with furloughs, layoffs, and those issues that we've been dealing with on city staff.
Correct. They may have other, most of the social service environment is dealing with some level of staff reductions and challenges. The important part with our grants is that because our grants do not require that, they can protect some of our grant deliverables, and as long as they're providing the services, we feel very confident in their management.
And I know in Vic's case, particularly, that I've worked with them for many years on numerous other programs, one of which is a food bank they have for needy families, which we don't offer in our daycare, or in our senior centers, but now they'd be able to have it as an additional service. So, I've opposed this over the years. There's been discussion many times about getting rid of those two Rec and Park facilities. Mm-hmm. This time it really makes sense, so I'm very supportive, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
So, to be clear, the meals programs is fully funded for the next fiscal year. However, there's still a risk, as happened this past fiscal year, that the state will not pass its budget on time, leaving in jeopardy our ability to deliver meal services toward the end of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct. And that's why we were working to have AB 533 by Amara introduced, because we're trying to prevent that from occurring in the future.
And that will bypass the state in order for us to get our federal funding, which the state doesn't add, there's no value added at the state level. It's just a pass-through for us to get those funds.
In terms of meals specifically, very little is left in terms of state general fund support to our meals program. That is about the only area of funding that is still intact in terms of state general funds. Everything else has been swept. Wow. So we are no longer receiving about $2 million worth of state general fund support and haven't been for the last 2 years.
Okay. And will the reduction in GCP funds have an impact on the home-delivered meals to seniors?
We do not anticipate that will be the case. Actually, one of the very exciting possibilities of these programs is that we will be testing bringing home-delivered meal clients with our new transportation program, reintroducing them to our multi-purpose centers and to congregate meals, and hopefully starting to bring some of these very frail folks and socializing them in our existing programs. We're very excited about our door-through-door transportation program will allow us to do that for the first time. And so, for very isolated folks, this is really very important, and it is a quality of life movement for us. So.
Now, briefly, how are the evidence-based programming you're working with 25-35% less dollars, but you think that we will be able to provide the same amount of services? I'm trying to understand how that works.
I'll share with you why this was such an exciting opportunity. These are various programs that exist in the community right now. These are programs that have very rigorous training requirements for their delivery in the community, but they do not have a licensing requirement the way that our adult day programs did. Our adult day programs were licensed through the California Department of Social Services, which meant you have to have specific staffing patterns per the number of clients. You had to have specific physical plants that had to be inspected regularly. It had a level of burden in terms of being able to maintain the service that was very high. And so we have now removed that part. We're saying you don't have to have the cost associated with the specific physical plan, with the specific types of staff that you have to hire.
Those were our own regulations?
Our existing, yeah.
Our regulations, they weren't state or federal
No, they were
requirements.
state of California requirements. And so,
But how do we waive those?
because we're no longer operating adult daycare programs, we will be operating evidence-based model interventions in our centers. We're basically creating what we're calling wellness centers that will have an array of very structured services provided to the clients that come through there. So it has a fidelity, which is, it has to be very rigorously applied, but it doesn't have the licensing requirement, which is very costly to operate. And, one of the things that's occurring also in California is adult day health cares, which were the complementary services have basically been eliminated by the state of California. Part of the problem is that, again, the difficulty in measuring the outcomes. The evidence-based programs are all about measurable outcomes. They're all about making sure that you're getting the desired function, well-being, et cetera, of the client.
Where's this concept coming from? Is it our own concept, or?
No, these are concepts that are coming out of the field of research in the variety of, whether it be the field of psychology, the field of medicine, et cetera.
Is Los Angeles one of the first to implement this, or other cities?
Actually, yes, we were one of the original 9 sites in the nation that the Administration on Aging funded. We actually received directly one of the grants, and one of our partners with our support received the other. So we had 2 out of 7 originally in 2003, and we're the first community to actually bring these to scale. So we're very proud of that.
Well, this is great news, and I think it has implications for the way the city delivers other services. I know that in the field of child care or others, that there's a lot of red tape and regulations why we can't shift the way we provide those services. And sometimes we use that excuse that there's a state requirement to do this, or there's a federal requirement to do that. But this sounds pretty innovative, and I'm certain that you will be providing the results of this change to, what committee do you report to?
I report to the Aging, Parks, and Health Committee.
That's from the Aging, Parks, and Health Committee. Okay. And so to see if we could learn from it, not only how it works here, but perhaps apply it to other services that the city provides.
Well, I think the unique opportunity to the field of aging is that we're still in the process of inventing what the appropriate services are to older adults. And I think what I appreciate is the opportunity to let the department stay innovative and test new models and walk away from the ones that perhaps are no longer working as well as they were at one time. Adult day support programs had their moment, and I think they were very important for us. But I think at this moment in time, we have other options, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to implement those.
Great. Good. And the good news, too, is that we are moving in a direction of actually measuring effectiveness and not just sign-in sheets and number of people that showed up. And measuring effectiveness and outcomes is a good thing to do here. So thank you, and thank you for all your work here. I know that last year with the bridge loan that we needed from the city, did we actually use it, or we were prepared to use it?
And we paid it all back, too.
We paid it all back? Oh,
Yes.
good. And that saved our seniors from having to go with no meals.
Absolutely.
A lot of people worked on that, CED, others, so I want to thank everyone who got involved in that, because it was a real multi-departmental effort to make sure seniors weren't left without their meals last year. So
We're very
thank you for your
grateful,
work.
and also our senior employment program. We were able to keep those older persons who are extremely low income working at our training sites and being able to benefit from the bridge loan as well. So we're very, very grateful to Council, Mayor, and all the departments that helped us make it through that very difficult time.
Okay, great, thank you.
If I could just go back to the initial discussion. First of all, I can tell you that my district really loves you and your department. You've been an incredible supporter, and you listen, and you show sensitivity. And most of your positions, if not all, are now special funded or granted and this and that. Thank God for that.
Yes.
Can you comfortably say that all senior nutritional programs, Meals on Wheels, and other lunching kinds of opportunities will stay intact no matter how we go about doing it?
For right now, yes. I mean, we do not anticipate any threats to our meals program in the coming fiscal year at all.
Out of the Felicia Mayhood Center, we have that OPECA group that I'm actually going to participate thanks to the generosity of Stanley and Betty Scheinbaum, who are two incredible people who are now 90 years old, a fundraiser on the 18th of May, because the public-private partnership there is working. And what that group does is they help people get to places, and they give them a lot of familiar support. And these are folks between 80 and 100 years old we're talking about that really appreciate it. Would you explain a little bit about how that OPECA crowd works and how the public-private partnership is working on some of the more significant senior needs?
The Department of Aging, by its very structure, works to create effective partnership with community-based organizations. Really, our mission is to work at the neighborhood level, trying to mobilize communities to support older adults aging in place. As I like to think about it, we're trying to make Los Angeles a great place to grow old in. And we work with an array of community-based, faith-based organizations, nonprofits, social clubs, etc., to try to mobilize communities to say, what is it that the seniors in this neighborhood need? And then what we do is we usually are the facilitators for those partnerships to evolve. One of the processes that we go through at the department is, are we the best people to provide a service, or is somebody else better positioned? If somebody else is better positioned, we provide all support for them to be successful in carrying out whatever they do. We take that approach to program development, and we also take it in the area of fund development. When we're evaluating grants, that's part of the process we go through. Who is better positioned to manage this grant? And sometimes it is not us. It is, for example, with the UCLA, I actually partner with UCLA and work to be able to get that grant into Los Angeles. I believe that at the end of the day, if the funding serves the residents of the city of Los Angeles, I have done my job. And so that's been really a philosophy of our department and how we manage and work and partner with the community. We're so proud right now of the partnership that we're beginning to form with LAUSD. That has been about 2 years in the making, but now as a result of their approval of working with us, we believe that we'll be able to leverage about $1 million worth of adult ed instructors to become staff persons in our programs in our community centers. And so we're very, very pleased about that opportunity. So we're constantly looking who's out there, how can we meet their needs and meet our needs, and at the end of the day serve seniors better.
I have a staff member who's 83 years old, Jim Horowitz.
Yes, I know.
And he says this is the best moment in his life, and he's been with me now almost 6 years, who manages an ad hoc committee I have on seniors and aging for my Empowerment Congress, and I'm very proud of his work and how he does it. Would you explain a little bit more about aging in place? And I'll be personal on that. I have a gentleman at my house, he's 85 years old, he'll be 86 in December, and he's aging in place. And I find that if you're in your environment with the dignity and support systems, you can gracefully, with dignity, age, rather than institutionalization. I frankly believe institutionalization is only necessary if it's the last step and it's the services provided. I mean, my hope is that aging in place can go all the way to the moment of hospice care in your home, rather than having to go to any other facility. Explain how aging in place is working in our city. I'm proud of what's been happening in my district, but if you could give us an overview of that concept.
Aging in place really acknowledges the fact of what you said, that it is in the best interest of all of us, the senior and the community, to support that older person staying in their home. And when you ask older people, that is their preference. If you say to somebody, would you like to stay here or go elsewhere, they usually say, I'd rather stay here. And sometimes older people make those decisions even in the face of tremendous challenges. What we're trying to do is to create programs that really embrace and support the older person's decision to stay at home as long as possible. For example, James and the management team and I have been working probably for the last 5.5 years on trying to bring one of the transportation grants that I mentioned to you, because it'll be a door-through-door. Many frail homebound seniors that live independently or alone cannot exit their home, because most of the services that provide transportation, you have to be able to walk on your own to the curb to wait for the cab or for the dollar ride or other transportation. Where if you're very frail, that's not going to happen unless somebody can help you out of your home to the curb for you to wait for the service, and then they drop you at the curb wherever you went, so nobody helps you inside of the store, the doctor's office, etc. This program will actually be testing a model where we will be hiring an attendant to be able to go inside the home, help the senior exit the home, enter the transportation vehicle, go to their destination, and if necessary, accompanying them, for example, inside of the doctor's office to make sure that they made it to the point they were trying to get. I can tell you in the past, one of the things that our care managers have done for clients that are experiencing physical and perhaps even cognitive impairment is they actually follow the cab or the dial ride, because they can't go inside of those transportation vehicles with the client, just to make sure they get to the point where they're going. That's an incredibly expensive way of transporting somebody. And so we knew in working with our providers that we needed to do something different. And so we began to really strategically look for opportunities to be able to do that. And finally, we identified the grant opportunity at the MTA and followed through on it. It took us almost 3 years to be able to create the successful grant to your approval. So we're very delighted. We're on our way to implementing it, and I think that when we report back to you, you'll be very proud of the work that that particular program will be doing to maintain people independently, and we're really going to be evaluating that. Our research center with UCLA, that's exactly what we supported them developing it, was so that we could evaluate these types of interventions, so that we can say to funders, we know it works and we can show you how it worked. So we're very pleased that we're sort of closing a major gap that we've had in the past, which is we can tell you something worked, but we can't really show it to you, demonstrate it just through a study or an evaluation.
Governor Jerry Brown, in trying to balance the state budget, held a press conference and announced various cuts that he had to make. Are any of them directly affecting the services you provide for our seniors?
Not directly in our funding base, but the governor is, the decisions of the governor and the legislature will be affecting senior programs. Most significantly, the elimination of adult day health care programs statewide. Those, again, are very physically compromised older adults that have these services during the day, so that it prevents them from being in nursing homes. We already have a committee of our providers and have joined hands with the county in trying to look at strategies to ensure that clients do not fall through the cracks in the system as these centers close. I think our experience in transitioning our own adult day programs will serve us well in being able to provide support to families when they reach out to us when these other centers begin to shut their doors.
Francis Stronks, who's one of our major players in Westchester, invited me to a Meals on Wheels day, and I went out and delivered the Meals on Wheels to the homes. My father did that until he was 85 years old, and then he wasn't in a position to do it. But what it also gives is the person who's bringing the meal to the home a relationship that for some of the folks who are homebound and live alone, it's really the only human contact they have. That's why whatever you can do to strengthen that program is obviously something that we all believe in.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for your leadership and for what you do. There's one just general question.
Yes.
Understanding that Aging worked closely with the mayor's office on the development of this proposed budget, are there any changes, concerns, and/or additional support that council could provide?
Not at this time. We actually have a great working relationship with our CAO. I was telling our CAO analyst, one of the best and brightest. And also we've had tremendous support from the mayor's office in really listening to our requests and our proposals, and really having the faith that we have the capacity to execute these successfully. So we're very pleased at the support that we've received and from council as well. We're looking forward to your support.
I really appreciate that. The Jewish Home for the Aging, we're It's just something that Stanley Black, who's been one of the major benefactors, as a whole lot of other people have over the years, they still have a waiting list.
Yes.
And it's difficult to get into that kind of housing. What would you say are the demands on that assisted living housing at this point, and what do we need to do as society to meet those demands?
You know, it's I think one of the emerging trends in our communities is that we need different types of housing for older adults who wish to live in those environments. Not every older person wants to live in congregate living situations. Many older adults want to live in their existing homes, but they need to have them modified in order for them to successfully manage their space. At the department, we have to consider the whole range, all the way from people who need and desire to be in congregate living to supporting older persons who want to stay and remain in their own homes. So our programs are aimed at all of that. If we had a request of council, it would be to support the Department of Housing continuing to fund Home Secure. I know that program has been challenged in terms of its funding, but they provide modification for the home for older adults, and we would appreciate any support that could be provided to the Department of Housing to maintain that program.
And I'd like to, my last point is there is a senior housing project for gays and lesbians primarily, but it's open for everybody. That there was an Advocate or Frontiers newspaper article questioning it. I went over there and met with the management team, and I'm planning to meet with the people who live there. But the issue is, just in life itself, that 19 people have passed on since they were there, and it's part of the reality of life and death. Have you taken any special interest in that particular location? And I'd like to hear your thoughts about it.
Actually, Triangle Square has been one of the items that I've been tracking for I don't even know how many years anymore, when it was a concept paper and discussion over dinner tables in the community with aging professionals. So we were all delighted when we actually could see a building with older adults living in it. This is apartment living for older adults who want to live in apartments in a congregate setting. Regrettably, incidents occur. I have been talking to Sheila Moore and the other staff over at Triangle Square to offer our support and assistance. One of the things I recommended to Sheila, and she has agreed, we actually will be moving forward with it. The Department of Aging provides subsidized emergency response systems. The button I fall and I can't get up. And one of the things that we shared with Triangle Square, that may be a very appropriate intervention to offer to independent living older adults, to say, would you like to have this added level of security? If they are low income, we could provide it, but if they're not, we can get them through our vendor, who has really have been wonderful, a deeply discounted rate, so that it would be an opportunity to educate these older adults that there are other ways of seeking assistance if they were to get into some kind of difficulty through a fall or something else that could happen to them while they're in their
And then I'd like to invite you to my next meeting when I meet with the tenants living there, because most of them are qualified for that, because that's why they're in that facility. They have to meet certain low-income means testing. And frankly, we all need to do that as we age, is an opportunity that if we find ourselves in a difficult moment, we could push a button on ourselves and frankly, get some immediate attention. So I look forward to you joining me at that next meeting and offering you that opportunity.
I'd be honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grit?
Yeah, I had a few questions regarding adult day health care, but I think they've all been asked and answered.
Thank you.
So I want to ask those. The only question I have, I'm not sure whether you deal with directly or not, or if you monitor it closely. This is mostly a county issue, but in-home supportive services I know are being cut dramatically at the state level. How closely have you followed that, and does LA do anything to deal with that, supplement it, coordinate it?
Yes. We've been following that very closely. We're very concerned about very low income, very frail older adult populations that seem to be at the end of many of the budget reductions at the state level, in-home supportive services being one of them. We've actually convened a task force of providers, the two area agencies on aging, my colleagues at the county and myself, and we've actually been meeting every other Friday through conference call to monitor the changes in terms of how that could impact our population populations at the local level. We're putting alerts to all of our providers to make sure that we're staying on top of it. We have the committee, one of the things we're looking at is how will we respond to the request from the public, from the seniors, who may actually lose hours of care, who may be starting to consider different levels of care placement. So all of those are things that we're currently evaluating, that we're discussing, and that we're preparing to respond to. And we're doing that in very close collaboration with the Department of Aging at the county. One of the things that we did about 2.5 years ago, we successfully partnered with the Department of Public Social Services, In-Home Supportive Services branch, Department of Community and Senior Services, and ourselves to develop a way of creating what we call warm transfers between our departments for the frail seniors so that we're not dropping them. One of the things that happens is if they call someone and you're very frail, what is the likelihood that you'll make 2 or 3 more phone calls trying to find the services that you need? And so our concern was that we were losing clients because we were making it so difficult just in the physicality of it, constantly dialing to get into it and waiting for somebody to respond to you. So we came up with an approach that says, among our information and support system staff at both area agencies and with public social services, we're actually warm transferring these clients. We're not saying, here's a number, call them. It's not what we do here, because our concern is that that client will never make it to in-home supportive services to be able to develop their application. One of the things that's happening in all fields, and it's for efficiencies, I understand it, but everybody's putting everything online. And while that's wonderful for all of us who use computers and are very technically savvy, if you're an average 85-year-old woman that doesn't have DSL in your house, doesn't have a computer, is arthritic and mild cognitively impaired, it's not likely that you're going to look for the forms to fill out for in-home supportive services. And that's kind of the challenge that we gave our colleagues at Public Social Services. We said, how would you serve that client? And they've actually, we've been running pilot studies to look at how we would improve our response to that type of a client. And as a result, we now have, I think, a very integrated approach. We've been meeting, our staffs have been meeting, and we are really looking at new ways of working together so that the clients get the services that they need. But we're very, very aware of the challenges that will be happening as a result of those budget reductions.
I think, first of all, that's a very intelligent approach, and the state at one point was for other similar services for the very, very low income that were on SSI, etc. They implemented a process where you had to reapply multiple times in the year with, I believe, the hope that these people weren't that together and they'd be able to drop off about 30% of their costs by letting the least competent just drop off. And without money, they'd be homeless, some would die in the streets, but that would save the money. Obviously not a very desirable approach. Now, I don't know what we do is we refer people to other programs. Presumably, we largely refer them to the next step in more expensive programs, which is part of the mistake in cutting in-home care to begin with.
It can be. One of the things that our bringing to scale evidence-based programs will do for city residents is that we will actually have very well tested programs for them to be referred to. In our work over the last 7 years, we've actually seen people who walked in with a cane or a walker and walked out without one. That is the power of these interventions. I recently had one of our providers say to me, she was talking to a client, she kept saying, I forgot something, and eventually she said, oh, I forgot my cane, I left it downstairs, I guess I don't need it anymore. She had been an active participant in one of our arthritis programs and had been very actively engaged in taking care of her own health. And as a result of the activities, the exercise, and the interventions she received there, she actually had become more independent of her assistive device. And that is the kind of outcomes that these programs provide. So we're actually very hopeful that through these advances in science and through implementing these programs in the community, we will make older people healthier at the end of the day. That is our experience to date, that we actually improve the functional capacity of older adults. And we've seen it, we believe it, we've tested it, and I think that this is the type of response we have to be able to provide. This is a very cost-effective way of providing services to older adults. A lot better than being in a nursing home.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't somehow have some of these people drop off, because if you cut some of these services and there's no intervention, I mean, people could literally die in their homes in some cases without any kind of care.
We're trying to develop the infrastructure, the protocols to make sure that doesn't occur. We're very proactively looking and discussing this with our colleagues at Public Social Services here in Los Angeles. The county actually has convened a series of meetings, and so we have all been at the table, and there's real commitment on everyone's part, at least what I've been able to gather, that Los Angeles is going to really treat this situation with a great deal of integrity in terms of the needs of this population, and to make sure that we're not dropping clients and that we're not creating really adverse situations for seniors. And so we're all kind of looking at how our services can support that and repositioning wherever we can and making those available.
Well, that's very encouraging to hear, and so we're able to fulfill these coordinating functions.
Yes.
Despite the fact that we've been struggling financially and cutting this department back along with everybody else, we're not finding that these things are being fouled up as a result. We're actually still making progress and fulfilling those functions.
We're making progress. We're trying to work more effectively, more efficiently. We're, these efficiencies, like with our evidence-based transition, we're going to be serving 3 to 5 times the number of clients we were serving with the previous model. That, to me, is where a decrease did not equal less. It actually positioned us to provide more services to more people and serve more cost-effectively the clients that we're responsible for. So we're trying all of those types of strategies with our colleagues at the county and with our providers. For the last about 4 years, we actually have had a working group to try to create a regional approach to aging services in this area, so that we are all communicating, we're all working together, we know what the emerging issues are, and we can respond to them very, very quickly. And that wasn't happening before, so part of the fiscal threat that we're all under is that it's made all of us work harder to make sure that we're aware of all of the threats as they're occurring and be able to have a response for them. So I'm very heartened by the response of our community partners to step up in very unique ways right now and to say, not in Los Angeles, it's going to be different here. One of the things that we've done, for example, is we now have a partnership with 156 public libraries across the entire county. They are actually becoming points of information dissemination for us. And that's because we were trying to think out of the box in terms of how do we reach the broad community in Los Angeles. Is very challenging. But a lot of folks go to libraries, and that's where they get information, so we figured we should put our information there as well. And so that partnership is on its way.
Well, that's very exciting to hear. I'm glad to hear it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next department will be disabilities, followed by Dunn. The thing is, I think that's a good idea. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Regina Houston Swain, Executive Director of the Department on Disability. With me is Tony Abraham, who is Budget Director, and of course he wears many other hats as well. As the Council is no doubt aware, the Department on Disability was faced with the prospect of elimination again this budget year. However, I applaud the decision of the Mayor's office and the CAO's office to keep the services of the department centralized and intact, and to retain the department status of DoD rather than to dismantle or consolidate these services. This would appear to be in the best interest of the disability community and the City of Los Angeles as a whole. As always, the support of the council is appreciated. The mayor's proposed budget provides $1.6 million, $600,000 of which are CDBG funds, to continue providing services to LA City residents with disabilities, including city employees with disabilities, and the provision of training and technical assistance to all city departments. Briefly, the department operates 4 divisions, which include the ADA Compliance Division, which will continue to assure the provision of required accommodations for city employees with disabilities and the public. This division will ensure that all city programs and services are accessible to people with disabilities. We also operate the Office of the AIDS Coordinator, the AIDS Policy Planning and Prevention Services. This division will continue to improve public safety by educating the public, supporting community-based organizations, and promoting HIV/AIDS testing. We also fund 15 community-based organizations that provide education and AIDS prevention services. The Computerized Information Center will continue to provide information regarding emergency food and shelter, provide case management services to people with disabilities and their families. Our Community Affairs Division is dedicated to providing educational outreach to the public, including hosting dignitaries from around the world who wish to replicate the department's programs and services. I feel confident that the department will be able to operate within this budget allocation. However, it's essential that we backfill a recently vacated senior accountant position. Also, when funds become available, the ADA compliance officer position should be backfilled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you on the dollar amounts on the Blue Book that identifies the number of positions, particularly in the prevention and testing for AIDS, but how much money is actually spent in the actual programming of prevention and AIDS testing? I see the number for the positions, but how much money do we actually spend on the testing and prevention?
For the testing, the total amount of that is spent strictly for testing. None of it is for salaries or G&A.
Okay, let me so make sure I'm reading this properly. On number 16 in the Blue Book, page 188, it shows AIDS coordination and support. There's $596,000. Is that? It appears that's for positions.
Right.
Okay. Where is the funding for the actual testing?
The actual testing itself is under the Community Development Block Grant.
Okay.
And that total amount is $1,041,041.
$1,041,000.
Right. So those are separate. The salaries itself is coming out of the general fund, but the AIDS prevention, AIDS policy, and the Computerized Information Center, all of that is coming from CDBG. And again, the amount for AIDS prevention, which is all the testing, the full amount is spent upon testing. That's the $1,041,941. And of course, that was just approved through the CON plan for 11-12, the 4th year action plan.
Okay, and what was the centralized computer program you mentioned?
Yeah, that's a 211-like service that we use in the city of LA. We work very, very closely with 211, the county, but if there are citizens in the city of Los Angeles that wish to get information on disability, any form of referral, we act as a one-stop center to put that information together. In fact, two of our employees who run that Computerized Information Center, they've been certified by the University of California as a return-to-work program, which is only a few in the country at this time. So they are quite familiar with both all federal, state programs when it comes to SSDI, SSI, Veterans Affairs, down the list now.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO on where's the CAO? Let me ask. I just want to get some clarity on your report on the merger of disabilities and the CDD, that it results in about just under a $400,000 savings, although the letter that we received from CDD disputes that. Have we reconciled that with CDD? And also, I think we've had one of these contests in a previous budget where CDD certainly is capable of handling the grant part of it, but it's the other parts of it that seem to fall through the cracks as we try to push things into, operational things into CDD as far as programming. So have we reconciled that at all with them?
Claudia Aguilar with the CAO's office. Claudia Aguilar with CAO's office. Initially, when we did the white papers, we still did not have the numbers from CDD for the overhead costs. The initial white paper had the department moving over to personnel, which did not require an overhead cost. So the number before the budget process was about $200,000 in savings, not the 400 we initially identified.
So it's 200. Okay. Now, when we say white paper, this is not in the budget. This is for consideration. Okay.
That's correct. That was one of the 50-some things, proposals that we submitted back with the mid-year financial status report.
Now, let me ask you, when we looked at it, what was the consideration of the recommendation to merge? Is it an efficiency that we get more out of it? Is it just saving money? Does it enhance the program?
It was viewed as both an efficiency and some cost savings proposal. So it was really both, two pieces.
And then when you did the white paper, did we get any input from the disabled community?
Did we pick up any? Very little. No.
I would ask as we move forward, because if you don't get it and your proposal, we'll get it in council chambers. So we prefer you get it during the proposal. And so if we can determine just in some discussion with the disabled community just what the impact would be.
All right. Just Tony Abraham again as the budget director. We did want to give a quick update on certain titles, and this is very brief, on the ADA as well as the Rehabilitation Act. On Title I, we're doing fine, working very closely with employment to ensure there's no discrimination. We're working with personnel on that. The concern has been with Title II and some of the others. Title II is dealing with local and state governments to ensure that we're in compliance and enforcing ADA. Of course, we're working closely due to lawsuits that have arisen recently through the city attorney's office and the Emergency Preparedness Department. However, we need to continue on with that. Also with the 911, reverse 911, that's going to be very important that we implement that, and as well as the curb cuts to ensure that people with disability have access on sidewalks. We are seeing lawsuits associated with that as well. When it comes to public accommodation, we're working with building and safety on that. And then finally on telecommunication, we have been seeking funding, but there's a requirement where we're in non-compliance at this time when it comes to TTY. We needed approximately $35,000 to ensure that public points of access had TTY service, and we looked at $35,000 but have not been able to put our finger in that, as well as the video phones for $75,000. We're looking to have video phones at 20 of the police substations, but it's a matter of putting our finger on funding for that as well.
Let me ask you, when you say compliance, what compliance with what legislation or what?
Oh, that's the ADA again, to ensure that the public has accessibility to government services. And since if you have a disability and you can't access public points of contact with the government, they have no contact. They have no access.
And you gave us a list. How many of those that
We're looking, at this point, we've been working closely with CD6 as well as the sales office about finding at least $35,000 for a updated software 250 license for what we see as public points of contact with the City of Los Angeles. That is all departments and some of the centers. So we thought if we can get 250 license, that would be sufficient to be in compliance. It's just a matter of finding that $35,000 that our executive director has been working on.
Let me ask you, on the other things that you listed, you aware that on the sidewalk issue, there's a settlement on a lawsuit that's going on?
Well, our executive director has a list of legal cases that has come up over the last few years or so, and our concern is that the cost has been so driven up with that as the department looks to implement ADA as well as the Rehabilitation Act, we're seeing the slew of lawsuits coming through.
And I'd just like to make the point that even though the CAO didn't present the proposal, the white paper to the community, our commission and the department as well did get the information out to the community regarding the proposed consolidation and elimination of the department, and we did get a lot of feedback from the community.
Okay, if you could work with the CAO as they create their plan that's going to come to council, get that input included into their review?
Certainly.
Okay. The other thing is, I'd like to ask for our deliberations that issues that are mandated by ADA and that are pending, if we've not met certain standards, that we have some idea or listing of those and maybe some potential costs before they become litigation. The $35,000, my assessment, is probably the least of the list that you just talked about.
Right, the other was a video phone for the police stations.
Yeah. But let's just have a list of what are standards that we're not complying with and what the cost might be to comply before litigation. Okay.
The other clarification we're getting, and perhaps I'm misreading this, but I understand that the CO's office had just released a report on Friday, more or less giving contractual authority for 4 of the federally sponsored programs to go forth, but not CDBG. At this point, we have the 8 prevention contracts with money, but we'll need, I think the CO's office was asking for clarification on how to proceed on the CDBG part.
Okay, I'm sure you'll work that out, and Mr. Bimbo is following you, so I'm sure between the 3 of you can work out what the pending contracts are. Mr. Smith?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know, when this idea of merging departments and consolidating came up a year ago, a lot of constituents were very upset because people with disabilities sometimes just feel they're not given the appreciation and support that they should be given, and they need a central place to go to. That there is this, there is that. And I know we talk in this budget sense of consolidation and efficiencies. I'd like your sensing about keeping the department intact, how we keep it intact, and how we give the constituent out there the comfort level that people with disabilities, which is an increasing number. In fact, as you age, you become a person with disabilities, and we know that ultimately if we live to be extremely old, 97% of us end up in a wheelchair as the last step before the final step. Many people don't want to get into a disability mode, and that's where people with walkers and other situations. Obviously, disability starts at birth, and in many cases, in some cases, and then obviously toward the end. So how do you feel you can keep the integrity of the department, the public service that you provide, and deal with the budget realities we have?
Well, I think it's very important that the City of LA maintain its contract with the people with disabilities that reside in the City of Los Angeles. And I think that the mayor and council are trying very hard to maintain this commitment. And it's important for people with disabilities to believe that their city government actually cares about what happens to them, and that there is, as you say, a central place where they can get the services that they need, especially in this time when federal and state resources are so limited. And I appreciate the fact that the mayor and council are attempting to keep that commitment, and we will work very hard to make sure that we do our part. My staff is very dedicated. We've lost a lot of people over the last few years, but the staff that remain are very dedicated to ensuring that we provide the best service possible to the people of Los Angeles.
Let me ask you this, in a creative way, thinking out of the box, public-private partnerships. There's a lot of private sector firms that obviously thrive over people with disabilities. They come up with incredible techniques or support systems or physical things that help a person with disability. Have we done any outreach to some of the private sector vendors and see where in certain cases it's a win-win for them to work with us and keep us funded and sustained?
Indeed, we certainly have done that kind of outreach over the years, and right now we face a challenge because so many of these private companies are facing economic problems as well. So they've reduced, some of their support of necessity, but we will continue to affect that outreach.
Okay, what I'd like is a report back that lists those private sector groups that we've been working with, that gives us a bigger picture of their involvement, and maybe some of us can come up with a strategy where it would be in their best interest for obvious reasons. Or let me even just switch it to a higher level of notions, is the philanthropic world, the not-for-profit foundations that are specifically geared to people with disability that are out there. Remember the Kennedy family with Special Olympics and all of those things, which is another major effort. So I'd like you to look at the foundation world as well as the private sector and see if we can come up with a city strategy that could engage them more productively with this, because as far as I'm concerned, people with disabilities should be as much a priority, frankly, and a number one priority, period, for any government in terms of its social contract with
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Critt. Mr. Kretz?
No.
You have any questions? He said. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go. How are you?
Okay. Before you get started, let me have two public comments. Mr. McQuiston, you have two cards. I'll give you 3 minutes on neighborhood councils.
Jim McQuiston. I want to say first, as far as the neighborhood council fund is concerned, I have no problem with cutting down the neighborhood councils. They probably can get by very easily on the reduced amount now because they do have most everything in place. I do note that the department is getting some outreach money that they didn't have before. One of the problems, though, in the current budget is that we're treating neighborhood councils as if they were city departments. They're independent groups. We can't really control how they operate, and yet we try to. We have told them that we have to approve their bylaws. Their bylaws have been changed numerous times because we keep changing how we want them to elect their people, and they protest this considerably. I don't see a lot of them down here speaking today, and I've noticed in the budgets, actually in the agendas, that even though we've put in a place for them to comment. We don't see any comments in the agendas noted, so it looks like I'm okay with cutting down the amount. However, the city council put the city clerk in charge of their elections, and they've had to write that into their bylaws, and now we're saying the city clerk this year is not going to get any money funded for elections. It puts them in another hole. They're going to have to rewrite their bylaws again. I'm not in favor of having the city clerk run their elections or tell the neighborhood councils what to do, because it's supposed to be the other way around. So these things, I think, are a budgetary problem that have to be worked out a little bit closer. So in the future, we don't keep coming up with these changes all the time, and so we can get neighborhood councils actually to do what the charter says they're supposed to be doing, namely to monitor the delivery of services by the government in their respective areas.
Thank you very much. Let me just for everybody's timing, what our intent today is to go through the agenda. Also, that will go straight through so that we can complete the calendar. But our intent is to have tomorrow off so the CAO can prepare the memos, and we come back on Wednesday with the memos. So that's why we want to get all of this done today. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Bongwan Kim, General Manager for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. And to remind the committee of the Neighborhood Council system, the charter purpose is to promote public participation in city governments and decision-making processes so that government is more responsive to local needs and requests, and so that more opportunities are created to build partnerships with government to address local needs. As you may recall, in the last fiscal year, the mayor proposed consolidation with CDD. The subsequent city council decision to maintain the department as a standalone, and you restored 18 permanent positions and 5 resolution authorities. Based on a CAO report that was produced for the council, make recommendations on what it would take to maintain the department as a standalone. As a result of that exercise, we are probably one of the few city departments have to actually conducted a zero-based budgeting exercise. We were asked to list all of the major services that we provide and what is the absolute essential minimum number of bodies that are needed to continue providing services to growing the system. And as you may also recall, the Council District 2 has conducted a series of town halls and has produced and will be producing a series of recommendations to improve the neighborhood council system, and which would also include recommendations on improving the department's focus, roles, and responsibilities. Just in brief, I'd like to review the department's response after being restored as a standalone department. We had to move pretty quickly, but we created a new management team. We established a helpline where 9 to 5 neighborhood council board members and stakeholders can call or email us with a 24-hour turnaround time. We also had systemic issues with 93 different sets of bylaws, which created governance headaches for neighborhood councils, but also was a big time waster for city staff who tried to resolve a lot of issues between groups that couldn't agree to disagree. We refocused on training and education. That is one of probably the most biggest proactive things that the city can do to keep groups from struggling and having governance challenges. We trained over 1,000 board members, and some of the substance of the trainings are how to conduct effective meetings, communication skills, how to use their public funds, and ethics training. I'm happy to report that over 70% of neighborhood council board members are now compliant with the state law. That was more than a 250% increase over the past 2 years. We revamped our department's website. With less staff, we have to rely on technology to get the information that neighborhood councils need. So our website has all the information on the funding program, also contains a number of training videos that cover the Brown Act and conflict of interest, and a number of other subject matters, how to conduct outreach. We also prepared a performance dashboard for our department to list all of the essential functions. This was based on a survey that we sent out to neighborhood councils. We received over 130 responses, and they said, these are the services that we most need from the department. And I'd be happy to share our performance dashboard with the committee and the city council. It outlines all of our major deliverables, the objectives, and the metrics by which we're going to hold ourselves accountable for providing quality services to our key constituents. And lastly, a program that you probably received a lot of complaints about in the past was the Neighborhood Council Funding Program. We reassigned all of the staff responsibilities in response to a lot of the problems that the program had been experiencing. We were able to decrease the demand warrant turnaround time to an average of 12 days. And unlike the Steve Lopez article that came out, it does not take us 6 months to process demand warrants. And in the case of the Westside Neighborhood Council, I followed up with that neighborhood council, and they never submitted a demand warrant. There are some other extenuating circumstances as to why they didn't do that, but I just wanted to put it on the record that there were some factual errors to that article. We created a mandatory budget template with uniform categories. We also had them code so that we can now track expenditures in a consistent way so that the council and the public can see where neighborhood council funds are going. We discontinued petty cash accounts due to lack of staffing and risk management issues. There's also the issue of neighborhood council elections that you will be taking up. I believe Council District 2 will be providing their recommendations, but my advice to the City Council would be to think about neighborhood council elections in the future being incorporating outreach, increasing participation in terms of people who vote, people who run for board seats, alongside conducting the actual elections. Neighborhood council elections are a little bit unique in that outreach is really one of the big opportunities to get people more aware of neighborhood councils. That was actually identified as a major priority need in our survey, but due to staffing limitations, we were unable to address that need. And part of the elections, I think, would also to be involve neighborhood councils in using some of their funding in a more systematic way around elections. So every 2 years, you can imagine if neighborhood councils are using some of their funds to do outreach on a regular basis, that we might get more bang for the buck in terms of increasing visibility with minimal cost, additional cost to the city. My request during this budget process, as you know, out of the 5 resolution authorities that the council approved to maintain the department as standalone, 3 remained vacant for the entire year. We've been able to make do with the staffing that we had to struggle through, just like other city departments, but our request here is to one additional resolution authority that would be an MA2, and what that staff position would be focused on is increasing the effectiveness of the funding program. We are expected to generate turnaround time on demand warrants. The purchase card, neighborhood councils are allowed to use those up to $2,500 per transaction. There are some risk management issues with using the purchase card, and those are all kinds of policies and procedures that we need an MA2 type of position to make sure that we're following through on our city's obligations. And lastly, we didn't get the accounting clerk to position as well, and in brief discussions with the CAO, the recommendation is to rely on a pool of temporary accountants that I believe the controller has authority to use. If we were allowed to tap into that, we could use some of our identified funds, which are unencumbered funds from prior years for training contracts, that this request does not result in any additional burden on the general fund, and that if we could get those 2 positions in place, that would help us tremendously to maintain the momentum that we've been able to achieve over this past 12 months on the funding program, as well as re-engineering a lot of the systems that allows us to keep supporting for the neighborhood council system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you give us some idea of where the department restructuring is? When you mentioned the positions that you were given, I thought they were only till June 30th, and that we're going to get a reorganization plan before we went into this next fiscal year.
I believe that Council District 2 was going to provide some recommendations. That was what I was included in my report, and based on those recommendations, it would define the roles and responsibilities for the department. But until then, we've been driving our department's functions based on the surveys that we issued.
Okay. Let me ask CEO, have we received anything from CD2?
No, we haven't. I think we could certainly have them come speak on this issue, but my understanding is that they're supporting the department as it currently exists at the current size that it is now.
All right, but are we going to get a response? Because I thought we approved it under certain conditions, and that we're going to get a report back and tell us whether those conditions were followed or whether they're recommending a different path.
I don't think they're recommending a different path. I think they're recommending the department as it is currently structured with the existing staffing levels that it has.
Okay. Then I think, if I remember correctly, the original recommendation was to dissolve the department. We then came back and said, okay, let's hold on to some positions. If we get a plan between now and June 30th to make a decision for next fiscal year. And if we don't have that plan, then it puts us in a bind to say, well, we kind of like what's going on. That was somewhat of a hybrid of saying just leave it as it is until you study it. And so I'm not comfortable at this time to say that that's the response that we thought we were going to get, because I know I only voted for the positions to June 30th with the agreement that a plan would come forward that would come back with a proposal that we could all agree on. And I didn't perceive it was just leave it as it is. So we can maybe have the department and CD2 or the committee address that. Because it's, I have a sense that others voted in the same thought, that we would get a plan that we could say this is the future of done.
We will certainly communicate that to the chair of the committee and report back.
And then let me ask the general manager on the issue of the elections. Is it your perception, in the sense of terminating elections for the next couple of years, that the elections should go back to neighborhood councils permanently, or the city clerk should have a remaining role?
We've participated at the request of neighborhood councils to conduct an elections task force, and they looked at all different kinds of options. They didn't come up with any conclusive recommendations, but again, I believe that Council District 2 is going to study this issue further and come back to council with recommendations. My recommendation would be that if we were to explore some possibilities with neighborhood councils, as I mentioned, that we would create some opportunities for neighborhood councils to conduct their own elections. By ordinance right now, neighborhood councils are allowed to conduct their own public selection process, which is not an election. An election is conducted with secret ballots and would be more of the traditional, but some neighborhood councils have used that option. What we could do is to work with neighborhood councils and the city clerk and CLA and city attorney to determine if we could have more neighborhood councils, for example, use a public selection process. Basically, it's a caucus selection method where everything's public and you get voters and you get candidates all in the room. And I think it would probably promote the spirit of grassroots participation as well. That's one option. We also looked into the possibility of e-voting. I think if we could allow some neighborhood councils to pilot that as a possibility, that could also be another less costly, more efficient way to conduct elections or selections going forward. But I think there are a number of options that are open. So what I would recommend is that we be allowed to use this next year as a study period where we could go and work with neighborhood councils and develop something that's going to be fair, open, and transparent, but also very cost-efficient. I think the city clerk elections that ran the last year was the cost is probably going to be cost-prohibitive until the city's fiscal crisis is over.
But let me ask you, on the process that you mentioned where the different neighborhood councils do their own elections, we still have, even after these years, neighborhood councils still trying to decide who their constituents are. And how do we get over that, excuse me, that hump to even get to a discussion of elections?
There's been some recommendations for neighborhood councils to conduct a pre-registration process in advance. For the public selection, we ran 4 public selection exercises for recently certified neighborhood councils, and they did general outreach, and there wasn't much controversy in terms of the factual basis stakeholders, so those ran pretty smoothly. What we'd have to do is make sure that we can codify the public selection process in such a way that it can stand up to a more contentious elections. But I would agree with you that in some neighborhood councils the voter turnout wasn't what it was and wasn't what it needed to be, but that if we could work with neighborhood councils to develop a more systematic outreach method in advance of an election or selection process, that we could increase the number of voters.
Yeah. But not only the number, but again, we still have neighborhood councils debating on whether you're a business person, you should be able to vote. If you are a resident or whatever, they haven't quite figured out what the interested party definition should be as far as you're either a member or a non-voting member of the neighborhood council. So that's the hump that I think, until we can resolve that, it makes it very difficult to even get to a discussion about voting.
I think that you may be talking about the factual basis stakeholder seat. That is the one issue that some neighborhood councils feel the city needs to clarify, but most neighborhood councils, their typical stakeholder seats will be homeowners, property owners, people who work in the community, and then the factual basis is this city council policy that was established that you could self-affirm you have an interest in that community and therefore you should be entitled to vote. Some neighborhood councils choose to have documentation for those voters. Some don't require any documentation.
But have all of them adopted those 4 or 5 criteria?
For the most part, the vast majority have those as standard categories, but the factual basis stakeholder has been expressed by some neighborhood councils that opens the door to takeover by special interests who can organize, and indeed in the past that has been done. But our solution to that fear would really be addressed at the neighborhood council bylaw level, where they could designate, and this was recommended by the city clerk in the last election, they could designate a minimum of 1 board seat or 10% of their total board seats for factual basis stakeholders and allow voters to vote for that seat. So I think, in effect, if you structurally immunize at the bylaws level, that it precludes special interests from takeover.
But I think the issue then comes back that you have to rely on the neighborhood councils to add that to their bylaws, because it can't be imposed.
Yes, except for the, I believe the city attorney did authorize the city clerk to put that into their election procedures, and indeed the vast majority of neighborhood councils did adopt that.
Okay. I would just like to see if you can give us some report back on how the standardization, because if we need to create a policy, then we need to be aware of that. Right. Because as long as people are debating on who are the stakeholders, you can't get beyond that. And so if it's going to be imposed upon them, then we need to know that also, as far as this, that we get the clarity of this interest-based position. If everybody shall adopt it, then we need to figure out if that's going to happen and where, so that it's always been, since from my background, there's always a handful of neighborhood councils that are off the reservation. And so therefore, things are going well, and all of a sudden you hear about a recall or this is going on, and they spend as much time debating on who their stakeholders are as they do creating and developing business as it relates to the community. So that's something I'd hope that we could get clarity from Dunn on how does that stakeholder issue get resolved once and for all, and if it's something that is standardized throughout all of the neighborhood councils and the new ones that come on board, then we've gotten over a major hump.
We could provide our own recommendations, but it would also be my recommendation to consider this in tandem with the neighborhood council elections, because that's really when the neighborhood councils decide who votes for what.
Whenever we consider it, I just think it needs to be in play so that there's a standardization and people understand it, because that seems to be who the constituents are has always been the downside of progress.
And in terms of the analysis on improving the elections themselves, I know the city clerk has offered to do the analysis and provide a recommendation on the mechanics of the election during this period that they're postponed, as well as I think she's indicated that she could do it at cost, at her own cost.
Yeah. And I'd hope that one of the recommendations as we move forward, that we return them back to the neighborhood councils and not absorb that significant cost, because I don't think we saw any additional people voting, even though we've set up a significant bureaucracy to ensure fairness and time and energy and the dollars, and we ended up with probably the same result had we left them in the neighborhood council. So I would hope as we resolve this over the next year or so, that we come up with a plan of understanding who the constituents are, what are the standardized categories, and then secondarily, that they are given back their elections so that they can follow those guidelines and save costs to the city. Let me ask another question is that, let me ask CAO on the restructuring, what is the timeline? Will that get to us before we get to council, or how do you think we're going to deal with that?
Mr. Chairman, the CD2 has, in the Policy Committee, the Education and Neighborhoods Committee, there have been a number of town hall meetings. I don't believe that there's going to be a formal report coming out of that committee before the budget is adopted, but my sense is that what's proposed in the budget is consistent with what's been discussed in the Policy Committee. We can certainly work with CD2 to get back to the committee or have them affirm what's in the budget as what it is that the Policy Committee is recommending.
Okay, I think I'd need that clarity, because otherwise it's just hanging saying leave it the way it is, and I don't think that's why we voted to recreate it.
I believe that, two things are happening. One is you're recommending postponing the elections, and the other is a change in the funding program. And if the funding program changes are adopted, then the resources required to support that particular activity are significantly less without the rollover. So that was part of the rationale for not coming forward with formal recommendations. But again, we will work with CD2 and come back with something.
Okay. And then let me ask you on the issue of no rollover, is the date that we approve the budget, is that the effective date of the no rollover?
It would be July 1st.
July 1st. And anything that's unencumbered would be
Anything that would be unencumbered would be used to offset the general fund contribution to the fund, and so we'd have to do a final reconciliation. Okay. But it would be swept.
Very good. Then let me ask my final question is that, and I realize they're independent, but one of the things, by the fact that the city is funding a funding source, I'd like to see what would be the legal issues of mandating that every neighborhood council is a CERT team in the city that addresses the issue of emergency management, and that as part of their funding that we require them to create, train, and fund that CERT operation so that we will have X number of CERT teams guaranteed, and they're fully aware of one of their requirements to receive the city money is to be a part of the emergency management of the city, and we certainly have to tie that into emergency management department.
We'll put the city attorney on.
Great.
The chart's covered most of it, but two quick questions. One, you had, I think it was 3 new neighborhood councils that were chartered in the last quarter or so of the year, and then right immediately they had to stop encumbering money and things like that. Are any of those having problems getting through this period now that you just got chartered and then you already stopped them from spending and stuff?
North Hills East is the only neighborhood council that was certified in September. That would be the only neighborhood council that I would recommend be excluded from any rollover, because it takes 3 or 4 months for them to go through the seating of their board, and by that time they really don't have a fair opportunity to have access to their funds.
And what about Westwood and Northridge
They were
South?
certified in the prior fiscal year, so they did have some time to seat their board and understand what the rules are to have access to their funds.
Okay. How much, what would be a cost factor to your budget on the North Hills East then?
That would be $45,000 based on...
That's for a full year? But have they put in a request in that you've stopped?
I'm sorry?
Have they put in a request in that you've stopped, not the full... They shouldn't need a full $45,000 for a quarter.
Correct, and they're allocated proportionate to when they came into the system, so they're not given a full year. They're given that quarterly allocation. And I believe we issued a demand warrant blackout on April 15th for all neighborhood councils to allow our minimal accounting staff to do year-end closing and then startup. They weren't exempted from that. You bring up a good point, Councilman, that they probably should be exempt from that demand warrant exclusion.
But the real cost factor is less than half a year, so
Yes.
it's probably maybe talking just a few $1,000s. Can you do that, or is it...
I can do that.
Okay, so I'll just suggest that. And some of my staff looked at it and said, we know they're out there, and maybe that's a problem.
Correct.
And then the other one on the accounting side, have CAO, have you looked at the needs for their accounting department, which seems to be non-existent?
Right, and that's why I sidebarred and discussed the use of the controller's accounting registry that she's established as a way of supplementing the accounting function within the department. At this time, that would probably be the most cost-effective way of addressing it. As was noted earlier, if the rollover policy gets adjusted, then the ongoing need for accounting will be significantly reduced. So they have the immediate need that we believe could be addressed through the controller's registry, and then after that, we could take a look at see what it's needed or if that would suffice from here on forward.
I would hope that we look at it in the context of, one or so positions. Price saves us a lot of money, because an ongoing problem with neighborhood council has been kind of fraud and abuse of their funds.
Right.
And if you don't have an accountant someone watching this stuff, it's going to get worse rather than better. So I would strongly support that position for the health of the department, if nothing else, for the health of the budget. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, yeah, just a couple of 3 questions, first of all. Good afternoon. This afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In reference to the proposal to suspend the council policy that allows neighborhood councils to roll over unspent funds, how can the neighborhood council clarify their funds and how they're allocated? Historically, an action by the neighborhood board would allow the neighborhood council to pool funds for specific projects. Would the neighborhood council simply need to ensure that those funds are allocated via board action, or will Dunn need invoices? The issue is this. I have 6 neighborhood councils certified with the city. And frankly, when you're talking about elections, in Venice, 1,100 people voted. And that's probably number 1 in the city, is it? Would you say?
Probably in the last round, I believe so.
Yeah. And then Westchester and Mar Vista and Venice and Palms and West LA, they're the 6 of them. In Mar Vista, which is my community that I physically live in, had like 500 people voting, and Westchester had like almost 500 people voting. So there's a really robust engagement in our community, and I just want to say that up front, and I'm very proud of my neighborhood councils. We have 2 that aren't affiliated, Brentwood and the Palisades. Palisades historically was the first neighborhood council in the region 36, 37 years ago, and they're not affiliated with the city, but when I walk into their room, I know they got the the representation of a cross-section of the community, because it's a little bit like Switzerland with hamlets and different areas, and you feel that sense of community. Brentwood keeps going through processes and changes. Some people are in today, others are out today, but there's a growing desire to have more participation and frankly, to make it a lot more grassrootsy. The Palisades sends a mail piece to everybody. And so everybody gets a real chance to get into it. I just give that as a backdrop. But neighborhood councils have been coming up to me. I go every Sunday to the Mar Vista Farmers Market. I have constituent hours. They come from all over the district. And one of their number one concerns lately is unspent money that they need to spend and are putting together various projects. Do we know how much unspent money there is, and what procedures do you have in place where people had already been planning to spend it, but they don't have an invoice because they haven't spent it? Explain that a little bit for clarity, especially for my councils that have asked me that question.
Sure, and I've been hearing the same concern from neighborhood councils citywide, so it's not something that I haven't answered before. But, and Councilman Rosendahl, you are blessed with very many neighborhood councils that are just doing exemplary work, so I understand your support for them is
well,
also
the key, in my opinion, for any elected officials is it's a grassroots form of democracy. I have nothing to do with putting these people in place, but I respect the fact that people volunteer their time and energy, and I walk into the rooms, they're not getting paid a dime for this, and they really love their communities, and the more I embrace them, the more I empower them, obviously the more they realize that the government respects them and connects with them, and therefore they become more focused on the issues that only they can do because they live every day on those different blocks and streets.
Correct.
So thank you for that.
Getting back to your question, currently neighborhood councils, the only way that they could encumber funds is to submit a completed demand warrant into the department. As I had mentioned earlier, we set a deadline of April 15th as a demand warrant blackout. All those demand warrants will be honored by the city, whether we pay them this fiscal year or not. If we're not able, because of our staff shortage, to cut those checks this fiscal year, we'll pay them in the next fiscal year. Some neighborhood councils think that they can encumber funds by taking a board action to commit those funds, but there isn't any city policy that allows them to do that. They have roughly 9 months within which to decide which funds, which projects they want to support, complete a demand warrant, which we've simplified the demand warrant form. I've completed demand warrants myself due to this April 15th deadline. We received over 300 demand warrants in response to the deadline. I think some have heard that funds may be taken back to the city. In looking through the demand warrants, what I found was 40% of those demand warrants were not filled out adequately, despite us having a handbook that pretty clearly explains that in order to use public funds, you can't just submit a receipt along with a demand warrant. You have to have subsequent attachment information. For example, if it's a receipt if it's a board reimbursement for an event, you have to include a copy of the flyer. Otherwise, the controller, when they conduct an audit, are going to use that to disallow the expenses. And so we need to be sure that neighborhood councils are at least completing the proper documentation. They can also use their purchase cards. Each neighborhood council has one purchase card, and they could use up to $2,500 per transaction. So that is another way which they could use funds past the April 15th deadline.
Okay. Could you give me a report back, especially on my 6 neighborhood councils? I need the clarity to discuss it with them more thoroughly. They're very sincere in their commitments to community, and I just want to make sure that if they did not follow the rules properly, if there's an opportunity or window for them to get their act together, if in fact that needs, because their sincerity is overwhelming to me in terms of what they do for the community. I know we've talked about the elections and election cycles and this and that. You have $120,000, and I'm just wondering if that money could be spent in the coordinated effort of, as a way of getting this working group, or the city clerk done, and the neighborhood council representatives could focus on how we enhance our neighborhood council elections and possibly mesh them into city elections for 2013. I mean, I frankly would like to turn our elections into the even years, and I always get the real story that we have to get our equipment in shape, and the county has to get its equipment in shape, and we just can't do it. Okay. I really wish we could, because people don't vote in these off years. It's a disaster. The democracy is not with the kind of intensity that it is on the even years. But saying that, if we can tie in the neighborhood council elections to the other city elections in the years 2013 and 17 or 15, whenever that is, then it becomes a more meaningful opportunity. They can vote in their neighborhood council sensibilities, and they can also vote for whatever citywide or school board or other issues that are on the ballot. So where are we, again, and I know my colleagues talked about it, on a timetable to figure this out?
I concur with the use of that designated funds, the $120,000, that I believe the intent of that was to give some wiggle room to the department for this kind of year's study period to really figure out, in partnership with the neighborhood councils, what kind of election system can we design that doesn't change every year or every other year. Because part of the evolution of the neighborhood council system has resulted in the election system changing every 2 years, and I think that has caused a lot of confusion for neighborhood councils. So my recommendation would be to use this year and to staff it adequately and really come up with a series of choices for neighborhood councils, whether they want to run their own elections or whether we want to try to pilot some e-voting, which I think has a lot of potential. We're not under the same restrictions and laws that the city clerk are subject to, because there's a lot more complicated because they're tied into municipal elections. Sure. I think we have an opportunity to really use the power of the internet to get more visibility for the neighborhood councils. So that would be one thing that I would be anxious to explore, but that in terms of holding neighborhood council elections concurrent with the municipal elections, I believe the city clerk has their own position on that. But one thing that you should keep in mind is that the voting base for municipal elections versus neighborhood councils are very different. The neighborhood council system is designed to be as open as possible, so basically as many people, you don't have to be a registered voter, you don't have to be a citizen to vote in neighborhood council elections. So that would be one systemic challenge to conducting neighborhood council elections in conjunction with municipal elections. But I would concur with your call for trying to use neighborhood councils as an additional vehicle for people to care about city government, because we have a lot of apathy and cynicism out there, but I believe that so many neighborhood councils are really starting to reach out in ways that is hard for city government to do, that they're really making a presence at the neighborhood level, and that more people are likely to vote, say, for a neighborhood council board member who's their neighbor, and they could identify with them, as opposed to big city government, which is often intimidating to many people.
And that's so true. And there's even sort of, controversy or conflict among some of my neighbors' councils of what's best. Some really want the city to continue to hold the elections. And some of it has to do with, backroom politics of various individuals and various groups, while others, of course, want the neighborhood council to assume that role, which, from a financial standpoint, sometimes can be more efficient use and can be done. But we have to find the right balance that gives people the most credible feeling about their neighborhood councils. And each one is different. I can tell you in my own district, and I smile because, when people come to me, like somebody did yesterday at the farmer's market and complained about the leadership of their particular neighborhood council, I said two things. I don't get involved in neighborhood councils and how they determine who's on the board. That is your job. And I accept whatever is in front of me as a neighborhood council. So I'm not going to play politics at that level. It would be totally inappropriate for me. And so then I encourage that person to do more grassroots outreaching so that the numbers would pick up and the participation would pick up and the awareness would pick up. But sometimes they look to the elected to provide the kind of leadership which I don't think is appropriate for us, because they can hold me accountable too, which is also something I welcome, for them to say if I'm doing a good job or a bad job, or they have ideas that I think I should know that I don't know, which is great for me, because the more I know what my folks are thinking about, hopefully the more effective I can be as a leader. But that's an ongoing discussion that we have in the 11th District based on the kinds of participation and those people who participate. But it's a fine line to play that.
They come to me with the very same concerns, and I make sure that they are very clear that neighborhood councils, the principle of neighborhood councils is self-governance, that neighborhoods and communities are really the ones who decide who their representatives are, and the city, by law, has some distance to that kind of decision.
That's right. Now, the funding for 2000 budget that the mayor has put out gives the neighborhood councils, is it 40,000? Is that what we're doing?
I believe it's 40,500 is the recommended funding amount.
Okay, and I might add just again that I had a joint meeting with a whole bunch of different neighborhood councils, and they were very strong on wanting that amount, so they should be very happy that the mayor and CAO and CLA and everybody appreciated their energy, because this is truly for them, respect for them, and obviously it shows our support that they are part of the democracy. So I'm very happy we're not going to have a mob scene of neighborhood council people screaming about that factor, and I appreciate you providing that leadership that you did on that.
Thank you, Councilman. And I have expressed the same to a lot of neighborhood councils, that if they saw what was going on with many other city departments, that this is recognition of the city's support for neighborhood councils, that they're getting such a modest reduction.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Britt?
Yeah, a couple of things. One that was mentioned already, but just wanted to amplify on it, which is the elections and who are stakeholders. Not just in terms of who gets to be representatives, but who gets to vote in some of these elections. I know of one where there were outside special interests that tried to take over a neighborhood council, and with a loose definition of interest, meaning anybody really could come and vote. They brought in people from outside the area with no real connection or interest, and people in the area then brought in their friends who also had no real interest and connection. And basically you could say, okay, I bought a Starbucks in this area, so I've been involved in the business community and economic development.
The Starbucks voter is infamous in the neighborhood council system.
Yeah, I think we need to tighten it up a little more somehow. I think to some degree we need to leave it to each neighborhood council, but I think that goes a little bit too far. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. And so I hope we can do that in the process.
Yes.
The other thing I'm concerned about is removing rollover funds. I know these are hard economic times, but I think we sort of punish the neighborhood councils that recognize that and try to be frugal and try to not spend all of their money fully in recognizing the situation that we're in. But in some cases also, neighborhood councils have been saving up for a comprehensive project, and it's not necessarily worse than the ones that have been spending their money on an annual basis. In fact, it may be better for their community, and they just pull the rug out from under them by sweeping all that money. So I, for one, don't see the fairness in that. I don't see the justification for it. I could see us asking the individual neighborhood councils, if you don't have a project, can you fork over some of this money, and taking some of that on a more voluntary basis. But the ones that have actually been saving up for a project and are ready to implement it, instead sweeping all of that money, I'm not for that, and I'm not going to vote for that as part of this budget process.
You bring up a good point. The history of the rollover policy for neighborhood councils are that as you know, no city department other than elected officials are allowed to roll over funds from one year to another. So the neighborhood council funding program was constructed more in that vein, because they needed to have as much flexibility to be responsive to the needs of their local constituents. One impact of eliminating the rollover would be to do just as you suggest, Councilman, that physical infrastructure projects are multi-year projects. things like median improvements or, and with the city's fiscal constraints and reduction of staff, the city slows down, especially on those big infrastructure projects. And I know some council offices have partnered with their neighborhood councils to do some physical infrastructure improvements. So unless this council created a special category for that to be allowed to roll over, that would be the only way that I think would accommodate that specific purpose.
I have that specific situation in my district where in fact a neighborhood council has been saving up to do infrastructure, and in fact they were intending to hire the city to do that. So we're cutting funds to the city to make improvements. I mean, it just seems like we're chasing our tail in this circumstance.
Delilah Puche, CAO. I just want to add that the department does have a process that allows neighborhood councils to encumber funds, and it's quite simple. Neighborhood councils have to submit an invoice, paperwork, something to show what the money is used for, and the department will assist them in encumbering the funds so they do not get swept under this suspension of the policy. So if neighborhood councils do have a plan, the department will work with them in encumbering the funds.
Is it too late for them to do that at this stage?
I'm not sure. I have to defer.
Since we established the April 15th deadline, it would be too late.
Not a whole lot of help, because I doubt we communicated that adequately to these neighborhood councils. I think that would be a surprise to them that they had this avenue.
I believe the department has always had that ability. They have always assisted neighborhood councils in encumbering funds, so it's not something new. They've always helped them with that.
Well, we haven't encumbered funds for large projects in quite the way that's being suggested, because there was an allowance for rollover. We typically suggested that they hold those funds on the side, not included as part of their, or included and designated in their budget. But with a demand warrant, you basically have to have a vendor saying this is the cost of the project and this is when it's going to be completed by, because the controller holds us to certain guidelines in terms of what we can approve as a demand warrant. So the idea of holding a large project aside and encumbering, we really haven't done that for large projects in the past because of controller policies on what we're allowed to approve as demand warrants.
But people have been allowed to roll over their funds.
Yes, they have. So, and that's how they've been able to fund the larger projects.
So without spending a lot of effort in outreaching to neighborhood councils to let them know that this would be happening, this I think came as somewhat of a surprise to many of them.
We gave them about 7 weeks advance notice that we would be issuing a blackout on April 15th for demand warrants, but also followed up with that by saying that you could use your purchase cards for transactions up until June 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask the CAO and the CLA to work with the controller if there's an issue about the warrants and basically designating them for larger projects that will resolve whatever that policy is that she's imposed, so that they have the ability to encumber, and that we does not negatively impact the recommendation that we eliminate the rollover.
We will do that. Okay. Mr. Chairman, we've been advised by the Controller's Office that if the department... Mr. Chairman, we had been previously advised by the Controller's Office if the department identifies funds and encumbers them as part of their accounting documents, they can be encumbered and tied to the specific neighborhood council accounts and encumbered in the true city sense of the process. However, that needs to come from the department, and so there's the issue, is that they need to work with the Controller's Office, but there is staff in the Controller's Office that can help them with this.
If we can clarify that so that we can move forward on the non-rollover, but allow them to encumber whatever that process might be, I think it will solve it.
We'll follow up with the Controller's Office.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll move on to CDD, then CRA, and then housing.
you doing, Miguel? Ready?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Richard Benbow, General Manager of Community Development Department. I'm joined by Mr. Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager, Zeta Davis, and Mark Hoffman from my staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the department's proposed budget. CDD is a predominantly grant-funded department financed with federal program dollars intended to benefit low and moderate-income residents through social services, workforce, and community development soft infrastructure program delivery. For 2011-2012, CDD has requested $26.6 million, or 14% of all grant resources managed by the department's salaries and non-labor expenses to support related to authorization of 306 regular and resolution employment authorities. The department again projects full cost recovery and contribution to the city's general fund in the amount of $8.9 million, or 40% of labor expenditures. As you may be acutely familiar, given the city's difficult financial circumstances, the federal budget is facing similar challenges to balance expenditures and address a growing budget deficit. In part, to stabilize the federal budget, reductions were adopted in major program areas for the first time in many years. As a result, CDD will seek reductions across all major grant sources to the department, including Community Services Block Grant will be down by 5.9%. Workforce Investment Act revenues will be decreased by 6.5%. Community Development Block Grant suffers the greatest reduction at 16.45%. Notwithstanding, the CDD does not anticipate adverse impact to its operations as a result of these reductions. The Community Services Block Grant change is negligible, and both this and the WIA change is offset by carry-forward savings. Grant program regulations provide the flexibility to this end, and the CDD has worked with grantors to ensure approval of the city's request to extend grant deadlines to allow for full expenditure of grant funds. The CDBG funds, although CDD is the grant administrator, the grant is apportioned to many city departments. Based on the CDBG action plan approved by council last month, CDD's share of the grant for staff costs is $11.2 million, or only approximately 12% of the annual CDBG receipts. This CDD actual costs do exceed this allocation, but in the current fiscal climate, CDD, like other departments, must take a lesser allocation. Indeed, this allocation is less than the immediate past program year at a rate of 16%, comparable with the federal program reduction. Thus, CDD does not anticipate additional reductions to its administrative or program allocations. There is one nuance to the program, and I'll defer to Mr. Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager for Operations, to talk about it, and that is our Summer Youth Employment Program. With this budget, CDD will accept functional transfer of ITA staff for continued modification of our online reporting system for contractors. We'll also request unfreeze of critical positions, including budget director, CDBG program director, program manager for interdepartmental CDBG data collections, project assistant, chief auditor, contracts unit manager, and others. Over the last several years, the city has managed its workforce and reduced staff by 40%, and despite decreased grants from the federal government and a lesser share of administrative funding from the Community Development Block Grant Program based on city actions, the department has provided full cost recovery to the general fund for grant-funded programs. Thus, CDD all too well understands the city's need to manage the size of the city workforce. However, there are special circumstances for CDD in that it is a special funded department that through hiring generate revenue for the city. Moreover, the department manages grants where revenue is based on funding cycles. The ability to hire in a timely manner can jeopardize grant receipts to the city. CDD therefore requests a change in how the managed hiring committee concept is applied to the department. We will continue to self-police and will maintain a 3 to 4% vacancy rate on which our budget is predicated. Therefore, we request a waiver from committee review, not only so the department can meet its program delivery services demands, increased efficiencies, and capacity for transferring staff from the general fund at risk of layoff, and also to continue subsidies to the general fund. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me, first of all, thank your department for following the request of this committee to get your budget done in advance of this budget, and so I think it was approved during the month of March. But let me just start off with a couple of questions and give us insight as to the final budget that you've submitted. I understand there may be a potential of it being reduced farther than what the original dollar amount. Do we have any firm word on that at this time?
You mean the comp plan?
Comp plan.
Yeah, the comp plan will be heard Friday at council.
Okay, but we heard some rumors that it may be cut from Washington beyond what we have now.
Well, it was cut by 16%, but we think that we have already accomplished that cut in the budget that we have submitted.
Okay, are you contemplating any additional cuts?
No.
Okay, then the information we've gotten, at least through our financial sources, that could be pending, and I'm just wondering if you've begun to look at that as a potential.
Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager. We have received our interim allocations from CDBG that reflected the 16% cut already. We will have and do have recommendations that we sent back to the CLA and CAO's office with proposed reductions that are primarily on the project side. We do have an over allocation that was passed out to council previously. So there is going to be some, and a necessary cut over all of the CDBG con plan, not necessarily to the department.
Okay, let me ask you on that statement.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify something. The CAO and CLA have been asked to report back on those additional reductions. That's not what's going to be before the council this Friday. I believe what's before the council on Friday are the non-CDBG contracts and extending those. So that's going to be what you'll be seeing in a couple of days.
One of the things two things I want to make sure is that even with the 16% cut, if we get additional cuts, that number one, we have no impact on the general fund, and secondly, we want to make sure that when we do make cuts, that it's not within the programming as it relates to we have more people to do less programs. We need to make sure that there's a balance in those cuts to where the personnel cost and the program costs, because what we don't want to end up with is that we have enough money for personnel but not enough for the program that the communities looking for us to respond to. So those balances have to be in position. We hope that it remains at a 16% cut. If it goes more, it's going to be even more difficult. But again, those are the two guidelines that I want to make sure we stay out of the general fund and we make sure that programming is at the maximum we can afford and not lose programming for positions. So if we can make sure we look at those two.
Yes. We will.
Okay. Then let me ask you another thing is that I know a lot of pressure has been put on you and your budget dealing with the CRA and the operational agreements and things of that nature. And I just want to make sure that as we move forward on those operation agreements, and at some point, the CRA will come up today and give us an update as to how the state budget will impact CRA and whether there's still that effort to dissolve it. But I just want to make sure that the policies that have been in place in CRA, such as the funding mechanisms throughout their office, that we not view the operation agreements as an opportunity to reprogram money that particularly South LA region has depended on for a long time to operate, that we not reprogram and find that the South LA CRA region can't function. So we need to make sure that the operation agreements include specifically the ongoing CRA policies that they have used for the variety of funding. As you know, in dealing with your prior experience in CRA, certain parts of the city do not create the kind of funding to do development, and they can't survive unless the central fund funds their administration to some degree. And if without that fund, you will end up with no tax increment and no office. And so we do need to make sure that reprogramming doesn't become the primary effort and we ignore what's been the long-term policy of the office, and so that we can ensure that as we're working through these operational agreements, that there's going to be as much effort to keep CRA funds and activities ongoing in that process. And so that's one thing that sometimes we have to get very parochial when we sit here, although we're looking at the citywide budget. But let me go around questions, and I'll come back with some additional. Mr. Smith.
I think you pretty well covered it all, and also in your presentation. One thing I asked the CAO, the issue of managed hiring has come up in almost every conversation, some by us, some by the Department of General Managers. We've asked for a report back on what they have. Would you make sure that that report back gets circulated to all general managers so that they can also look at it to see if they concur with where you say it is? I think it's important because we're hearing conflicting stories on all this stuff.
Well, this is a good example. We approved 17 positions so far in this fiscal year. I have the list here. And in part, I think because of the funding situation being in flux at the federal level, I think that's part of the reason. And going back to the point that Mr. Parks was raising, ensuring that any reductions that are done are equally spread among the programmatic as well as on the staffing side. And so I don't personally sit in the committee, but I know in talking to my staff, that was one of the concerns, and if not all the positions have been approved, that's probably the reason why.
Yeah, I think that's what that committee's supposed to do. But then general managers have a different point of view on some of these things, such as if you cut this position out, we lose the ability to get certain other grants. There are grant-funded positions. They're going to be in this year's budget. They're not being cut. Those kind of conversations aren't, I don't think, being had, at least that's what I'm hearing. So I think we need to be obviously it was a year of very great fluctuation in grant funding on all levels. So that it is appropriate to be watching it closely, but also there's some things you just know instinctively that are not going to be a problem, such as audit positions, for one. That's got to be done. So I think we have to be very careful, but at the same time, there are functions that got to go on, and that's the kind of stuff we got to make sure gets done. So I just want to make sure that you circulate it so general managers, not just this one, but all of them have complained, see it and concur. And we'll have the larger policy discussion on what we're going to do in the future as far as what the council intends policy-wise getting done versus what the managed hiring committee wants to get done. It's a conflict. So,
And Councilman, we're not complaining, we're commenting.
yeah, don't listen. You're not the first one who brought this up. It's been 3 days, 4 days.
First one to comment.
It's been a constant conversation around here.
A lot of comments.
But very good, Richard.
But that was a lot smarter than some of the general managers, by the way. All right, that was the only thing. The other things Mr. Parks already brought up, so I'm good.
Mr. Weezer?
issue I wanted to raise was the issue of timing. Make sure that the CAO report's going to include a response to that as well. Generally speaking, this coming fiscal year compared to this year, how are we doing on summer youth jobs?
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Steins explain to you what we're facing with summer youth jobs.
So one word, terrible. Over the last 3 years, we were able to get direct federal dollars, and that was a long-standing history of the city. It's been one of the national leaders in summer youth programming. When the federal government stopped funding summer youth about 10 years ago, the city stepped up and put in anywhere from $2 million to $4 million in general fund dollars for summer youth. 3 years ago, we were able to receive federal dollars, and then through ARA and through TANF dollars, we were able to receive money. So that's about 9,000 subsidized young people. This year in the budget, we have $450,000 versus the $4 million that we had a few years ago, and we have zero in federal dollars that are direct for summer youth. We will continue to work our private sector. We have a very strategic plan with our Chamber of Commerce. Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce leads that effort for us to ask private employers to step up during the summer. Folks like Wells Fargo have hired anywhere from 10 to 20, specifically city residents, to work in their company. But that will yields us generally about 1,100 to 1,200 young people on the private side, and that's very low cost to us. This year, we're even stepping it up, and given the economy, we're anticipating about 1,600 to 1,800. So we're going to be about 9,000 less kids served this year than we were in the last 3 years.
And what's your future plans? You mentioned working more with the private sector. Anything else that...
Yeah, we will be convening in the next week and a half all of our major partners from LA Unified, who has been a big partner that's hired out of their special funds about $3,000 a year, and see if they're able to do more. We would work with our community college system, which we have a great partnership as well, United Way and our community-based community, and to actually drum up more of the investment. We have not given up the good fight in Washington, although the tenor has just been terrible on all domestic funding. Right now, we have a whole delegation of Access DC folks from the chamber and elected offices that summer youth is one of the top priority issues being carried there. We are searching in other grant programs where we could eke out more dedicated dollars for summer youth. So we're fully committed of making the program happen, and we'll work all the way through July 1 to deliver as many kids as possible.
And so we are 9,000 less employment for youth this coming summer than we were last year.
Right.
This year that we're in.
And as you know, this year LA Unified is off the year-round schedule, so there is no overlap in terms of the summer school, so this will be more kids on the street. Secondly, most of the summer school programming for LA Unified is gone. Thirdly, the community college summer school sessions and many of their special programs are gone. So uniquely this year, we probably have more young people on the streets than we had in the past decade at the time that we are going to serve, or have the resources for 9,000 less. We are going to be meeting with each of your offices individually and being able to see if there's any special funds or special accounts that you have to dedicate to your particular geographic area that we could help manage and help put together. We are collecting all of the waiting list right now, so within 2 to 3 weeks we'll have the numbers of young people. Young people start coming to our offices about April. They'll start coming to your offices as well around April and looking for the summer job employment.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting summer, given all that's going out. LAUSD not providing summer school. A lot more of its schools going to traditional calendar, meaning that students will be off for the summer. And also, we're not providing 9,000 more jobs than we were last summer. It's just concerning that this is all happening at one time. Now, the ARA funding for our summer youth programs, that ran out?
Yes.
Were those flexible dollars that we decided to use differently, or were the federal regulations, or the money just wasn't available anymore?
No, the money ends this June 30th. So we were the first city in the country to actually use our money for summer youth employment. We started May 1st, 2010. We ran the program at 100% capacity. I think I probably overexpended on that. Last year, we were able to, working in partnership with the LA County, we were able to use our TANF dollars, but that money ended September 30th of 2010. So there is no more ARA dollars on the workforce side of the world or the CSBG side of the world, which we used in the past.
And any other sources you could use? I mean, I know you probably worked hard, looked everywhere.
We're looking under, like you all here, under every rock and account to do it. I think this year we're going to just use every effort possible and every dollar to direct it to the summer program that we have.
Okay, and I guess on the CDBG, where there's a committee hearing coming up later this week, you said, to get a sense of the federal cuts and how you will divvy that up?
That one hasn't been scheduled. The meeting that's coming on Friday is going to be dealing predominantly with the housing contracts and control instructions. There will be a specific meeting that will come, I will take it in the next couple of weeks.
On CDBG?
On CDBG. Yes.
And so we know we're going to get a percentage cut from the federal government on that. We just haven't figured out how that cut will be divided up here.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I know what you're going to ask.
We all have to be positive, everything we do. First of all, just a little bit on the Summer Lights program and your relationship to that. Look, to me, and you know, I can carry this cup and have for the 6 years I've been in this government as a symbol of jobs. And I got this 20 years ago when Greg Boyle used to come on my show, but it always reminds me that a job is a great opportunity for a young person. We're all pretty upset. Larry Frank has shared with me where we once were and where we are today. It's a sad story. So, first of all, jobs we need, and at the second time we need the Summer Lights program, okay? In my district, Oakwood, which has a beautiful park there, is a location that should have one of the night programs, and also Mar Vista Gardens, which is another one. I was able, fortunately, thank God to Quimby funds, to put lights up there so the soccer teams can play at night, you know, and also to put in a kid park, which was also great at the Mar Vista Gardens. I just want to know the relationship between jobs and Summer Lights program, and if there's anything we can do in the 11th District at this point.
Well, first of all, we have a great working relationship with GRID, and I believe in the comp plan there is increased funding for expanded summer night lights for the summer.
Can we take a hard look at the two potentials I'd like in my district, which are Mar Vista Gardens?
Sure.
And also the Oakwood Park?
We'd be pleased to do that. Okay. We'd be pleased to do that.
All right, the second thing is the Vera Davis Center.
Yes.
And I knew that's what you were referring to.
I thought you were going to make that first.
I wanted to come on that second. The reason I brought the other two up, because that's the summer, we're getting to the summer, and frankly, if I have kids out at night doing physical things and having a good time, they're not on the streets. They're doing something productive. That's why I'm a big champion of it. But the Vera Davis Center has been a tremendous connecting point for a lot of groups within Venice for many years. When we heard that you might not have the funding, the Cultural Affairs Group took an interest in it, and there is an RFP process that they're going through. But we're looking at a calendar year through that process and the partnerships that need to be created and the public-private partnership and all that kind of thing. So first, I'd like you to be able to hold on to that facility through the next fiscal year as the RFP is going through a process that then could bring in a public-private partnership. Can we do that?
Well, as you know, we are committed to keeping it open to July 1, and then I think for the remainder or the next fiscal year, it's about $120,000. And so we will look to see where we could possibly get those funds to keep it open for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Because you have to find it, because I can tell you that there's so many groups that enjoy that location for obvious reasons, and it's been very successful. That the whole community is in an uproar about it in the Venice community. So let's find $120,000. Let's keep it open, and then any assistance you can give us as we go through the RFP process, because I don't want to throw out groups that effectively use it. It still bothers me about the computer system and standards that were there, and the lady that came up to me and just pointed out how vital those computers were for people who don't have access to computers, and it will be at Venice 2000, and the leadership they provide on the street there, in the neighborhood there, which is also very critical, and Venice Family Housing that use it. Is there a way in which the AA group that uses it could help us in funding? Have we talked about them? Because I know they use it.
We've had an ongoing issue, I think, with many of the groups that have utilized the facility in terms of reimbursement, in terms of rent. There has been a real feeling there that all the costs should be absorbed by the city. And as you know, that there hasn't been any identified dollars to the Vera Davis over the last 2 years. So we've been budgeting that money directly out of our budget departmentally. And in times when we had the ARA dollars and we were a little bit more flush as a department, we were able to do that. This current year, starting March 30, on the CDBG federal fiscal year, starting April 1, we are continuing to fund it out of our current budget to June 30th. The remaining 3 quarters, approximately $120,000, we would have to identify those sources from some place, be it CDBG or any of our other funding sources, to be able to keep the doors open, beyond the June 30th time frame.
Okay, would you give us a report back on that?
Sure.
Because frankly, it worries to all of my community and myself, and I'd like to see where we are and how we can do that. It's a vital asset to the community, and I want to keep it open.
Right, we agree.
Okay. All right, the other one is the Family Source Center, which is another great group, how they coordinate and operate, and as you know, they operate in the Mar Vista Family Center. Can you clarify what cuts they'll be forced on and what plans, if any, to help them out at this time?
First of all, I just want to thank you for your advocacy for the Family Source Center. We started 2 years ago where we redefined how we deliver services. We took
Could you explain what that is, by the way, for the public who's watching this?
It's our Community Development Block Grant dollars, and the city would set aside a certain amount of money, about $20 million a year for human services. We were funding about 120 different agencies. We weren't collecting any data. We weren't actually managing the dollars, rather doing more contract processing. We redesigned the system. Our colleague Manny Chavez was the lead of that. And through that redesign, we identified 21 family source centers, and these are 21 geographically based, where we collapse all of our services into one of the 21 areas. So we're covering the high poverty needs. Over the last year, we increased our service delivery from 25,000 folks that we were serving previously to 50,000. We're also capturing the data to get our return on investment. Right now, of the $17 million that we have expended on the Family Source Centers, we anticipate that we've received at least a 2-to-1 return in terms of identifying the dollars that we've helped folks apply for EITC, for any of the other federal and state programs, and we have a much more coordinated way to deliver services. The actual dollar cut from CDBG, because we were anticipating a federal cut, at the end of the day, it's going to be about a 7% cut. And so we prioritized this program over many of the other programs that we had within the budget, and we're looking at a full funding of $930,000 versus $1 million. Also, we were able to keep the 2 centers, the one in your district as well in the West Valley, in Mr. Smith's district, at full funding, rather than having them become a satellite, which was the original plan that we proposed 2 years ago.
I appreciate that very much, and I'd just like a report back so I can give it to my community people who have asked those questions, to give them a comfort level that we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and Councilman, this will be part of the more comprehensive report on the consolidated plan and any changes that need to be made as a result of those reductions, so that'll be incorporated in that as well.
Excellent, excellent. And just to wrap up on the summer jobs and that, is there anything we can do with Washington? I mean, there's a euphoric moment in D.C. over the obvious issue yesterday, and with that kind of positive attitude, is there some way we can look at summer jobs differently again from a Washington perspective? Is there a lobbying effort?
Really do need council's help as well as the mayor's leadership. In the president's budget does not identify in the fiscal year 2012 summer jobs as a standalone funded item. There's zero funding coming forward for the next fiscal year. In H.R. 1, they were proposing major drastic cuts to our WIA funding, CDBG and CSBG. We were able to mitigate many of those reductions, although we're celebrating this current budget, but it was 16% cut. The Tea Party was proposing a 64% cut, and that went up until the last day of negotiations. So in the upcoming federal budget, we would like to have a city council resolution that asks for funding for a specific summer youth employment program coming from the federal government. And we've seen a disinvestment over the years in generally of all the programs, Youth Build, and programs like that for our young people.
So it looks like a no-brainer to us, so would you work with us in getting a resolution together that we could get right going so it can be part of the legislative package?
Yes,
sir. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I'm assuming all of us would feel the same commitment to summer jobs, and if this adds an extra oomph or energy or push that can be of value, we'll do it, and like a draft of something so we can submit to our colleagues tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
This is a very high priority, and as it was mentioned earlier, we have made a lot of progress in the last 3 years on summer jobs. To start regressing now would just be a shame. So we are turning over every rock, every nook and cranny we can identify to try to come up with a way to fund summer
Because it
jobs.
certainly makes a lot of sense. You know, you give a young person an opportunity to make a paycheck. It does so much to themselves and helps them in their understanding of themselves and helps them in their whole education as they go forward and has an impact on their entire life. So it's truly, I think, a critical thing that we should be supporting. So we'll do that resolution. We'll back the mayor and be happy to see our legislative group put that energy out. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, and I think in addition to doing a resolution, we should probably work with our offices. I suspect members of the council should be making personal targeted calls to members of Congress and the Senate and trying to raise the visibility of this issue. I mean, just thinking about all the summer youth jobs that are going to be lost and the difficulty in funding our recreational programs in the summer and the cuts at the educational level of the summer programs. This doesn't sound like a real positive season that we can be looking forward to this summer. So anything we can do to improve that, you should work with all of us to make sure we try to raise the visibility on this issue. A couple other questions. The Workforce Investment Act and the Community Service Block Grants, I believe both show administrative costs of over 20%. Is that typical for cities? Are there things we could do to cut administrative costs and have more go to direct services?
Actually, the number that you're seeing reflects administrative and our program services. We do operate direct programs with the WIA dollars, so that's why it's at that level. Our actual admin cap is 8% on our WIA, and that's federally mandated, so we cannot go over 8%. And our CSBG has a little bit higher at 15%, and we do run it right at that cap level of 15%.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. That's a better number.
Right. So 5 of our family source centers are actually run by city staff, and we have city staff, and that's characterized as program versus admin.
Okay, and a thought for the CAO. I know this department is now administering 4 additional boards, and that sort of got me thinking that it would be good to have a list from the CAO of all our boards and commissions, which are advisory and which are decision-making, and which departments they're in, and what the indirect and direct costs are, so we can look at, especially in these difficult budget times, whether there are any commissions that would make sense to combine or eliminate. I know that's difficult and sometimes painful, and obviously these commissions are good ways to involve community people in the city, but there are costs associated with it, and if we can spot a couple that are less valuable than others, that might be a savings that we can use.
We'll be happy to report back on that.
Thank you. Now, I know the department is increasing staffing, but at the same time, is asking for increased staffing. At the same time, this is the last year of ARA funding. So what does the end of ARA funding mean to us? How are we prepared to deal with it? What does that do to our ability to fund staffing and fund programming and all that?
Even though the ARA funds almost doubled our work program, we did not seek to double our staff at the time. However, we do have challenges in being able to meet the program delivery schedules of the work that we are obligated to do. The positions that we are requesting are positions that can be funded and pay related costs for. So it's not a conflict in that regard.
But what are we looking at longer term? Are we prepared to deal with the fact that we're losing ARA funding, and have we planned adequately for that change?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Bembo indicated, when the ARA dollars did come to the department, or to the city and the department to administer, we did not seek any major increase in staffing. We actually utilized our base staffing. Many of us actually pulled double duty for almost the past couple of years. We utilized either as needed staff. We increased those ranks, and we also utilized overtime when necessary. So we were planning all along not to increase our base of funding. Our current staffing allocation is really based on our formula funding, not on the ARA funding. We were planning ahead for that.
That's good to hear. So we're well prepared for that transition, presumably.
In your budget book, there is a chart there on page 4 that shows funding relative to staff, and it would indicate that we are actually currently understaffed
page 4
as compared to our funding level.
Okay. And I know Congress has looked at dramatic decreases in CDBG funding at times, and that's still not an impossibility to happen. Have we looked at how we would respond to the worst-case scenario of getting a much more substantial cut in that area?
Well, when H.R. 1 was initially proposed, we were scheduled for like a 65% cut, and that would have been just the worst-case scenario for us. It would have resulted in us not being able to fund more than a handful of family source centers and our domestic violence programs, our day labor programs, and just drastic cuts across the board. It was pretty ugly.
Are we confident that we're 100% sure that we're past that and they're not going to come back with further cuts?
For this fiscal year, yes. The president's budget does have CDBG funded at the same level. The real concern is going to be Congress. We do know just politically the House of Representatives was going to go with a much lower amount proposed like they did in H.R. 1, and they will be advocating there. We do know that organizations like the National League of Cities, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Partners and others have CDBG as one of their top priority lists and will be advocating for the restoration of the dollars. We also do know that the Senate has replaced the dollars in opposition to what was passed out of the House of Representatives. We are fairly confident that the funding itself in the program year 12 will stay close to the same, which will impact us not this fiscal year, but the next fiscal year.
So we're not doing anything to in essence, prepare for the worst in case House of Representatives somehow held more sway than we anticipate?
Right. We're actually doing two things. One is that we're pulling all of our resources on the advocacy side of helping prepare our members of Congress, which would get a number of requests in about the good use of CDBG dollars, and making sure that they have all the ammunition possible to actually defeat the cuts that are being proposed. Secondly, is that we're keeping all of our program. We're not asking for any, even the staff that we're asking for is not for full staffing levels. We have 31 vacancies currently, and we're asking for no more than 15 to be filled over time. So we still have a vacancy rate of 4%.
Okay, so I take it we're pushing hard to lobby in the right direction.
Yeah, we don't lobby, we have to educate.
Lobby, educate, whatever term you want to use. But we're not doing a lot to plan for the worst eventuality because we think it's pretty unlikely.
Well, and unfortunately, in these times in D.C., I think there is going to be major pressure on the federal government budget. This year, they focus almost specifically on the domestic side of the budget. They did not hit the entitlements. We do believe that they are going to go after some major dollars, but the major dollars really are on the entitlement side and on defense. And I think that's where you're going to see the real Washington fight that's going to happen between the Senate and the House.
Okay, thank you.
I got another follow-up question on another issue that I physically looked at over the weekend, and it's the Day Labor Center. We have several of them, but the one on Sortel and Exposition Boulevard, it's right under the freeway there. And they have a nice setup there with tables and shade and all that to give people dignity as they go through being picked up by people to do gardening. They've been there 12 years. Caltrans needs that lot, and they were going to shut it down last Friday without any alternative developed where they could go. Fortunately, I got the head of the entire MTA land something or another group and got them to postpone it until May 20th. I physically, when I looked at it, the one that makes the most sense is right across the street, connected to the post office annex. And we're told that that's also part of a staging area for the 405 issues. However, there are 17 slots there that wouldn't be used. And my dream would be that we can seamlessly move them across the street into that lot right next to that post office annex. And the constituents who appreciate them could just move right into the post office area there and pick the people up. It's something I truly believe in, that you give people the respect and dignity and the support, they will respond. And this is one where I need your help. I was fortunate enough while I'm sitting here multitasking to get on the phone and do that last week. And that reprieve for 20 days will be eaten up in a minute or two. It's May 2nd. So I'd like you to look into that and report back to me how we were able to transition them across the street. Anything I can do to support, I'd like to do. They're a quality group. They've been there long enough to prove to everybody in the community that they're an asset. In fact, their neighborhood council also championed it with me, the West LA Neighborhood Council. Community's been very much behind it, and I don't want to throw them under the bus and throw them away and have them stand on corners hawking for opportunities. It's just wrong. So could I get
we will vigorously pursue that and get back to you immediately.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Let me just follow up on another couple of questions. On the this year's block grant, I didn't ask you whether, how does the new cap rate impact you as far as staying off of the general fund?
Cap rate. There it is.
The cap rate is good for really last fiscal year, and there'll be a new rate that comes out from the city controller's office.
I think it's what, cap 32 or something that's out?
Right. So cap 32 for CDD is about 16% less than cap 31, which means, of course, we reimburse less to the city's general fund. And what next year's cap rate brings will be determined, once again, by the city controller's office.
But your report that you put out on January 5th, you're saying that with the new cap rate that you stayed off of the general fund, that for the last 2 years you've been able to successfully do that? So even with the new cap rate?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask, all of the issues dealing with the, I guess, HUD audit on issues between CDD and CRA been resolved?
Yes.
Okay, so it's resolved. Now, is there an effort now to release the funds on the 36th and 37th year?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, we asked in the 8th District a motion that went forward on this whole issue of Cal Plaza. Is that something that can be, I don't want to give an extra report back if that answer to that motion will resolve on that issue. And let me ask the CAO.
There was a meeting involving the CLA, the CAO, CRA, and CDD, and the City Attorney's Office held last week, and we are working at that now.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO, will that motion that we went forward on regarding that being done in time as rather than just ask for another report back?
We would be reporting back in that, on our larger report back on the comp plan overall.
Okay, so we'll get that before we get the budget to council?
What's the timeline? Right, what's the timeline for the report back? On the bigger...
I think it probably would be, this would be considered in the next HCD committee agenda setting. We're not probably, July, May 11th, at the May 11th HCD meeting.
Because I think we had an expectation on the motion that we get a report back before July 1st so that the South LA region has, and we also have an idea that it's going to continue to exist.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning.
No, the issue is that we put a motion forward addressing the issue of the cooperative agreement and the change, and that we were suggesting that there not be a change in policy as relates to using those funds and not to reprogram them. Right. And so what I was asking, whether that response to that motion would be done as opposed to us asking for another report back. Could that motion serve as that report back if it's done timely?
I think our offices are working on that now, and we'll be reporting back already, so I'm not sure you need to ask for another report.
I think, but the issue I want to make sure is that the report back, or that motion is incorporated so that we have a clear understanding of July 1st, what is going to be the operational budget for CRA as it impacts the 8th District or South LA.
Right. I mean, you had asked for something specific to that, and then just more globally, the CAO and the CLA are working on just the plan on the CRA funding. So there's some work that's being done currently.
We asked it 3 times just for assurance.
Did I give you the assurance you want?
Just for assurance. Okay, let me ask you one other thing on, this is another issue. Did CDD and CRA resolve the 108 issue on Marlton? Or is that still being discussed or hashed out or mediated or?
Sure. Actually, it's not on Section 108. It was really talking about the grant funds and the release of the grant funds. There is some information that we did request from CRA that we're expecting to receive any day now, and working with the City Attorney's Office to clear the funding agreement. But we do know that we can move the money from us on the grant, program year 36.
36 and 37, we understand that those are cleared, but we're concerned as to ensuring everybody's on the same page as it relates to the use of the 108 funds that have purchased the property on Marlton Square.
Right. Yeah, the vast majority of those Section 108 dollars have been actually drawn down already. I think there's only a balance of 1.7 if I'm not exactly sure of the exact amount, but I think it's about 1.7.
But there was some concern brought to my attention about who's responsible for the promissory notes, and have we resolved that?
We're in the process of resolving that with the city attorney.
City attorney
and
is working on that now.
All right, because we want to get that resolved without delaying in any way the process, because we know with the Section 108 dollars, there's a timeline of when debt service starts.
Right. The idea is to clear up all outstanding issues so the 36-37 program year allocations can be made.
Okay. So we have an assurance those will get resolved shortly?
We believe so.
Okay.
A lot of it's in the hands of the city attorney, and I know they're working on it.
Okay. Very good. And then let me ask, what is, and we'll ask CRA when they come up, what is your perception on the cooperative agreements if the entire issue of CRA survives and we've made all of these movements of funds and movements of properties?
Well, if it survives, it obviously makes it easier for us to work with the CRA in moving money from one agency to the other. That certainly is facilitated if they survive.
Is it your impression that with the cooperative agreement, and if they survive, that CRA, that CDD will continue to manage the funds in their behalf, or is there a perception at some point that there will be a return of the funds?
I think that's the same.
Yeah, I do believe that's really more of a policy question from council about who manages what funds. One of the reasons that we did actually call all hands on deck meeting last week, in particular on the grant dollars, was to have clarity of how the co-op agreement impacted the transfer of dollars. More specifically, it was really about what happens in the transfer of land. If we do purchase land with CDBG dollars and the land is transferred back to us, we just wanted clarity that there wasn't going to run into any other eligibility issues or run into any surplus property issues. I think at the meeting we were able to get clarification from the CRA attorney that the co-op agreement would not impact that, and they are working to ensure that it doesn't impact on the surplus property side.
So those things are being hashed out.
Right. And out of our due diligence, we wanted to ask all the hard questions. I know that the co-op agreement was done in a very, very short time. There was a lot more questions than probably answers from our perspective, but we felt it was our due diligence to raise these issues and to make sure that we are not having any ineligible costs in the future.
Okay. And then my final question is, what is, we've been talking about cuts, I understand there may be some cuts in the home dollars, and what is your perception on that impact on housing department?
I'm not sure. We've had conversation with them. That's really probably better answered by home, or maybe the CAO or...
The housing department may want to address that themselves, but there's a small cut to the home program. The emergency shelter grants are a little bit higher. I think the main reduction in the con plan components is the block grant itself. But you may want to raise the issue of the home program with the housing when they come up.
But have we heard anything about the issue of dollars in the homes program, of additional cuts, or do we feel secure it will be about where it is in the comp plan?
I don't know anything about additional cuts.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We're done? All right. Thank you.
The CLA is going to put this into the CRA budget, which is released on Thursday. It goes to the CRA board on Thursday. So they're going to make this change, the revenue in the CRA budget. I think that's the path it's going to take here.
Okay. But that's in our favor.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, next we'll have CRA, then Housing, then LASA, and then Housing Authority. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Are we ready?
Yes, you are. You ready?
Committee Chair Parks and members, we are the Community Redevelopment Agency, and with me today is our Chief Financial Officer, Steve Valenzuela, and our Deputy Chief of Operations, Delilah Sotelo, and I'm Chris Essel, the CEO. I know this is a budget hearing, and as you may be aware, we've been undergoing quite a bit of change over the last few months. We began the budget process in November in our typical fashion, and we worked on numbers through February, March, and then the world sort of changed on us, and we are in the process now of reevaluating our numbers. I do have some overview of what the numbers will look like. Our Board of Commissioners is reviewing our budget on May 5th, so we will have an approved budget, we hope, shortly thereafter. But generically speaking, we are down a bit on TI projections of about 7%. Our affordable housing numbers are up 20%, which is good news, and we believe due to bond proceeds. Our work program is down 35%. And our carryover resources are down 44%. That's largely due to all of the projects we've put forward in the last few months in anticipation of the fact that the redevelopment agency may not be in business in July. So much of our year next year will be very busy. We will be implementing the work that we have put through the system in the last few months. My understanding is that you'd like to hear more today about where we are from a state legislative standpoint?
Yes.
Is that correct? Would you like me to?
Would you give us a thumbnail of where we are legislative or also from the legal aspect as relates to the state budget?
Yes. It was about mid-March, there was a vote in the legislature taken in the Assembly. They got to 53 votes. If they had one more, they would have achieved a two-thirds majority. That didn't occur, and since that time, we have not heard much at all with respect to elimination of redevelopment. Of late, we are hearing more about reforming redevelopment. And in fact, Senator Wright has authored a bill which will be heard on May 4th, on Wednesday, that is largely designed to address a number of the concerns that have come to light regarding redevelopment. It's a bill that we've worked on, the Redevelopment Association has worked on. I've participated in that. We think it's a good bill. We are hoping that the City Council might take it up and take a support position on it. To give you a bit of background on it, the bill would tighten the definition of blight. It would limit redevelopment size in terms of overall size that redevelopment could absorb within a city and or a county. It would create some performance-based standards to help focus redevelopment on state-based priorities. It would create stringent reporting and performance standards, and annual performance audits would be required. The big idea that Senator Wright has included is for going forward creation of project areas. Any new project area that is created after January 1st of 2012 would not receive the school's portion of the tax increment. So that would, in the city of Los Angeles, be a 20% impact to any future revenues in a new project area, or an expanded project area if we were going for a project area amendment. This has met with some success per Senator Wright, and he views it he reviews that he assumes he will get a positive result in the Senate. We are now also hoping that this will get a positive response in the Assembly, and I know that there is an effort to attract some Assembly sponsors to this bill, and we hope to have more on that front shortly. There also is a bill by Senator Lowenthal that addresses housing reforms, and that has moved forward out of committee and will be addressed during the budget process. The notion of redevelopment agencies contributing to the current state budget deficit will also be addressed separately during the budget process. So no news at this point on that front.
Okay. Let me ask you, is the general perception, what is it, Prop 22, basically general perception that makes this kind of transfer or taking illegal? Is that still the basis?
Yes. That has certainly been a major impediment for the legislature. There's also Proposition 1A that has control of how property tax is designated in Article 16, Section 16 of the state constitution that addresses tax increment. All three of those positions, all three of those propositions and measures have been problematic for the elimination of redevelopment.
Okay. And then where are we on the status of the previous lawsuit where the CRA funds were taken and placed into school district CRA areas that funded schools?
There is an appeal of a decision that ruled in favor of the state. So last May, we wrote a $71 million check to the state, and about right now, right, Steve, we owe another $14 million, which we will have to provide. The lawsuit, the appeal has not have a date set at this point. There's no date set for that to be heard.
So our intention is that while I guess the state CRA association is making a decision about the appeal, that we have to move, $80 million?
We contributed $85 million over the past 2 years to the state through the schools.
The previous year we won that lawsuit.
Right, there was an action taken a couple years before that we did win, and the legislature addressed the concerns of the judge, and the same judge ruled in favor of the state in this particular scenario.
Do we have any idea on the timing of the appeal, if there's going to be an appeal, or when that may occur?
Well, we had hoped it would be before the May payment was due, but that didn't occur, so I'm hearing it could be in the next couple of months.
But there's a decision that there will be an appeal? It's just a matter of time?
The appeal has been, the appeal is just being scheduled. Okay. It's a matter of scheduling.
And then let me ask you, from your perceptions, with all of the cooperative agreements that are within the city, if the city is successful in the issue of CRA remaining in place, what is your perception of how these cooperative agreements will continue to function?
Well, we are working closely now with the city on determining how to operate within the co-op agreement, and we're making progress on that front. We are also not only able to do cooperation agreement projects, but those outside of cooperation agreements, outside the cooperation agreement, should we remain in existence. It'll be up to the city council whether or not they want to undo the co-op agreement should redevelopment come out relatively unscathed during this legislative process.
So that would, once that decision is made, it's up to the city council to decide whether they want to undo the cooperative agreement.
I think what's really critical is that going forward, redevelopment statewide is not allowed to continue to expand at the rate it's been expanding over the last 10 to 15 years. And if the legislation that passes accomplishes that, reins in the size of redevelopment and reins in some of the abuses that have been noted, that we may be in better shape going forward in our relationship with the state.
Okay. And I don't know if you heard the questions we had for CDD, but from their answers, it appears that the issues that came up on the HUD audit have now been resolved regarding 36th, 37th year, and that they feel that there will be some resolution as it relates to Section 108 funds at Marlton Square. So that's something that...
That's our understanding as well, yes.
Right.
And we have seen the letter. We're very thankful that the sanctions have now been lifted.
Jose?
Already today, in this process that we have, when will we be able to see or get a presentation on the budget?
It'll be ready to transmit by the end of the day, Thursday, assuming our board passes it. We'd be happy to come back again once that document's been approved.
We'll schedule that. We have a couple of days for reconciliation, and so we'll schedule that once it's approved by the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. First of all, I'm one of the 3 districts in the city that do not have a CRA. That's right. The 5th, the 11th, and the 12th were the 3 that don't. There's always been a push in my community in the Oakwood area where there are some areas that are of concern. And I'd like you to take a look at that and give me another report back on that. And in the report back, if you could just tell me the criteria so that I can explain to my constituents why Oakwood area, which a lot of people believe should be part of it, isn't. And you can just go a little bit more south to Del Rey, where the Mar Vista gardens are located, and give me a sense of that as well. Okay. That's story 1. Story 2, the big question, here's the big question, is what will be the status with the CRA? Do you have an update of the governor's plan with the CRA at Los Angeles? I know we had roughly $1 billion on the table, and my colleagues, of course, made every effort to keep it here for the obvious reasons that we understand the jobs implications, the community development implications, and didn't appreciate somebody snatching that away from our council offices, the 12 that have them. Do you have any sensing of where that governor's budget is, and does it have any impact on this going forward?
The proposal that has been presented by the Redevelopment Association as an alternative allows for a mechanism for the redevelopment agencies around the state to opt in to a gift program where we could provide resources this year towards the state budget and ongoing resources to the schools in future year budgets. For that, since it's an opt-in proposal, there needs to be a carrot of some kind. And the carrot in this case, is, as proposed by the association, is extension of lifespan for the project areas that make that contribution. So if you contribute your affordable housing set-aside in year 2012, you get an additional 2 years of life, and if you contribute up to 10% of your gross tax increment in future years to the schools, you get another 10 years of life to your project area. So each project area has to evaluate on its own whether or not it wants to participate and if it makes sense financially to participate in those opt-in proposals. Now, whether those opt-in proposals survive the budget process or look different at the end of it, or there's a new model, that could happen, but that will take place during the May revise and budget process subsequent to May 15th, I assume.
Except before May 15th? Or?
Well, at May 15th, I think, is the date that the May revise generally comes out, right at mid-May. And then the budget process will continue from there.
I see. Just curious, with the 12 districts that have it, I've asked the question many times, how many projects are there? And I'm told between 30 and 35. Am I right about that?
We're at 31 right now.
31 now. And then the second question I used to ask was, well, when will they sunset and when will they get on the tax roll for the general revenue of the city?
It's a good question because the 2020s, we see a number of our project areas sunsetting. In fact, we have 10 sunsetting by 2015 and another 7 or 8 sunsetting by the end of the decade. Generally, at the point in time when there is a sunset, there are still debt obligations to bondholders. So for the next 10 years after that sunset, we're collecting the tax increment to ensure that we've paid the bondholders back. As soon as the bondholders are paid back, then the money returns to the taxing authorities per the usual formula.
You know the word transparency and everybody can know things. One of the complaints constituents give to me, and frankly I don't really understand it, is that there isn't enough transparency or accountability for these funds in these districts. Would you explain the transparency that does exist and how people can be comfortable that nobody's playing any games here?
Well, I think we have auditors in our quarters.
I think you should make this clear. Yeah.
Steve perhaps can address that better.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Steve Valenzuela, the CFO. Councilmember, so the transparency starts with how the work program is developed in each of the 31 redevelopment project areas. And the process, as Ms. Essel indicated, starts in November of each year. The project managers working with their community advisory councils, their project area committees, in many cases neighborhood councils, and in close coordination with the council office in which they're located, have a series of meetings to develop priorities for the work programs that define the goals and objectives that will then have resources allocated to them. Those meetings are public meetings, and the budget priorities are then developed. They're vetted again once the community has had an opportunity with various stakeholders to have input in that process with the respective council offices to make sure that they're aligned with the priorities and goals of the elected officials in that area. Those work programs then get vetted by senior management at the redevelopment agency. We go through our own process, which would involve this Thursday, for example, our board will consider the work program for FY 2011-2012. That then comes to the City Council through the Oversight Ordinance, through the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, ultimately to the City Council. So there are various opportunities both at the community level as well as through public hearings that are duly noticed for the public to be aware of how these precious city resources are being allocated for the economic development, affordable housing, public improvement, community facility objectives that are laid out as part of the message each year.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Please.
I'll add that the legislation being proposed by Senator Wright will add some new layers to the transparency and accountability components of redevelopment. So I think, and to the empowerment of the project area committees and the community advisory councils that serve the redevelopment areas. So this will only get better with this bill's passage.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both for that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Kretz? Mr. Kretz? Thank you very much.
We're done? Thank you.
Next, we'll have Housing, then Los Angeles Housing Authority. afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. My name is Doug Guthrie. I'm the General Manager for the LA Housing Department. At the table with me today are Rushmore Cervantes, Roberto Aldape, and Greg Kung. The Housing Department is committed to continue to operate without the use of general funds. We are fully funded through special funding at this point, and we intend to continue to carry that forward. I think one of the things of note is in this past year, we were able to absorb 76 general funded positions within the Housing Department that saved the city's general funded budget a significant amount of money. As everyone is aware, the budget going forward in this coming year is going to be very challenging. A significant portion of our funds does come from the block grant program, and as was presented earlier, the city is looking at a 16.5% reduction in block grant funds. We also receive the home program funds come to the Housing Department, and we're looking at a 12% reduction in home dollars, which translates into $5 million less. Those funds go directly to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, so that's one of the programs that will have going forward more challenging times raising the capital necessary for a variety of new construction and rehabilitation affordable housing programs. In addition to that, we have the Emergency Shelter Grant Program, which is now the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which actually is realizing a $1.2 million increase this year. And that program is managed by LASA, and I believe they'll speak to that here later on this afternoon. And then finally, we also receive funding for the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, or the HOPWA program, and this is estimated to remain constant at about $12.5 million. As I was saying, there are some challenges with regards to funding. We're very fortunate in that we are also in the position of having received significant amounts of ARA dollars in the past year and a half, as well as additional grant funds that we've been able to secure at both the state and federal level. In the last 3 years, we've been able to receive just over $200 million in additional funds, which are administered by the Housing Department. The bulk of those funds come from the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, but we've also been very competitive in receiving a variety of other grants over that period of time. And then finally, a large part of what the Housing Department does is in the field of systematic code enforcement and compliance and rent stabilization. And all of those activities are fully funded through fees that we collect for those purposes. So with that brief synopsis, I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Let me just ask so we're clear. On your budget is fully sustained by grants, so there's no general fund impact?
Yes, that's true.
Now, on the most recent con plan, is your budget addressing, what percentage of cut did your budget address?
Well, the con plan, of course, was approved by the City Council back in March, and we were looking at an 8% overall reduction in the con plan budget at that time. We've had further conversations with the Mayor's Office, the CAO and CLA, about what the implications are for further reductions, but we've yet to submit a formal response to that. So that's still in the works to see what further reductions may be in hand.
Okay, because we have information that your home dollars may be cut as much as 12%, and the overall con plan may drop from 9% to 16%.
Yes.
So do you have contingencies to address those issues?
Well, the home program, as I had mentioned, was cut by 12%, which is a total of $5 million. Of that amount, $500,000 is attributable to administrative purposes, and the balance of those funds go directly into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. To give you some idea of the impact that would have, that would fund approximately 75 to 80 fewer affordable housing units due to that reduction in home.
75 to 80 fewer?
75 to 80 based upon the sort of leveraging that we've done over the past few years.
And then let me ask on the issue of where are we on NSP?
Well, the NSP program, we've received 3 different grants, the first of which was through an allocation process, which was just over $32 million. To date, I believe we've spent approximately $24 million, and the balance of the funds are obligated. So we're well on our way to completing the initial NSP-1 program. NSP-2 was a competitive proposal submitted by the City of Los Angeles, and we received $100 million for that program. At this time, we are well along in getting that program implemented. We have a requirement that 50% of those funds must be expended by January of 2012, and we believe that we're on schedule to accomplish that. We're doing it really on 2 significant fronts. One is the core purpose of the program through acquisition of foreclosed homes and rehabilitation, and then sale back into the marketplace. The other major component of the program is on the multifamily housing side, where we were authorized to go forward with a $35 million NOFA here this last fall. And we've been working actively to commit those dollars and move forward on that front. So I believe that we are tracking okay on the NSP program. And then just recently this year, we received an additional $9.8 million for the NSP-3 program through an allocation of funding from HUD.
So that $35 million is part of the overall $100 million? That you mentioned earlier.
Oh, the $35 million NOFA for rental housing is part of the $100 million, yes.
All right. And then let me ask, there was some conversation a while back that because I'm assuming there was a slowdown in the resale of the properties, that there was some consideration of changing the concentration on open space and vacant lots that the money may be owed. Is that still a part of the proposal, or is that moved to the side, or what?
Well, one of the things we've looked at as we've gotten involved in the acquisition of buildings is that we've found that many of the more difficult buildings that we are acquiring, it's more cost-effective just to demolish those buildings and either build new construction housing back on those sites, or more recently, we've had a number of discussions with the Department of Recreation and Parks in providing some of those lots on a scattered site basis for the development of pocket parks in those neighborhoods, which, along with the concentration of other efforts, we believe would be of assistance to stabilizing those communities. So we're still in discussion with Parks at this point in time for that particular component of the program.
But that we believe is an eligible use?
It is under the NSP-1 program. It's not currently an eligible use under NSP-2 or 3, although I do believe that HUD is taking a look at their regulations to try to make them consistent across the board.
Okay. And do we have any idea on timeline on when we might get some word on the green space issue?
Well, we currently have a total of 19 sites that we have Rex and Park taking a look at to evaluate those sites, and they'll narrow that down to sites that both are workable from a park standpoint, and then they also need to go through a community process to know that the use of that land for those purposes are acceptable to the community. So I hope just really in the coming months, I don't think we're too far off from firming up which sites we would like to go forward with for that purpose.
Now, when we say it's under NSP-1, with these properties, 19 sites, are these sites that have been foreclosed on, or
These 19 sites are sites that we've identified that the buildings on those sites need demolition as opposed to going ahead with a significant amount of money for rehab.
So they're foreclosed but need demolition?
The city's already acquired those properties. The city's already acquired the properties.
Okay, the city owns the property, okay. I mean, were they originally foreclosures?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then what's your perception of what the status is of our long-awaited RSO study?
Well, I think, as most are aware, the status has been pending for some period of time, and at the request of City Council, we went back to do an additional study with regards to mobile home parks. That study has been recently completed. We're reviewing the final draft form of that now, so I believe once that is finalized, I believe that HCD, the committee, intends to take this, the overall RSO amendments back up here in the very near future.
Yeah, because one of the concerns I have is it's been such a while that by the time it's produced, then someone will make the argument that it's dated and we'll get not much out of it. And so I'm just, so is it waiting for the mobile home attachment? Is that what we're waiting for?
It is at that time. Roberta, do you want to speak to the specifics of the mobile home issue?
Roberta Aldapo from the Housing Department. The mobile home study.
Speak right into that mic.
The mobile home study is presently being completed. We anticipate submitting a transmittal probably sometime next week.
Okay.
If I could just take that point that Mr. Parks meant, I have 2 mobile home parks on PCH in my district, and it's been very worrisome for them because of their concerns about being able to keep it. Are you addressing in any specific way particular parks or just the policy?
The policy issues. But specific parks are represented in the study.
They are, the 2 of them? Good, because they're anxious to hear more clarity on things. Thank you, Mr. Parks, appreciate it.
And then let me ask you on the issue of, let's see, do we have any additional fees pending dealing with SCEP or any of your programs that you're addressing?
We do. The last time that the fees were adjusted, both for the RSO program and for SCEP, was in 2006, which was some time ago. And every year we analyze where we're at with the fees versus the expenses, and we do anticipate coming forward here later this summer with a specific proposal to address some modest increases in both of those fees. We didn't want to do it at this time because I believe much of that is going to be based upon costs of personnel, and much of that, of course, is determined by the negotiations underway with regards to union contracts. So I would hope that sometime in probably 2 to 3 months that we would be back to City Council with a recommendation and request for an adjustment in those fees.
Okay. Let me just ask, in December of 2010, the Comptroller completed an audit on those funds, and just on the surface, it appears that they have a significant balance. Have you looked at that audit? Is that incorporated in the discussion about raising the fees or prior to raising the fees?
Well, there was a significant balance at one time, Councilman, and the reason for that was that the department was unable to fill a number of positions. The department was unable to fill a number of positions over a period of time and therefore accumulated a fair amount of savings. But since the department has started bringing on more staff through transfers from general funded positions, it's been able to absorb most of those revenues. And as projected from 2 years ago and last year as well, and then coming forward now, is that we anticipated an increase that would be needed for those 2 programs. It's just a matter of how much it would be needed. So it was anticipated we would always need an increase. It's just a matter of how much. But the amount of money that was identified by the controller, that has been resolved, and those monies have been
So those have been expended?
Correct.
We no longer have a double-digit million-dollar funds on SCEP or RSO?
Not on the scale that was initially identified in the controller's report.
But that's been incorporated in your new study for the new fees? One other question I have, and then I'll turn it over. We get a lot of calls from the owners of buildings and managers of buildings, and they basically have offered, particularly since the homeless population is increasing and particularly people living in their cars and such, they've offered up, in many instances, apartments at below market, below the rent stabilized cost of the rent. But what they're fearful of, if they reach out and give people an apartment, then it kicks in the rent stabilized standard, and then down the road, if they stay a year or two, whatever, they can't raise the rent to market rate. We had an ordinance that came forward with dealing with Katrina, and there was a sunset in that ordinance that basically what we put in place was that if you were a victim of Katrina and you came to Los Angeles and you were basically allowed by a landlord to come into one of their buildings, you could stay there a year, and at the end of the year they could move it to market rate, and they were not impacted by rent-stabilized property standards. And so we had asked a long time ago whether housing and would look at that and basically eliminate that sunset clause and bring that back as an ordinance that's in place for emergency situations, because even today we get asked by owners, and I think the ordinance allowed the housing department to validate the emergency and validate that the person were legitimately from Katrina incident, and we were looking to see how we could make that an ongoing emergency ordinance, that a declared housing or we have a foreclosure issue, and if people are willing to give up their apartments for less than the value going forward on rent-stabilized property, so that they're not held accountable that in the first year, that would be a reasonable trade-off. And we haven't quite gotten a response back on that particular changing the sunset and making it a ongoing ordinance for specific emergencies.
Well, it's a very good point. I wasn't here at the time of Katrina when that was originally implemented, but perhaps, Roberto, you've got some more recent experience with that particular ordinance.
I don't think anybody from the housing department was employed at the housing department when Katrina was happening, but we certainly would take a look at that.
Could you get Victoria in my office, because she's the one that worked on it, and basically there was a sunset. We took a long time putting it together, and what I think one of the mandates that was that so that all those that would be fearful that you're trying to get around the rent-stabilized ordinance was that there had to be some declared emergency to say this group of people or this circumstance would warrant this consideration. And we periodically have these where a place becomes uninhabitable, or we have a fire, and we rush out and spend a lot of money to try to relocate people. And there's a willingness amongst the apartment owners and managers to be a part of that solution, but they do not want to get caught up in being favorable and being helpful, that down the road, that whatever reduced rents they provide, they're then locked into the rent-stabilized property ordinance.
Well, we'll surely take a look at that, and we will contact Purvey on your staff to sit down and review that with her.
And Mr. Clark and many people that helped us put that ordinance together for Katrina are the ones asking, so over at the Apartment Owners Association, so they're just looking for a way to be involved, to participate, but not be held accountable if they've done a favor.
Okay, understood. We'll be happy to pick that up.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
Good. Question, a whole bunch of questions, basically informational questions. First one is, because the Code Enforcement Trust Fund is a major part of the Housing Department budget and the LA Housing searches out violations to bring in money, can you talk about this and let me know your thoughts on those statements that I've heard? How do we deal with that? What's the difference?
Could you repeat the question, Councilmember?
Sure. The question is, because the Code Enforcement Trust Fund is the major part of the Housing Department budget, and that the LA Housing Department searches out violators to bring in money and also enforce the law, obviously. Can you talk about this and let me know your thoughts on those statements that I've heard? We hear it one way or the other, or they're not doing enough, or they're doing enough. How does that work?
So I think you're addressing both the collection of fees that we get for code enforcement, but in addition to that, additional fees and penalties that are charged and collected through REAP and other accounts. So Roberto, maybe you want to try to address that.
In the code enforcement division, the scale of the code enforcement, the scale of our inventories is well over 780,000. We try to systematically inspect these units on a 4-year cycle. We charge $35.62 per unit annually. We don't actually go out and seek money for violations. We receive violations, we write a notice to comply. We issue an order, give an opportunity for the property owner to make those repairs.
That's good. Just wanted to get it on the record, because a lot of people always bring it up to me. Some love it, some don't. I get complaints and ups and downs on
Well,
the
I like to think that now that we're on our 3rd cycle of the systematic code enforcement, that the property owners look forward to our inspections, because actually we point out the deficiencies on a fee basis, but we point out deficiencies what helps their investment in terms of making those repairs.
Right. And if I could just take that to another sort of not official discussion here, but it's called the granny units concept. We have at least 75,000, if not more, units within the city that I'm told, anyhow, that are illegal units that happen over periods of 50 years, 100 years. People buy a property and there's one there, or they themselves put one in quietly without going through any kinds of rules or regulations. And I always have had two concerns. If a person is living in a unauthorized unit, I care about their health and safety. In other words, the water and the electricity being up to some form of a code where a tenant pays good money should have those kinds of rights and protections. On the other hand, they're illegal units, and so there is a problem doing it. We've talked about, Kretz and I, about introducing some legislation where we could grandparent in granny units that meet certain code requirements that aren't up to all of the standards of 2011, which might mean tearing this unit out and tearing that unit down, when in fact people are living in it and there is not enough affordable housing in our city. How do you deal with that whole granny unit concept? And would you think of the idea of some kind of legislation that could legitimize them with certain improvements that would be necessary to be done, but it would also be protection for the tenants as well as give them better clarity in a neighborhood? And it obviously would cause concern in some neighborhoods, because you can be in an R1 neighborhood and, the reality is it isn't just R1. There a lot of garages have been converted, or a lot of backup houses have been put in. What's your senses on that, and can we move in some kind of legislative direction here?
Well, I know there was, pending before a motion in regards to the granny units. I'm not sure what the status of that is. But, there are some political, social, and legal ramifications regarding that as it relates to evicting. We would have to vacate those units if we found them to be illegal or unpermitted structures. Along with that, it goes with the requirement that relocation assistance would have to be paid for those tenants who are being displaced. So we'll take a look at that once more.
Well, Mr. Guthrie.
Yes, based on my observations of being here, of course, the housing department's responsible for multifamily code enforcement, not single-family code enforcement, which is really done only on a complaint-driven basis here in Los Angeles. But what I've observed really through the neighborhood stabilization program, I visited a number of the homes that we purchased that had been foreclosed upon, and every single one of those homes had illegal uses in them. So it would be very typical for us to find apartments that had been added on to a single-family unit, or garage conversions that had taken place. So there is a fairly significant issue out there, I believe, primarily in the single-family, what's deemed to be single-family housing stock here, which isn't under the Housing Department's purview, but it is something that we see quite often out in the field.
And I just want to find out whose purview it can be going in, even though it might be an R1 neighborhood, it should be single-family. We do have, I'm told it's 75,000, and it could be more or could be less, but, people need a place to live, and it is affordable housing to some degree in some cases. Have you thought of a way in which we can bring them out of the dark and bring them into the light and actually make a part of the city stock, number one, and number two, a legitimate tenant relationship with the landlord rather than the way it is now?
Well, we have had some discussions with building and safety to take a look at the overall scope of the issue here, and I think we've identified our estimate as many as 190,000 rental single-family and condominium units here in the city of Los Angeles. And again, at least anecdotally from what I've seen, there are a large number of those that have non-conforming uses associated with that. We've done some analysis on how we might be able to do that more systematically, but it would be a very difficult problem to take on without a significant source of general funds that would be dedicated to addressing some of the code issues, I think, in the single-family rental housing stock.
Yeah, well, it's an ongoing challenge for us, obviously, and if I had my druthers, we would have codes that would allow a good number of them to become legitimate units for the safety and health of the tenant, as well as for the integrity of a neighborhood. And I know it's almost like the fences and hedges issue. It's something that is very difficult to work on. But I would appreciate not a report back in the budget process, because we're under the pressure for this, but a report back to me as to strategies that we can look at finding ways in which some units, if not most of them, could be brought into the code enforcement, but not in a negative way, throwing people out on the street because there's no place to go, but recognize legitimate factors that we have substantial amount of people living in unappreciated units through all of the various code enforcements that we have as a city. I mean, we got to address it, and I don't want to let another year go by without us not focusing on the affordable notion of at least 75,000 units.
Well, we will get back with you on that. I'd be happy to sit down with you directly with both our observations, thoughts, and see what ideas that we might have in that regard.
Great, I appreciate that. Is it correct that you do not use any general fund to operate? How long has the department operated that way? And explain it all.
Well, I don't know how long it's been, but it is true that we don't use any general funds, and we actively manage our programs to keep it that way, because we realize just how challenged the general fund budget is. I do know in the past that we have had general funds that have been, for instance, committed to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as part of the city's commitment to further the goals of affordable housing. But for operational purposes, I believe it's probably been some time. Rush, perhaps you have more history on that.
I'm not familiar with any general funds being utilized for the housing department.
What are your general or policy goals for the coming year and the next few years? In what areas is the department room for improvement?
Well, first of all, we're going to be challenged, I believe, going forward. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund at one time was funded for as much as $130 million a year. This past year, it's approximately $50 million, and we're looking at losing additional resources for that one large fund that leverages a lot of other dollars. We're concerned with the fact not only a reduction at the federal level of funding, but with the future of CRA. They, of course, already commit 20% of their funds to affordable housing, and an additional 5% set aside through a cooperation agreement that is committed to the trust fund. So we're looking at a diminution of resources for affordable housing. The state has also put a moratorium on funds that they commonly had available too. So quite concerned about that. Now, in this coming 12 months or so, we actually do have a pretty big pipeline of deals which have been funded over the course of these last 6 to 8 months. And in addition, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program with the multifamily housing set aside we have there is able to fund a significant number of deals as well. So the next 12 to 18 months, we have a pretty large pipeline to push through. But after that, it becomes much more challenging. On some other fronts that we have been working that excites me, we do have a large amount of stimulus dollar, not just for Neighborhood Stabilization Program, but we've taken forward an effort on a multifamily energy efficiency retrofit program, which is now underway, which looks to be very promising, that will provide more than 20% energy efficiency for over 1,000 housing units, affordable units at a minimal expense. We're also going forward with a pilot program for the overall code enforcement program that would attempt to incorporate within the regular code enforcement inspection process, you could call it a mini energy audit. So we would have an opportunity actually to provide an energy audit to building owners over time of 750,000 housing units. And I think we're working on that pilot as we speak, and as that unfolds, if we can actually implement that, it's very exciting, I think, as to not only the information that we gather from that, the educational benefits of that to property owners and tenants, but also the linkage of programs with DWP, with other utilities, and the other resources that we can bring to bear on energy efficiency throughout the city's entire multifamily rental housing stock. That's something that we're focused on here over the course of the coming 12 months or so as well. So very excited about those possibilities.
Very good. Appreciate that, too, very much. Where are we with the Mello interim ordinance? A while back there was a discussion of putting in place a final ordinance. Any update on the Mello ordinance?
Well, I believe that there's been a draft ordinance that's been out there for a few years. I don't recall how many years with guidelines associated with that. It is a problem. I know that we're dealing with at least one project that we haven't been able to resolve as of yet with regards to Mello, and we're attempting to do that actually in your district and providing some alternative locations for the affordable housing units within...
Is that the one on Main Street that you might be referring to?
Well, I think what we're trying to do is to work out those units committed as part of the Del Rey development, and so we've been trying to work through an agreement there, so far unsuccessfully, because there's been disagreements between the planning department, the attorneys in the planning department's office, and other city attorneys. So we just haven't been able to bring that to some sort of conclusion.
You should do that, but what becomes difficult for me, frankly, is I know maybe I'm naive, but when a developer builds a project in the coastal zone, I would like them in their complex to build those affordable units rather than cash out and go somewhere else that isn't in the coastal district. Because the problem, I mean, I know it's difficult. The coastal district is the most expensive land in the city. Maybe Mr. Koretz's Bel Air might be expensive, but basically the ocean area is the ocean area. And everything west of Lincoln is in the coastal zone, and that's why the Coastal Commission and the Mello Act exist in part, is to try to keep affordable housing. But I've never met a developer who says it pencils in. I've always said we'll get a new pencil, and then what ends up happening is they build their project in the coastal district and they end up not building the affordable units in the coastal district. And that's a challenge. I know that's your challenge.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that we can find, going forward with the planning department, a genuine commitment from a developer that they will build it on site. Otherwise, let's not give them their ability to build their complex or their structure. I hate it when after the fact and the project is up, they say, oh, we didn't do affordable units, we'll give you a check for X dollars. That doesn't solve my problem of having affordable units in the coastal district. And without mentioning the group, I don't want to get into potential litigated type issues, but I'm a strong believer that makes sense to locate affordable units in the coastal district just as much as they're wanting not to.
Well, we're trying to cure the one problem that we're aware of in your district, but it would be nice to bring some more specific clarity to the implementation of the Mello Ordinance.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to make, because then we wouldn't be in these kinds of potential situations where there's a project up, I drive by it, I see it, and I know that issue hasn't been resolved. Which goes to one more issue like that, which is SB 1818, and any sensing you have of where that is. That, again, in my district has been resulting in affordable housing being torn down, then a super dense structure is built under SB 1818, and then what we might have had 12 units in the previous structure, we might have 2 in the existing structure, and then so much of this new 1818 business is a project that doesn't meet character and scale of the neighborhood of which it ends up, putting itself in, which I experienced in one of my areas in Delray. Do we have a city policy on SB 1818, or is there anything we can do at this level to affect that so it's more legitimate, like not just a couple of chump change affordable where the building before was all affordable?
Well, that's primarily a planning department issue that needs to be addressed. It's something I'd have to sit down and take a harder look at. That particular issue hasn't come up before me anytime recently, but I'd be happy to get more specifically your concerns and to sit down and discuss them with the planning department and get back in touch with you.
Great. Let's do another meeting with them on that subject as well, because it's a chronic issue in my district. I have another particular building that's an affordable apartment complex. The developer wants to tear it down, build a much more dense project with practically no affordable units in it, because the Mello Act pretty well gives them that opportunity. And that is changing my neighborhoods. The mayor proposed a housing plan that works. 2 major goals are maximizing resources to deliver much more needed affordable housing and to continue the development of permanent supportive housing to address the needs of the chronically homeless and the homeless veteran population. How are we doing working toward meeting those objectives?
Well, despite all the doom and gloom, I think surprisingly well, particularly in the field of permanent supportive housing. We've been very much focused there the last couple of years, and we've committed over the past 3 years to over 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing under the plan, which I think is a dramatic increase over what was actually being done in the city prior to the plan. So we've taken the plan to heart. We follow it very closely. Probably the area that we've been least successful in is the market rate housing as well as the workforce housing. When the plan was put into place originally, of course there was a lot of discussion around the mixed income housing ordinance and the production of both affordable and workforce housing. And of course the plan at the time also contemplated the continuing housing development boom in the city, and we know what has happened there. But as regards affordable housing on the lower income scale, we've actually done quite well. And I think we're prepared, Greg, we're prepared shortly, aren't we, to have our numbers updated and presented to HCD committee. Is that correct?
Right. Greg Kong, Housing Department. We are working with the Mayor's Office and the other various departments, CDD, HACLA, CRA, who contribute to affordable housing unit in the city to finalize the numbers and prepare a report for the Mayor's Office.
And be more than happy to make sure you have a copy of that report here within the next month or so.
Yeah, and I want to thank you actually for a for-profit developer who's been working on putting together a 124-unit project that would be for seniors, low-income seniors, 62 and above, and even some supportive housing as part of the package. And you guys have done an incredible job in helping cobble together the funds, and I'm told this month there'll be the first shovel in the ground to build a project, and it's going to be called Delray Plaza, which is a very nice thing. And then on the other side, a not-for-profit, the Venice Family Housing, opened up a new structure at 15 Horizon, where I was privileged to help support financially so they could kick it into gear and buy it. And there again is truly former homeless folks who will have permanent housing. So I applaud you for all the efforts your department's been doing to cobble together those funds.
Thank you very much.
Shelters is my last question. In my district, from December 15th to March 15th, we open up 2 shelters. One is the Armory in West L.A., Brentwood area there, and the other one is in Culver City. And we take in roughly 215 homeless folks that have the opportunity to have that shelter. What breaks my heart every year is on March 15th, they're thrown out. And where do they go? Back to the alleys and back to the streets where they had come from. When they're in those shelters, social services are wrapped around, and certain activities are developed to give them an opportunity to move forward, but it just breaks my heart that we shut them down and we don't go any further with it. Is there any opportunity to talk about a shelter situation that lasts more than just December 15th to March 15th, where we can help those people?
Well, I think that's probably best addressed by LAHSA. I believe Mike Arnold is behind me and will be coming up next, but I'm sure Mike can and LAHSA can address that directly.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you.
Grit?
Yeah, just a little more on the Granny Flats issue. I know we had a false start with that because we attempted to deal with the issue, and I think an ordinance came back that focused on allowing building of additional Granny Flats, which was not what we're trying to focus on. It's trying to preserve the ones that are in existence. Have we ever looked at what other cities have done, like Santa Monica, to initially put in a moratorium and then put in legislation to allow for legalizing the ones that could be legalized safely and only eliminating the ones that were clearly going to be an ongoing health and safety hazard?
No, we have not.
Is there anything that would prevent us from doing that?
No, there isn't.
Because it concerns me that we're losing a lot of dollars worth of affordable housing. I believe we eliminate around 1,000 units of these every year. And they're not all, part of the problem is they're not all under one department. Some of them are added on to single family, some of them are in multifamily units. Nobody's very focused on the issue, but if you lose 1,000 of these a year, the amount of money it would cost for us to build them as new affordable housing, it might take us 50 years to replace them. It's a huge amount of what little affordable housing we have left that's being lost. Is anybody focused on this?
It's not something that's really been raised to my attention. I know we focused on quite a few issues with regards to the rent stabilization study that was done by the Economic Roundtable, but this hasn't been raised as a major issue. Like I say, it's come more to my attention through my experiences with the Neighborhood Stabilization Program and just what I see in terms of the housing stock out there, particularly in the single-family arena. But I don't believe we have any significant work underway with regards to policy on that.
Well, I don't know what we can do to get it to people's attention, but certainly...
I think you already have.
We're trying our best. Also, I know some of this is, some or most of this is done as a complaint-driven issue. I don't know if we've looked at where that's being done somewhat inappropriately. I don't think there are large numbers of people doing this, but I've had this brought to my attention where there are tenants that make almost an occupation out of moving into units that are illegal granny flats and then reporting them to us and then not being willing to move out and make it difficult for the landlord to follow up what we then tell them to do to invalidate the granny flats and then sue the landlord and get relocation money and hold the landlord up for other money. There is a way to do this that's essentially fraud or close to fraud, and we seem to actually play a role in helping the people do that. Are we aware of that? And it's certainly not what the RSO was intended to do. Do we have an awareness that this is happening, and have we developed a better process to not assist in this kind of thing?
Well, just I'll make a comment, then ask Roberto to go into more detail. We've worked very hard, particularly in the last year, to work very closely both with the landlord representation as well as the tenant representation, and to make sure that we're consistently and objectively dealing with the types of problems that surface with both of those. We've reached out to do counseling contracts that we've had in the past for tenant representatives, but we're also undertaking a process now. We now have contracts to do the same thing with the landlord associations. I know that the issue that you're talking about does come up. We deal, if you would, with adjudicating those sorts of disputes on a fairly regular basis. And Roberto, you may want to address that a little bit more.
We don't see that as a substantial problem. That's not to say it doesn't exist. The tendency has to be established by those folks who seek out the illegal units as a place to stay, and then later on complain to our code enforcement. Our code enforcement and our rent stabilization housing investigators, they work pretty close with each other, and when we see, for lack of a better word, scams of that nature, we're alerted to that, and we're very conscious of that as well.
Well, so far, like I said, I haven't seen many of these either, so hopefully it's very limited, but what I have seen, we haven't handled it in the way that ideally we would want to handle it. The tenants have been able to scam the landlords in those circumstances and really sort of hold them up for ransom. And obviously that's not what this ordinance is intended to do. It's intended to help legitimate folks in those circumstances. So I'd encourage us to keep a closer eye on that. And just in general, I'd look forward to working with you on trying to handle the broader issue of granny flats so that we are able to maintain as much of our affordable housing as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the consolidation of inspectors for multifamily and single-family, how's that going? And is there a difference in the approach that the housing department takes versus the building and safety department?
Well, we had actually initiated these discussions ourselves a number of months ago with building and safety to see if there could be any sort of efficiencies that might be realized through some sort of either sharing or consolidation of some of the functions of the department. Of course, at the housing department, our responsibility is systematic code enforcement for the multifamily housing stock, and so that's 2 units or more, and that's about 750,000 units within the city. So going through a 4-year cycle, we're doing code enforcement on that. At building and safety, our interest was in the residential portion of their overall code work that they were doing there. And to take a look to see if there might be a way to do the same sort of fee for systematic code inspection of the single-family stock. But as we look further into it, as I mentioned, there are approximately 190,000 rental single-family and condominium units here in the city. So it would be a significant workload, and the fees that would have to be charged to do that, number one, appeared to be very cost prohibitive without doing it with some additional general funding to undertake it. And then secondly, there was concern about what we might find when we get there in terms of trying to deal with some of the problems of illegal uses. There would be a need to enforce the codes, and without significant programs for relocation, without significant resources to build new affordable housing, we were concerned about some of the problems that actually may cause. So we took a hard look at it and just came to the conclusion that it didn't make sense. It wasn't able to save the city any additional funds. As a matter of fact, it probably would cost the city additional money to undertake such a program.
Now, does it cost building and safety more now, or they fully funded out of their enterprise program, correct?
Well, building and safety deals with single-family code enforcement on a complaint-only basis as opposed to systematically. And on a complaint-only basis, they do charge fees, which I think are only something that they've recently implemented, but they do use funds out of the general fund to cover some of those expenses.
Okay. But as of not right now, you decided that it's not a good idea, so you're not pursuing that consolidation?
No, we're not pushing that consolidation at all.
Thank you.
Let me just ask one thing. On the audit I mentioned earlier that was done in December of 2010, and I think the controller sent a letter to your department on the 14th of December. We'd like to see if you could get that response in so the audit committee could address the issues, particularly the SCEP and the RSO funds. And I didn't go through it, but they also identified about 10 funds that house about $10.4 million that they've had no expenditures for the last 2 years. So we can get that response and clarity, and it would be helpful to get those responses before any proposed increases in SCEP and RSO, so we don't have these two issues that are still...
Yeah, we will. We did respond to that, and we'll get you a copy of that response. The $10 million worth of other programs, those have all been addressed and cleaned up. One of those was a large amount of funds that had been set aside for a particular rental housing deal. The rest were small amounts, all of which have been reconciled. So we'll get a copy of that response to you and any of the other outstanding issues that there may be with regards to the controller's report.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think it'd be important that they get resolved or at least addressed before there's a proposed increase. Okay,
yes, of course, we'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We have Lassa. Oh, excuse me, Mr. McQuiston, you had some comments on housing? So when Mr. McQuiston has a public comment, that's all.
Jim McQuiston, I did want to respond to one of Mr. Rosenthal's questions, and that was on the fact that it was very difficult to get people to build low-income housing, even in SB 1818. You know, the city has resisted SB 1818 for a long time, just ignored it, and still our planning documents do not reflect SB 18 exactly. However, I do want to say that Mr. Weingart, we all know the Weingart Foundation, he ran Consolidated Hotels, and you can go around town and you can pick out every single one of his apartment houses that he built, because they all look approximately the same. They're low cost, they were built low cost, they're all over 50 years old, and they look like they're brand new today, and he always maintained very low rents in them, and he made money on them. It's a matter of designing so that you can make money on the apartments. It's kind of a fraud to say that you cannot build low-income housing. People just want to build the wrong kind of housing, and that runs the price up. However, the city's regulations don't make it easy to build low-cost housing with a low cost. And we have to do something about that, but that is a matter of the planning department, not of the housing department.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mike Arnold, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. I think as we enter into the budget conversation, I'd like to just give a little bit of context on this. LAHSA is a joint powers authority between the city and the county. We provide the procurement the contracting, the compliance, and the contract administration on primarily homeless housing and service dollars that come through the city and the county. The bulk of our funding comes through HUD programs, either directly to LASA through the supportive housing program, or through the city or county through CDBG and the ESG program. And I thought maybe what I would do is just give you a little context of all of these pieces. They all get woven together into coherent programs. Some of it is good news, and some of it obviously is not such good news. I think the good news today is that the federal government has recognized the importance of homeless services and housing funding. And for the 2011 year, they increased funding for HUD through the McKinney-Vento program. However, it's important to note that the increases in those programs are part of the implementation of the reauthorization of the McKinney-Vento program called the HEARTH Act. Under that, emergency shelter grants, which we call ESG, is transitioning to emergency solutions grants. And 40% of the funding in that particular program is required to be spent on homeless prevention and rapid rehousing activities. So even though there's an increase in the dollars for the 2011 fiscal year, it really requires us to invest those dollars in prevention and rapid rehousing activities. It's the federal government's attempt, I think, to provide some degree of continuation for funding that was funded under the ARA 3-year program called Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing. We refer to it as the HPRP program. However, the additional funding being provided under the Emergency Solution Program is significantly less than the annual expenditures that we have under the existing city HPRP program. Right now, that's about $9 million a year, and that's being reduced to about $1.2 million a year, or about a $7.8 million reduction. So we're going to see a significant reduction in our capacity, I think, to continue providing prevention and rapid rehousing services. 2011 will be a transition year, but it's clear that we're going to need to scale back by 2012. And I think the other point that's important to note is that the Emergency Solutions, formerly Emergency Shelter Grant Program, comes with a woefully low administrative funding of 5%, and that amount is currently shared with the Los Angeles Housing Department. I do want to call out that the HPRP program has had a fairly significant impact on reducing and preventing homelessness here in Los Angeles. Since the program started in 2009, over 2,400 households in Los Angeles City have been provided services. Over 800 households were provided prevention assistance, and over 834 families and individuals received rapid rehousing assistance, meaning they were homeless, and then through this assistance program were rapidly provided access back into permanent stable housing. About 35% of those that received assistance are families, and 20% of those assisted were veterans. The McKinney-Vento funding program, that's the HUD Homeless Assistance Program, was funded in 2011 at levels that allowed Los Angeles to receive funding for approximately 280 units of permanent supportive housing. Those were applied for under the HUD competitive program in 2010, and that's approximately $12.5 million that's been invested in that. While we're obviously very happy with the new funding and the programs being made available, it's important to note that at 280 units a year, it will take us over 36 years to house the chronically homeless who are currently on our streets here in Los Angeles. Another component that we want to talk briefly about is the City of Los Angeles invests its community development block grant funding in homeless housing and services. As we've talked about a little earlier, initially the programs that LASA administers experienced about a 6% reduction, but we expect that that reduction for the current year is going to go up. I do want to point out that these reductions reduce direct program services and capacity. We won't really know what that is until the city consolidated plan is finalized. The county, fortunately, has been able to hold LASA's funding levels current or consistent with the prior year, so we're not expecting reductions on county funding. And in the current year, Mayor City General Fund budget has proposed a 10% reduction in funding provided to LASA. This funding primarily supports emergency shelters within the city, an access center that's located in downtown Skid Row. It represents cash match component of our homeless management information system grant from HUD, and this is a mandatory cash match requirement that leverages 4 federal dollars for every 1 local dollar. The city general funding also supports the city cold weather winter shelter program, and the proposed budget reductions would reduce the general fund contributions to LAHSA's programs from $10.695 million to $9.625 million, a $1,069,000 reduction. A couple of additional notes I want to point out. First, LAHSA's cost of administering these extremely complex and highly regulated funding is very, very low. Our administrative costs are about 8.5% of the funds administered, so almost 92 cents out of every program dollar, or every dollar that comes to LAHSA goes directly to programs. The other point that I think is important to call out is that the 8.5% includes all retirement benefits to LAHSA employees. We do not participate in retirement programs similar to the city. We have a defined contribution plan that is funded concurrent with employment. As a final note, I want to speak to the concern that we at LAHSA, as well as many other major cities across the U.S. have, that all of our work in progress on reducing homelessness is in jeopardy. Evidence is pointing to the fact that while often the fall into homelessness isn't a very far fall, it may take a long time for it to occur. The longer this recession continues, we have an increased alarm that we collectively have the potential impact on our programs and services, and we may in fact be reducing services while a potential for large increases may be coming in the future. I do want to thank the committee and the city for your leadership around the important issue of reducing and ending homelessness in Los Angeles. I know these are really difficult times, and I appreciate your efforts to minimize the effect of this terrible economy on our most vulnerable city residents.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and frankly, thank you for your leadership. You've been in charge now for a bit of time, a year or two? A year?
2 years.
2 years now. Time flies when you're having fun. And you've done a great job of connecting with the communities. You heard my comment before to the last presentation by Mr. Guthrie. Do you have any insight into that?
Well, I think there are 2 issues that go with shelter placement and shelter operation. I think the first issue, which is probably as challenging as the second, is that what we are talking about around shelter dollars is a reduction. I mean, the bulk of the city general funds goes into shelter operations, and we're talking about approximately an $800,000 reduction. So we're going to see a reduction in shelter beds throughout the city as a result of these hard budget times. So we need to have funding to be able to do that. And then the second piece of that is the siting issue. And I think siting shelters is always a challenge. It's more of a challenge in some communities than others. But having said that, I think one of the things that I would encourage the council members and the city in general to do is really look at alternative approaches to dealing with folks who are on the streets. And I really am a believer that we need to invest in affordable housing, and we need to make access to affordable housing much more accessible to our homeless in order to get them off the streets and get them permanently into stable affordable housing.
Mike, I completely agree with you. Who wouldn't? It's been a no-brainer for my entire life. Permanent housing with supportive services is always the key. They're acting like it's a new dawning moment, and then they blame it always on Ronald Reagan, which is not his fault for throwing folks out of various institutional arrangements. It's just that society has not followed through with its commitment to the most vulnerable. Every time you walk over somebody who's homeless with swollen feet or see see them pushing a cart, my heart goes out knowing that a good number of them, as you and I both know, psychiatric and drug and alcohol dependency issues might be for 70%. I don't know the full figure. It's obviously easier for us to deal with a parent with children, and we do a lot with that in my district. I can tell you, and I'm very proud of the leadership of various community groups that have been doing it. But the raw, rough, homeless person out there that we're dealing with needs supportive services connected and needs permanent housing. But for us to do this, we need to spend tens of billions of dollars throughout the nation to actually meet that. How many homeless did you say we have in our city right now that you think?
In the city, we have about 25,000, and about 25% of those would require permanent supportive housing as a solution to homelessness.
And what kind of a price tag are we talking about if we were to really follow through with that?
A very big price tag. I think, part of this is really looking at whatever resources we have and then ensuring that we've aligned those resources.
Correct.
And fortunately, the city has done, I think, a really good job of doing that. I mean, unlike many jurisdictions, the City Housing Authority has very much stepped up and made the Section 8 program available to our homeless. And I think that, that is certainly one solution to building. That really provides us the ability to provide access to affordable housing. We need to ask our service providers to step up and provide services so that it in fact creates a stable, secure environment for folks.
And I might say, and I thank you and applaud you on this, the roadmap to homes that we're working on for people who live in cars and campers, I've been very fortunate and I'm very grateful that I've gotten vouchers and vouchers. The VA has been extremely cooperative for any veteran voucher issue. They're available with 25,000 vouchers for me. And the Housing Authority previous administrator secured me 25 vouchers for general use. So I have 50 vouchers, and we're taking that program significantly forward by having that. But there are two issues. One, we don't have enough vouchers, obviously. And two, there's issues with building and safety and code enforcement and a person going into one of those units. And so a lot of mom-and-pop type landlords aren't too excited about Section 8 vouchers for those kinds of reasons. Question one is, what is the voucher population out of Washington in terms of our city of Los Angeles? How many do you think we can get in the next fiscal year? Through all of the different mechanisms that exist.
Well, I think the good news is that for 2011, the agreed-upon budget includes over 7,000 Veterans Administration supportive housing vouchers. So Los Angeles City, I think, has really been a leader in integrating the Veterans Administration programs with the HPRP program to both identify and get veterans benefited with the voucher. And as a result, I believe 100% of the available vouchers that have been allocated to LA City have now been assigned to veterans. We're now working on finding housing for them. But I think that puts us in a great position to increase the amount of vouchers that come to us because we've demonstrated the capacity to fully use those vouchers. I don't believe there is additional funding on the general Section 8 program, so I think we may have to live with what we have, and I think the Housing Authority will be able to address that much more competently than I am, but my understanding is that there is not additional Section 8 vouchers that are going to be made available. However, one area of advocacy that I think we can all do is that HUD and HHS have, over the course of the past 2 years, been trying to get Congress to fund a pilot program where Section 8 vouchers would be married to HHS service dollars so that it in fact creates permanent supportive housing through a Section 8 voucher. And that's, as you all know, by the time a Section 8 voucher gets to a local jurisdiction and by the time service dollars get to the local jurisdiction, they're very far apart and very hard to put back together. So this pilot project, which was 10,000 HHS HUD vouchers, would operate very much like the VASH program, Veterans Administrative Supportive Housing, would create opportunities for housing with services.
Well, that's good news for me to hear, too, and I appreciate the coordination between the county and the city, and LAHSA's mere existence is that coordination. The people voted for Prop 63 a few years back. 63 was a yes vote for those who make $1 million or more. 1% would go into a special fund for mental health issues. Knowing what I said in my opening comments, that many of the homeless folks suffer drug and alcohol and mental health issues. Do you know where that money is in the county and how much we can tap into that we haven't, that could be part of some kind of a housing concern issue, homeless housing for those folks?
Well, a significant amount of that funding has been committed to projects and/or services, and it all weaves into the permanent supportive housing program that I think both the county and the city have been doing. So I can get you a report back on the projects and the amount of funding that's been committed, but many of the projects that are currently receiving funding through the city's permanent supportive housing and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund are included in either capital and/or service dollar commitments under that program. So it's a fairly significant investment. My understanding is that there's not much money of that left that is not committed. So we probably have used up what's available, but it is a fairly significant amount, and I think it is providing critical service dollars to housing programs that are coming online over the course of the next couple of years.
Yeah, I'd like to report back on that specifically, because Prop 63 is an ongoing funding source that comes in every year, and I'd like to see, so far it's been in place half a dozen years, and how it's been working, and if it can be directly related to us. Now, you know, my colleague, Councilwoman Jan Perry, who's been truly a leader on homeless issues, as she's been a leader on a lot of other issues, we would like any savings identified reprogrammed into the year-round emergency shelter and winter shelter program, because we understand this year's budget calls for an $800,000 reduction, which you mentioned, but I wanted to appreciate Ms. Perry. I've looked at her new images and some of her systems out there that she has put together. Is there any way in which we can work on this issue?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I guess part of what we always do every year is look at particularly ESG funding, and that funding typically gets reinvested back into the emergency. That funding is limited, by the way. As I mentioned, even with emergency solutions, it's limited to things such as outreach, emergency shelter, prevention, and rapid rehousing. So it really has to be reinvested back into those programs, and we can certainly evaluate what savings we have when, as a result of the closure of the year, and what money may be available to ensure that any funding reductions in general funds are minimized as a result of reusing that money, those savings.
And we'd like to report back on that, because it is now May, and before we know it, it'll be back into those particular months. I'm just going to run through a bunch of questions for the record here, too. Can you clarify how many units of housing for the homeless have been built in the city of Los Angeles since the Housing Trust Fund was established?
Since the Housing Trust Fund has been set up, there's 523 units that have been completed and are currently in use. There are another 624 units that are in construction. There is 109 units that have received full funding, but they're in the process of closing. And then there are another 295 units that are still seeking full funding. So they may be applying to the state for tax credit revenues. So the total amount that has been funded from completion through this current cycle of state funding is 1,551.
Thank you for having those numbers so clearly there. When you just reflect on that, how many additional do we need to really take this problem seriously?
The short answer is a lot. If we have within the city of Los Angeles about 6,200 chronically homeless, we can safely say that almost all of those, if not all of those, would require permanent supportive housing too, and that's again housing
That's
with
6,000 you just said. And when
6,000.
Supervisor Yaroslavsky, who I think has been very bold with his leadership with the 50 most vulnerable, has now expanded it to Santa Monica for 50 homeless, and in my district through the St. Joseph Center for 40. In your professional opinion, that is the strategy to go forward, but obviously the numbers should be dramatically increased.
I think we need to take it to scale, and really, the biggest issue for us, I think, is getting access to housing. I think the access to housing is probably the biggest challenge we have in Los Angeles, particularly around getting people housed. It's sort of the chicken and the egg. Folks say, well, if we have the housing, we don't have the services. Others say if we don't have the services, we can't find the housing. But I think if we can find 6,000 units of housing, we can find service dollars to help those folks stay housed.
And what can we do on our end to help you move in that direction for those 6,000 units? Because I totally agree with you, especially as I see in my district in areas of Venice. I mean, I even have a homeless youth population that we're desperately working with a group called Stand Up for Kids that, brings them into the Westminster Senior Center 2 nights a week. They feed them and they give them clothes. They try to mentor them. But these are teenagers that have left dysfunctional homes, and they're literally on our beach. And then we have another cadre of homeless transients that have just come in as the summer months pick up. I mean, we up our police protection, and I bless Charlie Beck and his leadership team, but I'd like to find other than policing solutions to a lot of this.
Well, I think one of the things we can all do that is really important is continue to advocate for federal dollars. I mean, HHS really runs homeless youth programs, and I think that there is the opportunity for them to continue to invest in and increase their investment in homeless youth programs, particularly housing programs that help provide that population with the ability to get the education, get the job training skills that allow them at conclusion of the programs to join mainstream society. I think that population runs the greatest risk of being chronically homeless in the future if there aren't adequate resources invested in them, helping them to get the education again, get the skills, get the resources that they need to really become productive members as adults in our society. And I also think that continuing to encourage our electeds to focus on HUD dollars that provide housing and HHS dollars that provide services would be very, very advantageous for us.
And part of it is a public relations issue. For instance, we found a Motel 6 type complex. It was literally in Culver City on a strip called Washington Boulevard, but my constituents are right on the other side of the alley. And when it was first being contemplated, there was a tremendous outcry in the neighborhood about not in my neighborhood kind of thing. And a year later, we just had a year anniversary of it. And it's 18 units, and it's parents with children. It's a transition place. It's added to the quality of the neighborhood dramatically from what it was before, and I haven't had one complaint from a single resident constituent of mine. I think part of our challenge is a public outreach program that is good PR to help people understand we're all connected. And I would love to see us come up with a program that can help dispel some of that feeling of fear that people have when you're addressing this issue. You're nodding your head. Is there something we can do together on some kind of a marketing strategy?
Well, I think there is. I mean, part of what I've found that my job is just myth busting. There are a lot of myths out there around homelessness, and one of the things that we've really worked very hard to do is get out of anecdotal information and into evidence-based information. Our homeless management information system is giving us very real-time outcome data. In addition, we're actually getting longitudinal studies on the impact on a community of permanent supportive housing. It used to be, the argument was permanent supportive housing in my community is going to bring everybody's property values down. In fact, property values go up. Another myth is that chronically street homeless who have been homeless for 20 years don't want a housing. In fact, they choose that. And the reality is no, Project 50 demonstrated to Los Angeles that you can take people who've been on the street for 30 years, get them into housing, and with services they can stay there stably and receive the treatment and mental health services that they need to be stably housed. So there's a lot of myth busting that we can do, and I would welcome any opportunity to, create messaging that helps spread the truth rather than let these myths persist.
And I certainly appreciate that. PATH is now in the process, besides assisting me, and I thank you for your leadership on that, on vehicles to home, but they've just most recently found 2 lots in a neighborhood that makes sense to build some permanent housing that I know will only enhance the neighborhood, but I'll have to work with my community people to appreciate that, because like at 15 Horizon, as an example, it's just a beautiful building, and there are people living in it as happy as people were the day before yesterday. So it doesn't create, like we saw in New York when we went back and saw what that was happening in Times Square when we did that. And my last question is the outreach response team fully funded for fiscal year 11-12, and are we seeing an increase or a cut in staffing?
It is funded at their historical levels. What we are seeing is a fairly significant increase in the demand for their services. And this may be, again, another sort of view into the future where, as a matter of fact, I think you and I both just got an email from one of your constituents talking about significant increases in the number of homeless in Venice who are now congregating in what appear to be 100, 150 individual groups. So we may, in fact, be seeing an increase in that, and certainly I can say that our emergency response team, the outreach team that LASA has under our umbrella, has seen a significant increase in the amount of calls that they receive from not only businesses, but your offices, the Board of Supervisors, the Sheriff's Department, the county hospital. So they're funded at their historical levels, but we're definitely at capacity in terms of workload.
Yeah, and obviously the problem is larger than the capacity we're at right now. And you've also participated with us in the Hidden Homeless. We did a tour of our wetlands and found over 100 people living in encampments there. It's closer to 200. Or we even find them in the canyons and in the hillsides of other parts of the district. And we find them around the airport as well. So obviously this is an area where we need a lot more federal support, and I do appreciate the coordination that you do with the county and the city. Thank you.
Mr. Kritz?
Just one question about my district in particular. I'm in a district that most people don't pay attention to in terms of the homeless problem, because historically it's an affluent district. Unlike Mr. Rosenthal's district, which is also affluent but has lots of places where the homeless congregate, typically hasn't been a problem. But in recent years, it's become a problem. There are homeless on every corner. There's some that are very clearly, very severely mentally ill that will pick a spot in the middle of a sidewalk and live there and never move from there, and they're not even under shelter. They're very severely mentally ill. It makes no sense otherwise. They seem to be in every back alley and in every corner of my district now. But I don't think we're getting much outreach and much access as most of the rest of the city, I believe, has. How do we find a way to get more funding for my district, more access, more connection to help our homeless population?
Well, that's a really good question, particularly in this budget cycle. In order to provide, obviously you have access to LASA's outreach team whenever you need it, and assuming they've got capacity for it. But other than that, there's very little funding that's available. There are a number of agencies that do operate and run programs in the district. I know I'm in your district, only I'm over the hill in the Studio City area. I think the biggest thing that I've seen is that there is a significant increase in the number of folks who seem to be living in their vehicles. And this is an area where I think being able to connect those folks with the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program would be very advantageous to us. We fund through PATH the Vehicular Outreach Program, which was specifically designed, but they cover the entire city, so it's a broad service area that gets covered. But I think short of new funding to be able to provide outreach services, it's very, very difficult to both identify and then connect the folks who are spread out all over in the communities with services and resources that help put them on a trajectory back to stable housing.
I'm not sure in my district, at least anecdotally, I'm not getting many complaints, and I'm not personally seeing a lot of folks living in their vehicles. It's more people living in shopping carts or with their possessions in shopping carts, people living in back alleys, people living on side streets just off commercial streets. And it's not something that we're used to. It's not something that you saw in this area 20 years ago. Whereas a lot of the homeless populations have been a problem for many years. In this district, I think it's a little bit newer. And because it's affluent, which of course doesn't help the people that aren't, the people that are homeless, people don't think of it as an area that has a need. But I think it's actually gotten pretty severe. The areas like Westwood Village, where it's already a disadvantaged area in terms of the economy, and trying to get a bid in there to revive it. I suspect when that happens, there'll be more of an effort just to push the homeless out. And it may succeed, so there'll just be more homeless, a mile away from Westwood Village, somewhere else in my district. But how do we actually take some significant steps to resolve the problem?
Well, again, part of what I think is you're experiencing is that, there are various jurisdictions that have limited the services that they provide to homeless, which I think has resulted in a redistribution of homeless populations, So what we see is as jurisdictions focus in on perhaps their most chronic homeless, they cut off services to folks who don't meet that criteria, which drive them into other communities for services. The bottom line is that there needs to be more funding to be able to address that. I think all of the resources that we have, in LA City, 63% of our homeless are without shelter on any given night. So that means we don't have enough emergency shelter beds, we don't have enough transitional housing program beds, we certainly don't have enough permanent housing or affordable housing that can get folks housed. I think what you may be experiencing is that folks who used to be able to live in cars may have had their cars repossessed, may have lost their cars due to tickets, and it now puts them on the street, and in the street they then look for places to nest for the night, and they end up in alleyways, they end up in backyards. As Councilmember Rosendahl mentioned, one of the things that makes counting the homeless in Los Angeles so challenging is that we have lots of places for people to go. So one of the things that we do as part of the homeless count is we actually do a general population survey trying to identify who's living in a backyard, who is staying in an abandoned bus behind somebody's house, who's in a garden shed, so that we really do get a good idea as to the number of folks who are homeless within the city. But I think the bottom line is, if we want to make progress, we have to make a commitment to resources, and those resources are designed to help connect people to services and then help them find access to affordable housing or permanent supportive housing, depending upon what their need is.
And I don't know that there's an answer in there in any way for my problem, because probably the only step that we can do is fight harder for resources that people that have a worse problem in their districts are already trying to deal with. So, I don't feel like that's a great solution either, because we don't have the worst problem in the city, although it's becoming severe. So, do we fight harder for our homeless people to get housed so that other homeless people are out? It doesn't sound like a good solution is on the horizon there.
Well, just as a point of reference, the city of New York has roughly the same homeless population as the city of Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, we have about $75 million that we have available to invest in our homeless services and housing programs. The city of New York has $1.2 billion. So the short answer, it's a resource issue, and if we want to address it progressively, I think we have to recognize that and come up with the resources that allow us to do it.
And how's New York find that funding? Is some of it federal that we don't access as well, or what's the answer?
A significant amount of their funding is general funds. They tie into, I think to some extent they get some TANF dollars, but I think the bulk of the funding is general funds.
Well, I guess that doesn't answer us either. Obviously, we're not going to put an extra $1 billion in general funds into this issue. Otherwise, we would make Mayor Reardon's prophecy come true pretty quickly. I guess no great answers at the moment, but
there are no good answers. I wish I had lots of resources and could send folks out, but sadly we are significantly under-resourced throughout the city.
The one thing that I'd like to bring up at this point is I am not in agreement with the mayor's plan to cut 10% out of the situation here. And I'd like the CAO and the mayor's office to report back on how they will restore full funding. I will not accept the emergency shelter grant to be cut, the program, by another $800,000. They can find that in some other pocket somewhere. The most vulnerable, we're not going to continue to make it even worse for them than they are. So I'd like a report back on eliminating the mayor's 10%. I don't believe across the board makes sense, not one size fits all, especially when it comes to a dramatic problem we have in our city here. So I'd like those funds restored, and I would like to be able to continue the winter shelter and the emergency year-round program that Ms. Perry has been a champion on. And frankly, I'd also like it to be extended on the west side, so I just don't keep throwing these people out into the alleyways as we go forward. So I asked you to report back on that, and I'd like the mayor's office to work closely with you to restore those funds to the most vulnerable programs we have for the most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Mr. Smith? Okay. You have that on our wish list? Thank you. Let me just go through a couple of questions. I believe some new directions came out from HUD this last Friday, and it may potentially give some more funding to the city of Talassa. What's the criteria for the use of those funds? Is it to go into a new program? Is it to enhance an existing program? Is it for prevention? Just how are those funds expected to be used?
The announcement by HUD on, I think it was Friday or Thursday, was the announcement of the 2010 Supernova Award. So every year, one of the things that we do for the city and the county is we apply to HUD under the competitive McKinney-Vento program, and the awards were announced for new programs, and that's the $12.5 million that was awarded to the Los Angeles Continuum that funds about 280 permanent supportive housing units. So that will be rental assistance and project-based voucher assistance for 280 units. The other component, which is about $1,200,000, is an increase in the Emergency Solutions Grant Program. And as I mentioned earlier, 40% of the total allocation to the City of Los Angeles has to be used for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. So the 60% is actually less than we currently, or the 60% that goes into emergency shelters is actually less than what we currently spend on emergency shelters. So the new funding is not going to help us solve anything other than potentially minimizing the amount of reduction we have to do in the existing prevention and rapid rehousing programs funded by ARA.
Okay. And then Mr. Rosenthal's request to have the refunding looked at, would that cover the issue of the transitional housing? Is that, or is that a different fund?
It would cover the emergency shelter grant, the ESG savings, and investing them back would cover some degree of the year-round shelter program reductions.
Okay. And then on his, if I could just tag on to his request that we look specifically at the New Image transitional housing in the 8th District, because I think we're second largest number of homeless in the city. And so that would be a major hit, particularly I think it concentrates on women in the shelter. So we're going to ask that to be included in his response. And then let me just, you may have covered this, but just give us a thumbnail on the efforts, because we hear so much about shelters, but what are we specifically doing to move the chronically homeless into more permanent housing?
There's a couple of programs and processes that I think have evolved over the last couple of years. One of the first things that I think a number of communities are doing around Los Angeles is creating by-name registries of everyone. They are creating by-name registries of everyone who is homeless in the streets, and then they are applying some form of priority system to it. Common Ground has their vulnerability index. The intent being to create a list of everyone who is homeless in your community and then prioritize them for housing opportunities. And I think that has great value, because what we have found are those who have been on the street the longest are most vulnerable in our communities, also are huge consumers of public services. So getting them housed, getting them off the streets, and getting them into service-supported housing frees up a lot of community resources that allow us to more rapidly assist folks who need less of a hand up to resolve the issue of homelessness. So that's going on in communities. The Veterans Administration, HUD, and HUD through the VASH voucher program are also significantly enhancing our capacity to get veterans who are on the streets back into service-supported housing through that program. And I think within the city, there's about 1,145 of those vouchers that have been used in the last 3 or 4 years, specifically to address veterans and chronically homeless veterans and getting them housed. Other things that are occurring throughout the county is really a focus on the development of permanent supportive housing or creating access to permanent supportive housing, and a focus on veteran homelessness and chronic homelessness as target populations to get housed. I think that has a big impact, because in the past we take a little bit out of each of our subpopulations and we don't really make sustainable progress. What HUD has made very clear to us is that going forward as communities, we need to be able to show demonstrable progress in our ability to reduce chronic homelessness, reduce veterans homelessness, and eventually family and youth homelessness. So all of those, I think, are working to move us forward in seeing reductions in our street homeless, particularly the most chronically homeless in our streets. And again, we're resource bound by the fact that we'd love to get everybody housed, but without access and resources to do that, we're limited to the resources we have.
Have we had some recent successes, or is this kind of just a gradual year-to-year issue of getting people into permanent housing?
Well, I think what I would say is a recent success is a change in the paradigm around what solutions we're all looking for. There's also a couple of other things that I think may have an impact on our ability to increase our stock of permanent housing. LAHSA with HUD has embarked on a technical assistance program to look at the transitional housing programs that we have around Los Angeles, including those within the city of Los Angeles, to see if they can be converted to permanent supportive housing. One of the things that we have evidence on is that transitional housing here in Los Angeles, less than 50% of people who graduate from our transitional housing programs end up being housed. And while they're in the program, they're homeless, and when they leave the program, they're homeless. So looking at converting that resource into something that is more permanent, provides a more stable environment, actually probably will be a good investment. So there's a process to assist agencies funded by HUD who currently provide transitional housing to become permanent housing, so that's going to have an impact. The HPRP program and the ability to take people who are just becoming homeless and get them rapidly housed, I think has had a big impact on reducing the number of new homeless who enter our homeless systems, which has allowed those who are already in our homeless systems to get better case management and better connections with permanent housing resources. So a bunch of things are happening. A number of different levers are moving, and I think they're all moving in the right direction.
Let me ask, could you give us a report back just on the last several years of what the transition has gone and where we can actually identify, particularly with the name registry, specific chronically ill people moving into permanent housing, what those numbers might be? And then let me ask you, what is your relationship and efforts working with Housing Authority?
We spend a lot of time with the housing authorities. I mean, one of the programs that we administer, the annual HUD Supernova McKinney-Vento competitive process, the Shelter Plus Care component of that, which is housing voucher or housing certificates that are coupled with services, are all administered through the housing authorities. So the City of Los Angeles Housing Authority participates with us in soliciting projects for submission to that. The county housing authorities, we actually, I think, work with 12 housing authorities throughout the county, the city and the county being the primary ones. The City Housing Authority, I think, has done a great job of creating set-aside programs. The city has a 10% set-aside, which is about 4,200 Section 8 vouchers that they contract out to homeless service providers to use to help households around Los Angeles City get housed. We are also working with the county to see if we can't encourage them to create set-asides that will create access to housing outside of Los Angeles City as well. So, we work very closely with them, and a lot of what we do overlaps, and I think that the relationships are actually pretty good.
Okay. Recently, I think you went before your board and proposed about 20 year-round shelter contracts, provider contracts.
Every 3 years, we typically reprocure the government funds that we have. This year, we reprocured for the year-round shelter program, which is the bulk of the city general fund allocation to LAHSA. And yes, there was a recommendation for funding that went to our commission on Friday.
Okay. I understand you had concerns about on financial issues as far as either probation or whether they should have been funded?
Well, it's a combination of things. I think it's fair to say that many of the nonprofits who operate in homeless services and housing are stretched very financially thin. Philanthropy has gone through a tough time for them. I think it's fair to say that a lot of them sort of live on the edge. However, the agency that we didn't recommend for funding had both programmatic issues, had outcome issues, and had an extremely weak financial condition, so there was a recommendation to discontinue funding for that program.
But your commission approved it anyway?
The commission took no action on it.
Does that mean they were funded?
No, that means that no one was funded.
None of the 20?
None of the 20. They're having a special commission meeting to revisit the issue.
In the past, how do you address when someone, do you call it probation, if they're placed on, if they don't come up to speed on either the finances or the program?
Probation is a reasonably new term that we've adopted because we've had agencies that have repeated identical monitoring findings when we go out and do our compliance work. So we are required to ensure that our agencies, and this is a risk management for us as well as the city and the county, to ensure that agencies are both from an accounting perspective accounting for these federal funds appropriately, and from a programmatic perspective are only providing benefits to eligible populations. we issue findings as a result of our monitorings, and depending upon the degree of the findings and the number of findings, agencies that we have significant concerns about are now placed on probation. We give them a period of time to resolve it, and ultimately, if they're unable to resolve issues that put them on probation, we recommend to our commission that that their contracts be terminated.
And how many have we terminated in the last few years?
3.
Okay. And that was what, program and financial?
I'm sorry?
That was in the programming and financial?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, is that part of the contract, that's the language as far as giving them a time to recover? Is that part of the contract with the Housing Department?
That's not in our contract language. That's because that is a policy issue we're trying to push forward with our commission.
Okay. And so, I mean, so the issue is it, when you handle those types of cases, is it a routine that they follow your request?
It's our hope that our commission would follow our recommendations.
Because one of the things I think we're concerned with as a provider of $9 to $10 million worth of general fund, that's the kind of language we believe should be very clearly established in those contracts. And yes, we can give people a chance to cure those problems, but there should be a very clear, definitive statement as to termination. And so we'd ask that you work with housing and the CLA and work out some language so that it's put into the contract, at least for City of LA general fund dollars.
Okay.
That was clear that there's a timeline that must be cured, and if it's not cured, then they should be terminated. Okay?
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Wiseman, you want to comment on LAHSA?
The mathematics that we've just been hearing started me thinking. 25,000 homeless, 6,000 or 7,000 core homeless who have no place to go and are not likely to go anywhere. $1,000 a month for a rental, that's $60 million. That's more than their $10 million by a large amount. But as you know, I'm a pediatrician, I'm a physician, and I view these things from a different point of view. I didn't hear any discussion of interacting with the county, whose task it is to take care of the health care needs. You talked about the very large burden that these people put on the city services, but certainly it's the county health services that they put the biggest burden on. Housing for these people probably should be clustered around our major hospitals, both county hospitals and university hospitals. In addition to the county hospitals, UCLA and the Long Beach Memorial Hospital are the places I would be looking at. The units that should be working with would be the county health department, the LA Care, for whom many of these people receive their health care services, CBOs, PATH, and then there's another organization that I've had some familiarity with, and I would certainly recommend it to your consideration if you haven't already incorporated that. There's a group of workers that are associated with churches, synagogues, and mosques in the whole city, as a matter of fact, the whole county of Los Angeles, called Abraham's Tent. Abraham, as you'll recall, was very known for his hospitality. And these people take in the homeless once a week. Well, it's a pittance, but it's a citywide, countywide activity that will help you to find many of the people that you need to find. The last deficiency is in social service, because social workers are very rare and are certainly inadequate, and each of these people, if they're going to come about getting the services they need, getting the rehabilitation that might bring them back into a normal life, has to be helped with some professional help. 25% to 40% of these are women and children. Those are not the third on my list, sir. Those are the first on mine, Bill.
Thank you. Could you just comment on the relationship with the county? Because I don't think we explored it, because we know that they've helped fund it and we're in some relationship ongoing.
Yes, I mean, we talk to the city because historically when we talk about homelessness and homeless housing and services, we look at the city for the housing resources, we look at the county for service resources. We work very closely with the county, we work very closely with the Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Health, and Department of Health Services. I think we're all encouraged by the recent action on the part of the Board of Supervisors where they endorsed the LA Chamber's Business Task Force on Homelessness, the Home for Good plan, that calls for better alignment of county services with housing opportunities to create permanent supportive housing. So those coordination, and obviously there can always be more and better, but I think that with the Department of Mental Health, Department of Public Social Services, Department of Public Health, and Department of Health are all focusing on helping identify and align resources that will significantly increase our capacity to provide adequate services to housing dollars to ensure people, once they're placed into housing, can actually stay there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Hakla. And while Hakla is coming up, Dr. Weissman, you had two other cards, one on public comment, which we've already had, and also DWP. If you come up now, you can have the 3 minutes to cover both of them.
You have a sheet in front of you, and I have it for anyone else who wishes it. It will have the bottom line of what I'm about to say. My apologies for not being here at your opening day. Something about a Sierra Lake and some rainbow trout and Yosemite and the big redwoods took precedent over this, but I guess I'm back. Now, we have four major problems in our city as far as the budget is concerned. Four really big ones. Number one is the collections, which the Controller estimates as a $300 million loss. Core estimates as $451 million, and we, the Neighborhood Council budget advocates, probably agree with both of them now that it's about $100 million. I'm about to tell you what I think is the most egregious of all of the collection problems in the city. But I want to mention the other three problems, and that is the active employee salaries have to be modified, readdressed. The neighborhood councils went on unequivocal opposition to the coalition proposal that has been accepted by presumably 16,000 coalition people, because all it really does is it kicks the can down the street. It means that this city is going to have to pay for something later instead of earlier, and that costs more. And it's not an advisable or a good kind of a way to do business, in our opinion. The retirement benefits are the other two, and that's both health care and retirement benefits. Those need certainly complete reconstruction. The salaries need complete reconstruction. The mayor's books, five of them already, I'm surprised that they're going to last. Those things have to be just about completely redone. Now I want to come back to the subject of collections. This city is notoriously poor in its collections. And one of the things that we do is we defer and we allow somebody who owes us money to pay for it late. If you take the page I have, and I'd like to see at least one or two of you pick it up and turn it over. Thank you. I can always trust Mr. Smith. On the back of that page is the cash flow from the city collector's office, city controller's office. That's real money, and it's right up to March 23rd. You'll notice that this year we borrowed $450 million out of the Tran to keep afloat. That's because we don't get money in the summertime when we need it. The biggest and most egregious delay in collection is Department of Water and Power. We allow the Department of Water and Power to pay their bill for the water transfer in February, March, April, when they actually owe that bill in July. I've been trying to get with Mr. Nichols. He's a busy man. We've been able to get together on this. But I believe if you ask Mr. Nichols to bring that consideration, you can knock the Tran down by $250,000. You can be a much more responsible citizen, city.
Thank you, Dr.
And Mr. Nichols will then be a hero in my eyes as being a really forward-looking manager of the Department of Water and Power.
Mr. Nichols will be here shortly, so you'll be able to talk with him personally.
I'll look forward to
Thank
hearing
you.
his response.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. David Esparza, Chief Financial Officer for the Housing Authority. First of all, I'd like to extend the apologies of our interim CEO and President, Ken Simmons. He's had a long-scheduled family event for today and tomorrow, so that's the reason why he's not here. And you have me instead. As you know, that HACLA does not receive general fund monies from the city, and we are fully funded through the federal government and state grants. 96% of our funds comes from HUD and federal dollars, and the other 4% comes from the state through various other programs. I have passed out this morning a overview of the significance and the repercussions of the budget cuts to the federal government as they have been resolved on April 15th of this year, and give you an explanation also of its impact on the authority. We are expecting to have a reduction of $7.7 million that we will have to institute within the next 6 months, since the federal fiscal year ends on September 31st. We are currently looking at all our operations and different expenses in order to see where we might be able to trim some of these expenses from.
Okay. And then what is your view on potential impact by the federal government in their budget?
It will be significant, as I just indicated, that we will have to institute these cuts within a 6-month period of time, and will not have the opportunity to extend that over a 12-month fiscal year, which means that most of those impacts will double in the repercussions, especially when in regards to personnel cuts and modifications.
Okay. A couple of years ago, you went through a major overhaul of your Section 8 program. Is that now functioning appropriately, and we no longer have this overabundance of vouchers out and about over the last year? Where are we on that?
Currently we're underutilized, but we are moving in the direction of getting fully leased up. Again, we were fully leased up during the first quarter of last year, and with some transition and turnover, we have since dropped below that particular point. We are currently at 96.4% lease up on our vouchers.
94%?
96.4.
96%. Okay. Let me ask you, what's the current relationship you have with Rec and Parks as they provide you services on HACLA properties?
Rec and Park utilizes some of our facilities, especially our gyms that we have at the various developments, to conduct programs and provide services for residents and people in the community.
Okay. Is there a funding issue through HACLA to them for that service?
No, we allow them the use of the facilities at no cost, and therefore we do not derive any income from them.
So there's an expansion of their Rec and Park programming?
That's correct.
And then what are you currently doing this year with the pilot funds?
Well, we have a number of projects that we have scheduled for the pilot funds, excuse me. However, before we can move in that direction, we need to obtain a waiver from the city council and the mayor for the actual expenditure of those funds.
Okay, but we generally get some document or something that you advise us of what your intent is so that we know what we're waiving.
That's correct. We typically provide that in the summer months after we've, start into the full-scale summer activities. Yes, we do.
Okay. But I mean, is it done by fiscal year? I mean, we're talking about funds that were forthcoming. Do you do it ahead of time through 11-12, or are you talking about funds received in 10-11?
In 10-11.
Okay, so that ends June 30th?
Well, our fiscal year runs from January 1 to December 31st.
So you go calendar year?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're a little bit off schedule with the city in that regard.
Okay, so we should expect something from you in July?
That's correct.
Now, you don't receive any general fund money?
That's
Is there any
correct.
other services that you get from the city of L.A.?
No.
None, okay. And then give us just a a thumbnail on this whole issue that was discussed last year about the redevelopment of the housing development and that transfer of property or building it and then coming back and basically tearing down existing structures.
Yes, you're referring to the Jordan Downs redevelopment project. Yes, we have acquired that property, although it has not cleared the LAFCO, the local agency, what is it?
Formation Commission.
Formation Committee. Yeah. And so we're waiting for that to be finalized before we actually start, any demolition or construction on that property.
Okay, so we've purchased the land.
Yes, we have.
The plans are in place to move forward. We have the funding.
We have partial funding for that project, yes. Not all of it has been arranged and secured.
And it's still the plan to build on the new property and move tenants in and then basically, now, what was the plan for the existing property? Is to redevelop that or to level it or what?
Yes, what the new property will allow us to do is to build there first and then move the residents from the existing structures into the new facilities and then demolish those structures behind them. This will be done in a four-phase process, and so it allow us to build, move, and then destroy the structures behind, and then build, move, and then destroy the structures behind them until the whole complex is completed.
Okay, so the first move of people into the new facilities, you then destroy or demolish those existing and then rebuild on that property.
Well, the area that we've acquired does not have housing on it currently.
Okay, but
And
you're
so,
gonna
once
build it.
that is cleared, we will build there.
Okay.
And then the first phase of the existing structures, those families and individuals will be moved to the newly built facilities, and then those vacant or now vacant structures would be demolished, and we do the rebuilding there, and then so on and so forth.
Now, is that an expansion in number of units, or is that going to maintain existing number but larger or larger?
No, it will allow us to expand the total number of units within the development.
And what would that expansion be?
I believe the number is 740.
740 new units? Or?
Correct.
Okay.
We could potentially go up to 1,100 units with that expansion. But Councilman, let me...
That's 1,100 total?
Yes, roughly between 1,100 and 1,600 was our original plan. All this was our potential original plan. Right now, currently, we are working closely with the mayor's office to release an RFQ for a master developer for that project. So that means that potentially any of this stuff that we're talking about today could potentially change once that RFQ is released and we've identified a master developer. So our commission, our office, and the mayor's office are working closely with putting together a RFQ for a master developer to come in with a...
And when will that transpire?
I know they're in the final stages of it. Our hope will be in the next 30 to 45 days.
And then what's the timeline we think this project will begin to start construction on the new property?
That I cannot answer. Once we identify the master planner, we probably have a better idea of construction start time.
How you doing? First of all, I want to thank your department for helping me with getting me some Section 8 vouchers for the folks that are going from the vehicles to the home.
Yes.
And I know that Peter Lynn has been an active player in it. And from what I gather from your acting director, that there'll be more vouchers for me in this program as I go forward.
That's correct. We continue to work with PATH to provide additional vouchers.
It's truly helpful. We've identified 10 people in the campers already that want housing. They're going through the paper program. 8502 is the law. You're not allowed to live in your vehicle. But those who want help to get out of their vehicles, we want to help them. We think that's the compassionate thing to do. At the same time, 8502 is being enforced in Venice, and we've seen a substantial number of folks in the campers disappearing who might have other issues, and they didn't particularly want to go through the, 8502 process. So I'm most grateful for that, and I continue to expect that tie-in, and that with the veterans, where we know 10 to 20% of the veterans are homeless, this could be a tremendous step in the right direction. So
And we want to thank you, too, for your efforts to help us clear, some of the red tape and make the connections.
Well, it's a win-win for all of us as a city. As you heard the LAHSA gentleman speak, and before that, the housing thing. Is permanent housing with supportive services is the ultimate solution for many of the folks who are on the street. And I can't thank you guys enough for the help that you've been giving me in this moment. Right?
You're very welcome.
Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the redevelopment proposals for our housing projects, such as we're doing now at Jordan Downs, there's a process where all of them are listed as potentially redeveloped sites for the upcoming year. What that does is a lot of the residents who live in these areas, it concerns them because they don't know if they will be selected this year. Do we have to go to their procedure, or do you have another procedure where you could just, as you move along and there's a better discussion, to select one or two sites that you will decide to move forward with, as opposed to just saying all of them are potentially going to be selected for redevelopment this year?
Is there a better process? Yeah, that's altogether possible. And, maybe having additional outreach into the communities and having those discussions would be very beneficial. And looking at, specific issues that are unique to those developments, would probably, do us well. And so I think that, we would be receptive to any good ideas in order to allow us a smoother transition into this new development.
It's just every time I visit the housing authority, the housing centers, a lot of the residents come up to me and say, so I hear we're going to be redeveloped next year, and I said, no, that's not accurate. But then they show me the agenda where it was approved, and I say, okay, well, as I read it, it's a whole list. Everyone's on there, and you may or may not be selected. But it does put a lot of fear or concern in some residents that they don't know what next year will look like. So I think if that could be alleviated somehow, it's a simple process, but I don't know if it's required by federal law. I'm not sure why that process is undertaken.
You're absolutely right, Councilman. What we have to do in our agency plan is we list the different developments that we potentially may look at, and so we put in our agency plan every year. Whether we decide to move forward on that or not, we're required to put in our agency plan for a potential project.
Well, that needs to be better explained.
Yeah, and we're going to work on that. We're actually starting to put together our agency plan this year, and we plan on working closely with your offices and how we do that process.
Great. And I understand that essentially all the Section 8 vouchers are being used? All Section 8 vouchers are being used?
We have an underutilization of about 3%.
That was explained earlier.
Yeah.
So is there a waiting list?
Yes.
And how big is the waiting list?
It's roughly between 10 and 12,000 people.
And what is our plan for that? Is it that much every year? What's our forecast for the next 3-5 years?
No, as I indicated earlier, early on in 2010, we were fully leased up. And so it depends on the transition and the economy as to, people either transitioning in or out of the Section 8 program. But typically, it runs at, 97 to 99% utilized.
Okay. And from the federal government, we're anticipate the next year or so the same level of funding as we did this year? We're going to have significant cutbacks, correct?
For the vouchers, yes. For operations, no. There will be significant cuts that will be absorbed by the Housing Authority for operations, which will, it'll be somewhat of a glove-in-hand type change because we will, our operations will be cut at the time when we really want to have more activities in order to outreach and, fill those vouchers, and yet we're going to be cut back on staff. Because the federal cuts specifically targeted Housing Authority operations, not so much on the benefit side, but on the operations side.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Pritt? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just before you walk up, one more question. The Mar Vista Gardens, which is one of the housing authorities that you manage, and I really appreciated last year when they wanted to get rid of our post office opportunities there, and we fought, and Maxine Waters helped, the mayor helped, and we were able to keep them there. Is there anything unique about Mar Vista Gardens at this point that would suggest more activity on the part of the council office or in your office there? I know that we want to keep some programs there. I'd like to get the Summer Lights program there for the soccers. I did get the lighting put in there. Is there anything from your perspective that can be done to assist us? I know CDD doesn't have the money, and I know the mayor's gang intervention prevention program is concerned about the number of incidences in my district. But since you have a direct relationship to that project, is there any assistance you can give us?
Let us go back and look at that, and maybe we can respond to you at a later time. I think that we always, we know that the need is there. Trying to fit it into that particular, community is always challenging, but I think that, we can go back and look at it.
Yeah, because when Augustine Contreras, a young man of 17 years of age who was a Venice student, was gunned down in the parking lot, it clearly brought to my attention that the Culver City Boys are located there, the Shoreline Crips and the V-13 are in the general area there, and that is a location where the gang energy does exist, and anything I can do to take that energy into soccer and some Summer Lights program, the more successful, and hopefully avoid any other kind of violence.
Okay, we will look at it and then get back to you directly.
Good, and within this month, because the summer is just around the bend.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Tim.
Thank you. Next, Lawa.
Here's my question.
Only because Greg Smith asked me the questions. Where are they? Jesus Christ. Good afternoon. Mr. Rosendahl will lead the questions on this.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're very happy of the modernization going on at LAX, and we say this over and over: modernization, yes; expansion, no. Though I'm dying to know how that meeting went this morning at BOAC, but we'll leave that for another moment. Could you please briefly describe all the major capital improvement projects going on at LAX?
Sure. We have a number of... First, my name is Ryan Yakubik. I'm the Director of Capital Development and Budget at Los Angeles World Airports. We have a number of capital improvement projects going on, the largest of which is the Bradley West project, $1.5 billion improvement of our international facility that will add about 500,000 new square feet to the facility that will allow us to better process international passengers as well as add a significant amount of concession space. Second on the list is a replacement of our central utility plant, which provides hot and heated and chilled water to all the terminals at LAX and allows for heating and cooling in those terminals.
Let me ask you this. The Tom Bradley Terminal, when I first saw it, was $1.2 billion. Then I've seen another figure, and then I've seen another figure. And I've also heard a couple of figures about the power utility facility. What do you see when you capture all the costs and time by 12/12/12 it will cost?
The Bradley facility is looking at just over $1.5 billion. That's the number we're carrying, and assuming everything goes off as planned without any major interruptions or cost overruns, we're looking at just over $1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion. And what about the central power location thing?
Just a little bit over $400 million.
$400 million. So we're talking about $1.9 billion.
Just for those two. And then we have a variety of other airfield improvements as well.
Is Jeanna Marie Lindsay in town?
She is. She sends her regrets, but she was unable to attend due to a conflict with the commission meeting.
Oh, she is at the commission meeting right now?
Yes.
Yeah. I figured it was the same time. I was just curious why we schedule things at the same time around here. Okay. Have we begun to pass on to the airlines the cost of capital improvement projects at LAX?
Yes, we have. We've first started seeing some of the first debt service hitting the rate base.
And what do you think that will be?
Well, it started actually last year, and it will continue on over the next several years in a increasing manner.
Okay, and tell me if you agree with me or not, and you can be clear and disagree with me. I'm a big believer in regionalism. We're 20 million people in the basin here, and the opportunities to go to other airports is limited due to all kinds of reasons. Ontario is one in particular. It's the Maytag man waiting for business. The major airlines do not do nonstop, direct, frequent, or discounted flights out of Ontario to places around the planet. You have to go to LAX. I've anecdotally told the story of a lady from San Diego who got a flight $200 cheaper at LAX and went up there because it's frequent and it's discounted and it's direct. The way I vision it, and I'd like your response to this, that as we continue the modernization of LAX, which hadn't been dealt with since the '84 Olympic, those costs in a formula established by the FAA with the Congress allows us to pass those costs on to the airlines. So the day will come when a sharp-penciled executive in United or Delta or American Airlines or some of the other big outfits can say, hey, it's cheaper to go to Ontario, and that might create the beginnings of true regionalism and allow us to take the pressure off of LAX for all takeoffs and landings in the region and allow Ontario to get as becoming more robust. Right now, Ontario could handle 11 million takeoffs and landings. It's down to about 4 or 5 million, and with some minor tooling can go up to 29 million, which I know my Westchester people, the Englewood people, the Lenox people, the El Segundo people, and a lot of other folks who are right around LAX would be thrilled to see. Do you see this with the Bradley Terminal being the first major step in that direction?
Well, I certainly think it's the first major step towards increasing the costs. As to what affects at LAX, as to what affects the demand by, or how the airlines view their demand for a different facility is a mystery to me, and as are their business models. So I really couldn't guess one way or the other, but it certainly these improvements certainly will drive LAX's costs higher.
Okay, well, okay, appreciate that answer, but when I've thrown it at the executives of the major airlines, they're stumped by it as well, because we know there's a market in the Inland Empire, we know there's a market in Orange County, especially from Anaheim over would be great, and Ventura County, and the eastern part of our region, obviously, too. So we look forward to seeing that create the effective regionalism that I believe can happen with modernizing LAX. By how much do you expect the cost per in-plane passenger to increase at LAX in the next fiscal year?
Between $1 and $1.50.
Can you describe the increase in LAWA's debt service over the last fiscal year and what further increases to the debt service you expect in the coming years?
We're probably going to see an additional $30 million in debt service just in the next fiscal year, and over the next 4 years, we'll probably see our overall debt service double to somewhere in the range of $250 million annually.
Would you please break down for me the major grant reimbursements we expect to receive in the next fiscal year, and how much of that is from the TSA, and what projects they're helping us fund?
Sure. We're expecting to receive somewhere between $25 and $35 million from FAA airport improvement grants for work we're doing on the airfield, mostly runway and taxi lane improvements. Somewhere in the range of $50 to $60 million from the TSA, primarily to support inline baggage screening improvements that will put the baggage screening back behind the walls instead of having the big, large CTX machines out in the lobbies that don't look really good and really interrupt the flow of passengers. Probably about another $5 to $10 million in TSA reimbursements for different security initiatives, and then a variety of small grants for either air quality or security.
Very good on that. The projected fiscal year appropriations for equipment and vehicles in FY 2010-11 was approximately $19.5 million, but it sounds like we're on a track to spend much less, just $2.5 million. Why is there such a large difference?
It's primarily a function of timing. One of the large bus orders that we had is going to float into the next fiscal year. One of the other bus orders we actually, or what we were expecting to order in buses, turned out to not materialize. We reassessed our needs for buses in the CTA and found that we needed materially less. So some of it was a change in expectation, and some of it was a difference in timing.
And I know one of the things that we're very proud of, and I'd like you to announce that figure. What percentage of the vehicle fleet at LAX is now alternative fuel?
72%.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And when do you think you'll get up to 100%? But 72 is quite a jump.
Well, certainly, and we've made a major effort to continue to swap out swap out two alternative fuel vehicles whenever possible. However, there are just certain vehicles where there are no alternative fuel alternatives available, and until such time as there are, we're a little bit held back on that front, but we would certainly be looking to make the change whenever it's possible.
Well, I'm very grateful for what you've done so far. I've asked you to complete the LAX Northside entitlement update process by 12/12/12, which is sort of a magic number around here to complete the Bradley terminal as well. Is that still on track, and have we budgeted for the necessary costs to get it done?
Yes to both.
Yes, on both. Now, there were 4 green-lighted other projects besides the Bradley terminal when the stipulated agreement happened in 2006. One was the Green Line. Another one was the People Mover. Another was a mid-size or midfield terminal potential. And fourth was another one called Consolidated Rental. Where are we on those 4 green-lighted projects at this point?
For the most part, those are all demand-driven projects. They're primarily a function of how many passengers we have flowing through the airport. And so at this point in time, there isn't an immediate need for those, but we're still in planning stages of trying to identify when and how we bring those projects online.
And one of the questions I had every year, and I'm smiling now because when I first came on board this council, there was a group of LAPD officers assigned to the airport that the airport didn't want or didn't feel they needed, and so the General Treasury was eating that to a tune at that particular point of a couple of million. I understand that's completely over, and there's no longer that general fund impact.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you for getting to that point, and I appreciate it. Is there any sensibilities right now about the airport police in relationship to, I went again to the memorial of Tommy Scott. It was the 5th anniversary of that moment in time when he died there, and the airport police are incredibly focused on airport issues. I just received a couple of emails in light of the bin Laden business yesterday that got everybody coordinating and working well together. And I'd just like to hear a general comment about the coordinations of the various policing agencies at LAX.
Well, sure. In fact, I actually came from a meeting specifically on that 2 hours ago upstairs. So we're certainly spending a good amount of time, coordinating ourselves and finding better ways to coordinate our activities with the LAPD and work out things. So we're all working to the same goal.
And now, is it true that all recruits to the airport police are going through the LAPD training academy?
I do believe that's correct.
Yeah, and that's a blessing. Do we have any idea of the percentage of LAWA cops that have now gone through that training there?
Mark Adams, Los Angeles World Airports. Excuse me. There was, there was a switch at some point several years ago when we made that switch, and I don't know how many of we'd have to research that to
figure out. I think anything in the last 2 to 3 years.
Anything in the last 2 or 3 years have gone through, and some before that. It was there was a mix before that, so we'd have to do some sort of a survey to figure out.
Yeah, I'd like to get an update on that, because I think it was a brilliant move on whoever's decision it was to get everybody, so to speak, on the same wavelength in terms of training and all of those issues. That's all I have for this very moment, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chris?
Just a couple. I know the food and beverage concession revenue for the last couple of years is around $32,000. I mean, $32 million. $32,000 wouldn't be too good. And the estimated revenue for the coming fiscal year is only $26 million. Why are we anticipating that kind of a drop?
That drop might be a little bit low, but we will still have a drop, and that's just a function of as we switch out the concessions to redevelop them and put in things that are fresher, newer, and more attractive. We're going to be taking those areas of the airport out of service, and those are revenue-generating areas. So when we do that, when they're going through these construction phases, we will have a loss of revenue.
So it's just a reflection of our updating our concessions and taking all this. What are we anticipating the improved revenue to be once all of those things are in place?
Typically, and a number I've heard bandied about it, is you typically see about a 10% increase in your sales per passenger once you put in new and fresh concepts. But we'll be seeing this staggered in over a good period of the time, over probably the next 3 years. So it'll be tough to pinpoint exactly when you see that big jump, but we would expect a nice little bump up in our concession revenues.
And we're anticipating that all the changes are fully implemented by when, about 3-4 years?
I think on this last set of packages that you saw it go through, I think probably in the next 2 years, and then we have additional things ahead of us, including Bradley West, but terminals 1, 2, 3, and 6 that will be coming through, and they'll probably be in within the next 3 years.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Smith? Let me just ask a couple of questions. Mr. Rosenthal hit on a couple of them. On the issue of the podium, we've all resolved that issue with your rehiring and deployment.
Yes, we have.
Okay, now, are you still hiring? Or you've reached your max? Where are you on the hiring?
I believe we're still doing a small amount of hiring. There's always backfill going on, so we have a constant flow of replacing attrition. I'm not sure that we've got anything, any major increases ahead, but those things are still subject to some of the outcome of the Blue Ribbon panel.
Okay. The other issue is, when I talked with the general manager recently, she had expressed that the next issue dealing with policing is that your intent is to be developing your own motor officer group. Is that something already in play? You're moving in that direction? Or?
I believe that's something that's in play and is continuing on. We've been actually sending our officers to the motor schools, and that's a kind of a timely process. It takes a little while, and so we've been slowly moving along and replacing some of LAPD's motor officers as we go, but we still have a little ways to go.
Okay. And that's primarily totally on the airport property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is the expectation that we use, I guess you still deploy our patrol your property outside of the airport. Is that one of their usages?
For the motors?
Motors.
Boy, I really couldn't tell you. I believe they primarily focus on the CTA, but...
Well, it would be the CTA, but we also have property like Manchester Square and the perimeter, which is technically outside the CTA.
The other thing she mentioned, she was very pleased with the operational relationship with the special units that work in concert with the airport police and LAPD. But I didn't get a sense of whether there's an expectation of any enhancement of those special units or whether there was a satisfaction at the current level.
Well, I think we're constantly looking for ways where we can focus our relationship with the LAPD and get the most out of that relationship. So at times we're looking for how we take those resources and utilize them better or shift them around to the areas of highest need.
Okay. The thing that also was mentioned is the issue of the officers that are currently housed in the trailer. Is that a plan that she's talking with the LAPD about continued deployment of those officers?
I believe she's had some discussions, and I believe those discussions are continuing.
Okay. And then the issue of most recent issue last night, is that issue in the sense of provided they don't use the colors anymore, but escalated deployment and contingencies in the airport?
I don't have any information on any changes in deployment. I did see a quote from Jeanna Marie this morning that said that everybody's ears were up, and I think that implies certain things.
Okay. Now, one thing came up recently, and I wasn't aware that you currently have your own EOC that's located at the airport.
We recently opened the Airport Response and Coordination Center, which is an area that works a lot like an EOC. It's kind of a central nervous system for everything that's going on at the airport.
So it deals operations, and how does that coordinate with the city's EOB and the city's emergency preparedness? How does that coordinate with it?
For the specifics of how those things connect, I'd have to report back from you.
Okay, could you give us a report back?
Sure.
Okay. Because one of the things I'm concerned with is that we've spent so much energy with the city's EOC, and I know it wasn't until 9/11 that we included the airport into the EOB, but we'd hate to lose the coordination if you're basically either technology-wise or system-wise going in a direction that's inconsistent with the city's program.
Sure, we'll be happy to report back
so
on that.
report back, because there should be a very, very close relationship so that if something goes there, it's almost, I won't say identical, but very, very similar operation of what the other resources in the city are used to in the current EOC.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, as a member of the Blue Ribbon Committee on LAX Security, I can tell you that they don't report, they don't talk to each other. That's one of the findings that's coming out in the Blue Ribbon report, that there is no connection between those two centers, and there needs to be.
Okay. So if you get a report back, if there currently isn't, how do we intend to solve that? Because if the issue or there's an impact at the airport, it's too late to start creating liaisons as the problem is going on. So we certainly want to make sure that by terminology, technology, and how it's functioning, there is a compatibility amongst city operations and LAWA operations. So if we can get that report back. And then my final question is that the recently approved city ordinance about 30% hiring and the issue of 8-point preference for city businesses, has LAWA adopted those two ordinances?
The Airport Commission has not adopted those two ordinances at this point, no.
Okay, do we know when that will be proposed? 'Cause
I'm not aware of a specific date that it has been scheduled, but I can talk to our Deputy Executive Director for Administration and see what the plans might be in that regard.
Could you get back with us on that? Because those two ordinances, particularly with the amount of money that you're going to be spending on construction, it would be very important that they be a part of that discussion, particularly with helping to increase the city impact on local businesses if they apply for contracts.
Absolutely.
And then also the employment of local residents within so many miles of those activities. So if we can get back with us on when they have an expectation, and also what are they doing in the interim to address local hire and also local businesses. Okay, I appreciate that.
And I just have one more question, and it's about the discussion we've seen in public, as well as I had a meeting with the Vice Mayor of Ontario and the City Manager of Ontario. They asked to meet with me. I met with them. I've shared what they talked to me about with Gina Marie and other people. But I'd like a report back on the relationship between the Ontario Airport, the Ontario community, and the overall sense from LAWA of what we should be doing next with it. Is there any outstanding issues of any other kind you'd like to share with us at this time?
Nope, I don't believe we have any.
We're looking forward to the results of the BOAC meeting that's going on now, because my number one concern is the trust factor between the surrounding communities and our major modernization projects at the airport. And I hope that we're able to keep that bond with community and the airport so we can continue to go forward with the modernization. If you have any update, I'd like it on the status runway lights that we're very excited about. When the FAA head, Blake, came to town, they were modeling it in San Diego, and they had implemented it in Dallas, Fort Worth, and things turned around in Washington miraculously, and they went through a test period, and now I'm told that the entire airport will have these runway status lights by the end of this calendar year, if I'm not mistaken. I'd just like an update on how that is from a safety standpoint. And the last question on safety as well is the tower. The tower, at one point, I was told, historically had 47 certified air traffic controllers. From now, I gather, it's somewhere between 33 and 35. I don't have an exact figure in my head. Do you know how many are certified and how many are trainees at this point?
We don't have the exact.
Okay. I'd like a report back on the relationship of the tower. We also saw on the news, where there were issues of fatigue and schedules. So I'd just like to get a full picture of how many certified air traffic controllers, how many are still in training, which I understand is a 9 to 11-month process, and how are we doing on the hours and protecting ourselves from any potential, safety issues. Okay, thank you.
And I want to thank your department. We went to TCT committee, and the overview that you gave on the upcoming concessions and an effort to keep the Taste of LA and all the issues that were brought up in the most recent round of concessions, that they're moving forward even with the terminal manager concept to include all of those that they can, so they make sure that when you go to the airport you get a sense you're in LA. And so I want to thank you for that effort. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Pretty ironic how they turned around.
We have DWP.
That's it, right?
Yeah. time I've been here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chair and committee members, you're receiving a few pages of some supplementary materials to help provide some high-level explanation. I would, if acceptable, Mr. Chair, I'd take a few moments to get kind of some introductory remarks, and I'll be relying upon some of those materials and walk through a few of those pages. I'll try to keep my remarks brief here, let you get into questions here as quickly as I can. I just think it might be helpful for your review to hit some of those items at a high level. The Department of Water and Power's preliminary total for our receipts and appropriations is $5.3 billion. It's $1.3 billion for the Water Fund and $4.0 billion for the Power Fund. And that's, just as you're familiar with all of these, I'm sure that you are receiving. It's a combination of current year expenses and as well as applications from our various bond proceeds from bond financings. Just for a point of clarification, some of the numbers that you're going to see in the attached materials that you have before you are expressed in annual revenue requirements. That is basically the total annual costs that are expected to be paid by customers during this next fiscal year based on the preliminary budget. And I would like to emphasize, Mr. Chair, and to the committee members, that this is a preliminary budget at this point. We're going to be going through a very robust public process later on this year, in fact, starting late May, late this month, where we're going to go through publicly for both water and power, our programs, our funding, items in here that we believe are expenditures and proceeds that we have to move on, have to go forward on. Others that there might be some discretion on. We want to get some policy input on. Go through what are some of the key drivers that drive those budgets and where we have discretion over that and where we don't. Relating a lot as well to some of our legal mandates as well as some of the reliability items, both for water and for power, that we're going to be working on. After we've gone through that public process, we'll update the budget and reflect the input that we receive. We expect to have a very substantial input process for that publicly, and then we'll adjust that at that time. The budget that you have before you now includes the annual city transfer, which is $254 million, and of course this now comes solely from the power system, and that's the estimate for 2012, and I'm sure as a committee here is well aware that comes from the current fiscal year based on the audited prior year actual performance.
Could you comment on the timing of that? One of the speakers earlier commented on whether that could be given earlier versus later.
Yeah, well, that has to be by charter and also by our bond resolutions. That has to be done on a prior year audited financial. So we have to get through the prior fiscal year, and then it takes a number of months afterwards to go through and get a formal audit of that and adjust it out so that it's then a final number. So that's really not an area where we have effectively any degrees of freedom to move around that plan.
So it's prior year of the prior year budget,
right?
And then it's audited once you have determined that number.
Right. So our prior year, like this year, for example, we're coming up on the end of our year here. Obviously, end of June will be our numbers. That then takes, and I have our interim CFO, and it takes us usually until deep into Q4 before we have the audits, right?
We work with the City Controller's Office to assure audited financial statements.
Speak directly into that.
We work with the City Controller's Office to issue audited financial statements. They normally come out in November, and then what we do is we move forward with our board. They pass a resolution, and then it's required to go to usually Energy and Environment Committee, and then the council has to take full action to make the transfer available.
And that's generally would be the first quarter of the
next calendar year.
calendar year.
That's correct.
You'll see on page 2 of this handout, after the cover page on here, that shows the history of the transfer, and you'll see that our projection for the transfer that gets paid next year based on this year's performance is just about $5 million less than this current year, and that's based on our yet unaudited performance of actuals through April of this year, and then estimates of May and June. Now, we frankly don't anticipate any big variance from that, but it's not over and it's not final until indeed it's audited. See, as I noted here, that projection of transfer is down slightly from last year's, or the current year's transfer that we just made of $259 million back earlier this year. That's principally expected due to lower wholesale energy. We sell energy that we don't need, or energy that we have available in our system when other utilities and marketers are purchasing. And given both kind of two things, the economy is down, as of course we're painfully aware, and whereas we're pleased that we've had good water for our water system, that's made hydroelectric power throughout the West more available, and that's put a downward pressure on the price of that wholesale energy. So that's the principal reason for that. In addition to this budget, I just want to point out that we do have the 0.025% of our overall revenues. That's about $1.05 million to fund the Office of Public Accountability and the Ratepayer Advocate. As you're well aware, it's the new charter amendment passed this year, and we have already included those monies in our budget. I'm expecting that to go forward. And I understand the council is in the process of developing that enabling ordinance. The funds are identified. We've set it aside. We're ready to move with you and work with you as to effectively help you execute that function in any manner that we can. I want to point out briefly that last month, I think you're aware, I announced a number of cost savings measures that totaled about $440 million. Majority of those will be realized over the next 3 fiscal years. And even though I expect that our overall required level of revenues will increase, and we'll be addressing that as we go through our public process here starting later this month and through the summer, I felt it's still very important to tighten our belts as much as we can on the basic business before we got into looking at our programmatic issues, so we can mitigate anything that we can do to try to mitigate cost effects on our customers. During the effort to reduce those costs, we looked at a number of discretionary expenditures that would eliminate or reduce costs, things like executive cars and computers and travel, a number of other items in there. We looked at our hiring practices and plan to decrease our labor force through managed attrition. This is something obviously that you're hearing a lot from your other departments. That doesn't mean that it's an absolute freeze. We can't control who decides to retire or move on. So at times we have some key areas that we have to backfill for, and so at times you'll probably hear, well, what's going on with the department? Do we understand they had a freeze, and why are they hiring somebody, or why are they hiring somebody from my department? That is backfilling in some key areas that we need to make sure to maintain reliability and performance of the system. We also took opportunities to reduce our overall capital costs. One of the big items is we're planning a refinancing, which back in March, when we put these numbers out, we'd estimated it was going to save over $50 million to our customers, and most of that happens in the first 3 to, in fact, almost all of it in the 5 years, and a very major portion of that in the first 3 years of that plan. Actually, our indication is just the way the market is moving today, it could be significantly better than that. We're hope it stays that way. Other capital reductions include some canceled property purchase, real estate purchases we were doing, and incremental new vehicle purchases, among others. One item that wasn't in there that has come to fruition since that announcement of that $440 million is our Board of Commissioners voted recently to reform our health care offering. that followed a competitive bidding process that we did, and we're going to realize another $8.5 million in savings that in our health plan for next year that was not in those numbers going forward.
How much was that?
Pardon me?
How much was the health care reduction?
No, the reduction was about 8.6. I think about $8.6 million. That was in there. Some of the major, if you turn to page 3 in this document, is a pretty colorful pie chart in here that looks at our total revenue requirements. This is water and power combined, about $4.2 billion. This lays out the basic components in fiscal year 11-12. And I'll be providing a few observations on this as we go through this. Flipping over to page 4 for a moment, as a more detailed breakdown separately for both water and for power. And in our industry on both sides, water and power is pretty dynamic right now, and we're getting a lot of changes worldwide. We're getting changes nationally, and California at times, frankly, seems to be the head of those changes. The chart on page 4 shows that the combination of purchase power and purchase fuel, for example, for the power side, collectively are about 40% of our total annual budget. And we, unfortunately, don't have an awful lot of control over some of those. Looking at that pie chart to the right and the bottom down there, similarly, we have purchased water for the water side, and it's about 20% of the budget for water. We have fairly limited control over both water and power. Page 5 in here shows you natural gas prices kind of over the last decade, how volatile those have been. You'll see at the very far right of that they're starting to creep back up again. Some of that is based on kind of the nexus between oil and natural gas pricing and the actions that have been happening in the Middle East have been pushing oil up. And gas prices have been going up, not exactly in step, but projecting to kind of continue back with the raise here in the next couple of years. When you look over on page 6, it's a little less volatile, pretty constant raise of looking at our purchase price of costs of water, our average annual cost from Metropolitan Water District, and that curve is not a direction that we ever expect, unfortunately, to be changing in the downward approach. So we're including those projections in our budget going forward here, and are reflected in the numbers you have in front of you. I'd like to switch to a minute over to our legal mandates here, and that in addition to energy and water purchases over which we don't have a lot of control, we also don't have a great deal of control over our legal mandates, both existing ones and some new ones that are coming up. One of the key areas that I'm sure you're pretty familiar with is renewable energy, renewable portfolio standards. And what was a goal here, a self-imposed goal really, up until a few weeks ago, is now state law when Governor Brown signed into law SB 1X2 that establishes the obligations now of not just 20% by 2010, which we made, as you're aware, but maintaining that average through 2013, ramping up to 25% by 2016, and then hitting that 33% by 2020, which is a short, in utility planning parlance, is a short 8.5 years away from us. So we're on that road to achieve that, and we've reflected that cost to achieve that in the next year as part of our budget. Just as giving you a little idea about some of those cost effects associated with that, our average cost of renewable energy as we look ahead is estimated to be about 11 cents per kilowatt hour. To put that in context, the average of our more traditional sources, and that's, to be clear, that's natural gas, our large hydro, our nuclear, and our coal-fired energy, that weighted average has been around 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And then I think you're aware of our rooftop PV, our Senate Bill 1 program that we've had and has had a very strong demand from our customers. That's about, for the rebate cost of that's about 24 cents a kilowatt hour. But that is still a relatively small piece overall of our total supply. And our hopes are that the department is doing its part, along with all the other utilities, not just in California and nationally, but globally, to help make a contribution to the volume of rooftop PV photovoltaics, and we expect to see that. We've seen falling prices in that area. We expect to continue to see falling prices in that area, so that long-term it's a more cost-effective alternative. On other areas of power, you've heard us speak, I think, of the once-through cooling requirements. State Water Resource Control Board has required that we rebuild all but one of our 4 local in-basin gas-fired power plants to eliminate the use of ocean cooling. The only one that doesn't use that ocean cooling, once-through cooling, is our Valley generating plant, ocean not being too close to the San Fernando Valley. But compliance with all the rest of those starts this month. We're going to start rebuilding our Haynes units 5 and 6. Going to be breaking ground on that. This is going to require us to go through 2035 every year a change of all 3 of those other plants. That's 14 separate generating units that we're going to be rebuilding consistently for the next 24 years. So you'll be hearing a fair amount about that each year as we go. That it will impact our budget, and we've obviously accounted for that with this first step that we're taking. On the water system, we also have a number of mandates. Historically, some of the big ones have been the Federal Clean Air Act on the LA Aqueduct from Owens Valley for dust, or as the formal word, PM10. We've spent about $1 billion by the department on that over the last decade, and we've included we have costs going forward. We're not done yet, and we are including our costs associated with the recent settlement that we signed for the next phase of that, and that's included in there, as well as recognizing that as part of that, we've reduced our water take from the LA Aqueduct from the Owens Valley by half from what it used to be. So the costs have gone up, and the volume of water has gone down, and that's reflected in this budget. In addition to environmental and these regulatory mandates that I just went over, the department has an aging water and power distribution system. I know you hear about that a fair amount. We have been investing more in the last 4 years, significantly more, to replace aged water mains. And we're using tools that really let us better prioritize our funding. We don't have a perfect vision of where we need to replace things, but we've done a lot better at it. We think we know what's more prone to failure, and focus on it. It's paying off. Page 7 here shows kind of the history of our blowouts and main leaks, and you'll see that, generally speaking, we've got a good downward trend in there, and our budget for pipe replacement in this current budget before you right now, our estimate preliminary budget, is down about 13% from last year. We're going to be reviewing the longer-term needs for that. We'll probably be addressing those questions and get a little more input on that as we go through our more programmatic review this summer on that. Similarly, with the water system, the power system is aged. It requires refurbishment, replacement. Page 8 on here shows kind of a busy table, but I think it's instructive. What we have on the left-hand side is historically what we've done with our power reliability program, annual expenditures on that, both the capital side and the O&M side. And our budget for next year, you'll see drops by about 9% down from the prior year. Frankly, we'd like to spend more, but this is an area where we thought we could make some short-term reductions, and but expectation that we're going to ramp it back up in years future, and we'll be discussing that as part of our overall program review as well. One other item is that we have, outside of both water and power, and you've only heard a little bit about this as we talked earlier this last week about issues about delayed billings and like, that we have an antiquated customer information system, 1970s. I think we probably have the oldest customer information system of a utility our size in the United States. I don't know that for a fact, but I'd probably bet a steak dinner on it. So we're in the process of that. We're on our second year of a 3.5-year program to get that done. We have over $50 million in both outside spending and labor that we're going to spend on this current fiscal year, which is one of our big years pushing that forward. And as well, we have some replacement of aged trucks and vehicles, which is a big capital spend as well. That covers the whole utility, but we're just limiting that to replacement of our old or our leased units, not anything new. So as we go forward, we'll have a public review process going forward, and looking in detail at our program and both our basic budget as well as some of our programmatic areas in energy and water, capital and O&M as well. As we get public input on that, I do expect we'll have some changes, and we'll bring that back before you. So we've been working carefully to try to get our budget down as best we can and look strongly at our expected revenues and costs to try to tighten our belts as we go forward on that. So with that, I'd be happy to open up to additional questions that I'm sure you have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, welcome to your first budget hearing.
Thank you.
You're luckier than last year. I think Water and Power was on about 10 o'clock at night last year, so you're better off. Concerns I have, and I had this discussion actually a couple years ago with Dave Freeman in his second iteration, is as we look at conservation efforts, increase of solar, all the RPS stuff, costly things, but also when you do that, it lowers your income. At some point, you're going to have a tipping point where you can no longer afford to eat those costs. There's got to be some rate increases built in. So where do you see that tipping point? Where in the 20-25% goal of RPS do we get to the point where we can't absorb those losses anymore and have to add rate increases to offset RPS?
Well, so you're talking about the energy efficiency piece of that?
On the right side. Then the water, same question, but
it is the same issue. We treat, and this is both on the water and the power side, we treat conservation or efficiency as a resource, and we budget for it, and we budget for that cost, looking at and making those decisions generally, not always, but generally on the basis that it's a more cost-effective action to take than in the water side going out and buying MWD water purchases. On the power side, displacing either natural gas that we would burn in our power plants or the cost of brand new capital and fuel for new power plants on that. So when we put that in, we have to make two adjustments. We look at displacing those other sources of supply, and exactly to your point, we have to go in and take into account the fact that for every 100 cubic feet of water that we don't sell, or every kilowatt hour of power that we don't supply, there's other fixed costs in our system, the distribution system, the other fixed costs that we're not getting recovered. So we have to make adjustments for that, and we do. I'm going to say right now, certainly where we are, those are very cost-effective things to do. As you get deeper and deeper into that, each time you make one of those conservation efforts or energy efficiency investments, it's an opportunity that's you try to do the lowest hanging fruit first. And as a result, you start looking out year after year after year. You're right. You get to a point where each year, the next one, unless you find some really new technology that's got cheaper than it was, that next bite that you take in the next fiscal year gets a little bit more expensive per unit than it was the year before. When does that get to a point that it's more expensive to do that than it is in the water side to go buy MWD water, or on the power side to go out and build new non-renewable power plants, for example? We haven't seen that yet. We haven't gotten there yet. In that we did a fair amount of assessment of that at a fairly high level when we did the integrated resource plan on the power side, And Jim McDaniel and his group, when they did the urban water management plan, certainly looked at some of those at a high level out over over a 10 to 20 year period of time. I don't expect, certainly in the next, go out on a limb here, and Aaron and Jim, if you see this differently, please do pipe up, and I know you will. I don't anticipate in the next, say, 5-year period of time that we're going to see a situation where we wouldn't continue to do those programs on both water conservation and energy efficiency, and know that we're spending that money absolutely wisely as being the most cost-effective thing to do. And I know that just from the perspective of we have a pretty good feel for what our alternative costs are during that period of time. You get out beyond that 5-year period, and it's a little harder. It's a little harder to tell. But we'll do an annual update each year and look forward kind of that next 5 to 10 year period of time. So you'll always have a good running view of that.
I don't think anyone questions the need for it. And certainly as someone, I think I'm the only person on the council that has a solar roof and I have rain barrels at my house. I'm committed to the concept. The question is, when can we no longer afford to do that without adding more rate increases into what we've already projected for the next few years?
Well, I guess there's a couple things. Number one, really not here today to talk about what our rate adjustments are going to be. As I said, we're going to have a whole package of reviewing that and reviewing those costs, and we'll go through some of those things in some good detail this summer as we look at those things. But in some cases, near term, let's use water recycling as an example. And Jim, you might want to pipe up on this topic. Into some cases, a near-term expenditure that we do on some of these programs in the next year or the year after could be a higher cost than if we just went out and bought MWD water that year.
Yeah.
But if we don't commit to it now, now we're behind the curve, and you saw that curve that I had on the MWD water is going nowhere but up at a pretty alarming rate. If we don't make those investments now, we're going to start seeing so there's a temporal gap in some of these items where we might be spending a little bit more in the next year or two, but we're going to reap the benefits on behalf of our customers 2 or 3 years down the road.
Well, certain water and power is one of those long-range viewing. We have to look long-range rather than short-term. And I think the argument could be easily made that if water and power had gone through the water recycling when it first proposed it 10 years ago, instead of getting scared off by the Daily News, we would be not in as bad a situation as we are today. So I understand that long-range planning. Let me get in a little more specific current. Owens Lake, we made a huge investment over the years in reconstituting Owens Lake. Is that project done? And if not, how much longer is our commitment to do more things? And secondly, if the project is completed, are we now able to begin some additional diversion, particularly the large snowpack that we have in the Sierras?
The project is not done. There's some questions in my mind when it will be done, to be honest with you. And I don't know, Jim, maybe it'd be worthwhile for you to give a little bit of better feel, since Jim's responsible for our water system.
Yeah, Councilman Jim McDaniel, Senior Assistant General Manager, Water System. As you know, a lot of what we're doing out there is driven by the regulatory agency, the Great Basin Unified Air Pollution Control District. And as they see new parts of the lake begin to emit, they give us new orders on areas to control. Quite frankly, we thought that we were going to be done with this thing 2 phases ago. We've been talking with them, and it's always, this is the last one, this is the last one. Well, now we've got 2 additional phases. We have Phase 7A and Phase 8, which we have entered into a stipulated agreement with Great Basin. These 2 phases carry a price tag of about $176 million. We have to have them done by the end of calendar year 2013. On the good news side, we have entered into a long-term master planning process on the lake so that we can begin to start using the water, which is a significant amount of water. We have about 95,000 acre-feet a year going onto the lake, which is a very significant amount of water. To try to figure out how we can create, maybe in a smaller area, high-quality habitat, because we've created habitat out there. There's certain obligations that we have, but we don't necessarily need to have it in as big of an area, and then to use non-water using dust control methods and convert more of the lake into convert them to these non-water using dust control methods. We've got a lot of public input from up there. We have a lot of stakeholders. It looks like it could be a really win-win. More water for the city, more good habitat for the environment, and we'd still be able to control the dust, but we're just kind of at the beginning of that process. But at least we see that as somewhat of an alternative to just phase after phase after phase.
And so they keep coming back. We can't say, okay, we'll sign this, but this is the last thing we will do. I mean, they have us in a rock and a hard place, right?
Yeah. Without getting into legal strategies about how we might be looking at that, pretty much that's the situation we're in.
And last thing is, you talked about water cooling cost and the upgrading of all our plants. How does that position us against Edison? Do they have the same problem as...
Well, Edison has a different circumstance. One of the things that's really different between us and all three of the other investor-owned utilities, Edison, SoCal Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Pacific Gas and Electric, is we are a vertically integrated utility. That is, we have power supply that we largely own. We have our own transmission system, and we have our own distribution system. And back in 1998, when we went through restructuring, energy and electric utility restructuring in California, Edison and the other two investor-owned utilities sold off most of their generation. They kept their nuclear, they kept their hydro, and a couple of smaller, particularly small, specially located oil or gas-fired generating plants, but sold most of it. So in the case of, this doesn't affect the once-through cooling nuclear plants for now, anyway, are exempted from that once-through cooling ban, or change, I should say.
After Japan, that may change.
Yeah, right. And they have sold their coastal gas-fired plants to merchant generators. Those merchant generators now sell either under longer-term contracts or in the short-term market into the market. So those merchant plants have to bear those costs. Okay. They're filing, but Edison only picks that up to the extent there's a cost associated with that, only to the extent that it gets reflected in the price that has to come out of those power plants.
Yeah. So eventually, whether it's through that source or through their own sources, they're going to pay that price on those plants. So the reason I'm asking is, we've always done a very good job of maintaining a rate lower than Edison's as a competitor, although they're not a competitor, but as a benchmark. And I just want to make sure that the investment we're making in those plants is also being made on the other side, on the other agencies, so we can maintain that price advantage that we sell to potential business and stuff, that our rates are lower and our water prices are lower, and we want to keep it that way.
We do too, and we're quite confident that we will, and we'll be talking more about that this summer as well as we go through this review. We'll be comparing our costs both on the power side and the water side to the other utilities that are in our region, as well as elsewhere in California, to give a view for that. But I can give you a preview of that, and that is we feel very comfortable for the foreseeable future that we're going to continue to carry our comparatively favorable both water and power rates to the power rates to Edison, as well as the other investor utilities, as well as frankly to our sister and brother public power utilities down here, and we expect to compare very well on the water side as well.
Okay. And just one last thing to the CAO. We just saw in the charts the cost of doing all the repairs to our water mains, etc. and the spike that we had. This is a good example of why you don't postpone maintenance on your infrastructure. We had this discussion 2 days ago on infrastructure cost and the need to maintain a level of investment in infrastructure. When you postpone it, as Water Power did because they're instructed by a previous mayor not to invest, cut cost, the cost factor comes back and bites you later on in a much bigger way, and now we're bearing that burden trying to catch up. So that's why you don't do it. Thank you very much. And Ron, welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thank you, Council.
Welcome, but I got to tell you, when you were on your way to Owens Valley last week, and we had a constituent with an issue that only you could resolve, you called them and resolved it. So I just want to thank you for your leadership in the department.
Glad to be there when we can, Councilman.
You're doing great. Let me go through a bunch of questions. Some of them were asked, and some of them I want to know more. Let me just ask one before they come up. Could you give us a report back on the feasibility of the city pooling its purchasing power for insurance premiums relative to all three proprietary departments? The harbor is up next and the airport just left. But if there's a way in which we could pool its purchasing power for insurance premiums, that might save some money among the three proprietary departments. And I ask the CLA and the CAO to report back on that as well. We're about to hear from the Harbor Department, and, you know, they also, have you been working with them to increase the Alternative Maritime Power Program? It's called the AMP infrastructure.
Yes, we have.
And how does it look? How's it going?
That's going through well. We have an adopted rate, the AMP, Alternative Marine Power Rate. That we established there. That rate is set at a rate that we believe will clearly induce them to not use their own diesel generators on their ships when they're in port. Instead, plug in. There's some legal glitches associated with that not happening quite as quickly as we wanted to, but that will be going forward, and we're quite convinced that it's going to make a meaningful difference in the emissions down at the port.
Well, that's great news. So we'd like to report back on that with the timetable as you think will be in making that happen. We all want to clean up that air. That obviously a particular matter is a big issue for all of us. And I know that there's been great leadership between the Harbor Department and the city and its electeds over the last bunch of years. But your element into it could be a defining moment in saving a lot of toxicity.
Well, we're happy to have that go forward as well.
Okay, I look forward to that. Now, Mr. Smith touched on a lot of this, but I just want to talk about the kind of progress we've seen with the dust mitigation program in Owens Valley. I've heard there has been some remarkable restoration taking place up there. Are we actually just going to turn it back to the way it was and fill it up and let Mother Nature take over? And is that happening right now as we're talking?
Well, there's a lot of different actions that are being taken. It's a combination of putting some additional water back in the lake. There's some other physical treatments, vegetation, gravel, and other things. And I can probably let Jim McDaniel give you a little bit more detail on that.
Great.
Yeah, Councilman, we're required, in order to control the dust on the lake, we have three types of what they call best available control methodologies available to us. We have to use either shallow flood, managed vegetation, or gravel blanket. And so shallow flood obviously uses the most water. The managed vegetation uses a fair amount of water because you're trying to grow some things out in the desert where it doesn't necessarily want to grow. Yeah. It's also pretty maintenance intensive. Basically, you're trying to run a farming operation. And then you have the gravel, which has probably got the highest initial cost, but it's pretty maintenance-free going forward. So what we're trying to do, though, is look at some hybrid applications of these things where we can use shallow flood and create shallow pond, very shallow ponds as opposed to big pools that we have out there now. I mean, the short answer to your question is no, we're definitely not trying to restore the lake. We don't have enough water to fill that lake up. We need that water for our residents. The amount of water that we have going onto the lake right now is about as much as we can afford to put out there. So the goal is to not use any more water than what we're using right now, and actually to try to convert some of those areas that are using water in less than the most efficient ways to much more efficient uses of water, create higher quality habitat, and then convert larger parts of the lake over to non-water using dust control methods.
I see. Well, that's exciting. The whole project is very exciting. What percentages are we at right now as you see it?
Well, we've got about 40 square miles of the lake. The lake's approximately 100 square miles. Not all of that would have to be controlled, but we have about 40 square miles under control right now. In these next two phases, we have about another 5 square miles in Phase 7A and Phase 8 that will be coming on. It is notable, though, that the dust on the lake is 10% of what it was before we started. So in large part, the large dust storms out in the lake are a thing of the past. So in large part, we are effective and we are controlling the dust.
It must be exciting for you actually to see this happening in your own eyes. When will this timetable give us the complete picture of where we're going?
Well, like I was telling Councilman Smith, the next two phases that we have, 7A and 8, are... excuse me, I gotta turn this off. That's my daughter. Probably wondering where I'm at.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. Phase 7A and Phase 8 are got to be done by the end of 2013. We have had preliminary indications from the Great Basin Board that they've got a Phase 9 they'd like to see us attack. But we need to sit down and talk with them about, what our obligations are going beyond this, because as Mr. Nichols said, we've plowed about $1 billion into this thing so far. So we need to kind of find a point where we've met our obligation, we've solved the problem, and move on. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, and your leadership on that. Back to the water systems. I was a little confused with your answer. With all that rain, we know all of our watersheds are full. We know our water tables are getting better. It's been a winter that we did not expect, and it was a blessing. The state has stopped its rationing idea and the drought issue. But there seems to be an increase, you said, for the water. Why? Why do we have to pay more now since we have more water?
Well, if we could, Councilmember, if we had the knowledge to know that this was going to happen year after year and that we were not going to go back into what is more typical, as frankly this was an extraordinary year, we're tickled to have it, I assure you. It would be imprudent to literally bank on having that happen again.
Right.
And we do live in a dry, arid environment. And
but do we get a discount at all in this year's water because the water is there, or it has no relationship?
Well, I guess in part will we have some reduced actual water purchase price of water. We're going to be able to rely less on MWD purchases.
That's what I meant.
In this year. But we have a number of other programs that are part of multi-year programs on recycled water, other conservation incentive that are long-term in nature. And I think it's also important to recognize that we have done remarkably on water conservation.
Yes,
we have reduced by over 20%, it's more like 22%, our use of water, and despite having added 1.2 million people since 1979, we're at 1979 water use errors. That didn't happen overnight.
No.
And it came out of a number of things. It came out of a mindset by our customers who after a while through education, they understand it. It happens through paid conservation and efficiency programs. It comes also, to be clear, through pricing. And it gives a signal. Pulling back on that, even for a single year, puts you at a risk of backsliding in a way that undoes all that we have gained. And just our view is that's a very unwise decision.
Sure, and we should stay conservative, but the big answer I would like was that you are not buying that water from you didn't need to buy that water from...
We will be buying less water than we would have otherwise from MWD,
yeah, that's the key to me on that. But are we increasing our budget for water system infrastructure or not? Did I hear you say 13% decrease in that infrastructure, or are we continue to spend for water system infrastructure?
Well, what I was referring to is that reduction is reduction in what we had been doing the prior year in pipeline replacement for that aged portion of our system. We have other items that we're doing for both the recycled water, for other parts of our system as well. We have a major. We just broke ground on this major ultraviolet water treatment facility up on the LA Reservoir, above the LA Reservoir up there. Jim could go into probably a lot more detail than I with regard to other things that we're doing that are items that costs are going up, as separate and distinct from that one reduction that I indicated, about 13% reduction in what we had this last year had been doing for pipe replacement.
Jim, could you give us that?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of emphasize or just go back on your comment about MWD, just to give you, due to the decreased purchases from MWD, as you remember, our rates adjust every quarter, so we're constantly adjusting depending on how much purchased water that we have to buy. So in the last 3 quarters, including just this last April 1st, the Tier 1 water rate has actually decreased 3 consecutive quarters now due to lower purchases. So our customers are benefiting from the fact that we have this LA Aqueduct system and the snowpack, and so the Tier 1 rate, which 2/3 of our customers get their water in the Tier 1 rate, that is going down. So I just wanted to clarify that. So they are reaping the benefit of that. On the infrastructure, we continue on the water quality compliance. As General Manager has said, we're moving forward on all of those efforts. But we are facing a pretty tough budget season, as have all the city departments.
Right.
So we're looking at all the programs that we have and trying to minimize rate impacts going forward. We have a very large capital program for water quality compliance. We still have 5 reservoirs. We have the Santa Ynez Reservoir in your district that's just about done, with a floating cover being finished on that reservoir right now.
Great.
But I still have 5 more open reservoirs that need to be either replaced or covered, and there's significant costs associated with that. So we're trying to balance our investments across the system to minimize the future rate impacts to customers.
Our funds help complement that, especially the one in my district.
Our funds have been a huge help to us. We secured $35 million in ARA monies to pay for water quality improvement projects, including the Santa Ynez cover.
Yeah, it's very good. Just a question of power system.
Councilmember, if I could just point out an item that was just passed out to you in partial response to your question.
Yeah.
As to you and the other council members here, committee members, is just a list of the regulatory compliance water plan capital expenditures this year. What you have there is on the left-hand side is the regulation, the background, the specific action that we're taking, and then this year's costs that in this next fiscal year that we're estimating or budgeted right now, and then some footnotes of what that total, because many of these are just a one-year snapshot of a multiple-year program, and so there are footnotes in there that show that. So we've got 4 key items on there that that gives a little bit more information, granular information on some of the things that Mr. McDaniel was mentioning.
Thank you. That comes to a little over $200 million worth here. Needed, obviously.
Put a few of those together and you have real money.
On the power system, the upgrades of our power transmission generation infrastructure, what are you proposing in your upcoming budget as far as all those go? And of course, I have my own question for my district, which is the Scattergood project and where it's at right now and where it's heading. But overall, what have you proposed in this upcoming budget as far as upgrading our power transmission and generation infrastructure?
And I think to give you some details on that, I'll turn this over to Aaron Benjamin, who is our responsible for our power system and Senior Assistant General Manager for Power.
Good afternoon, Council Member. So in the budget, just taking the categories, the upgrade, as the General Manager mentioned, the modernization of our generation facilities, we have about $400 million budgeted for upgrading Haynes 5 and 6, which is taking the old generating units out, 600 megawatts, and putting 6 100-megawatt units, and that project has started at Haynes 5 and 6. We also have about $30 million for Castaic modernization, which we're taking the old units, the core of the units out, and we're modernizing, we're upgrading the rotors and the stators to generate additional about 20 megawatts per unit, additional generation with using exactly the same water coming down the pipes at Castaic. So those are the $400 million expenditures in that category. On the PRP side, as Mr. Nichols mentioned, we have proposed $370 million expenditure on the distribution side to go after the poles, the wires, the transformers, and upgrading the distribution facilities that we have. That program, that's part of the PRP program, and then that's going to go forward. On the substation side, we have proposed about $130 million upgrades on the current 150 distributing stations and 23 receiving stations. Those are all the substation equipment that we are constantly changing, the transformers, the breakers, and the cables inside the stations.
Well, it's terrific. I mean, reinvesting in the infrastructure is key to anything we do, and I appreciate that investment going in there.
And you had a question about the Scattergood.
Scattergood, which,
your
for those who live in my district, has gone through a few iterations, and I really appreciate that the department listened to the community when it first came out and worked with the community in revising it and coming up with alternative routes. I understand you have 3 potential alternative routes. We've held a couple of community meetings so far. People are very happy that the certain streets that were in the sleepy residential streets have disappeared from it, and you're looking at these alternatives. Yeah, and just at this point, what is your update and timetable?
Yes, we have gone through the hearing, so we are going through a full EIR process, and that is a major reliability connection between our Scattergood generating units to the west side of the city, and we're looking at 2013 right now with the proposed route that we would recommend that we use, and then we will put resources in place to execute that project. So it is going on track. We did take a hit, about a year, additional time in order for us to go to these additional, options and proposals, and it's time well spent.
Well, we certainly appreciate it because it showed you listened to community and that you were sensitive to it. And frankly, from another standpoint, I think your new routes are better routes in terms of utilities and all of that issue. So I really appreciate it. At present, how much cheaper are our power rates in comparison with Edison or anybody else?
It depends on the customer class, whether it's residential or industrial or different levels of commercial customers. But generally speaking, it ranges, depending on those classes, about 15 to as much as 30% lower than Southern California Edison's prices today, and that's today. And Edison has earlier this year came out with a filing with the California Public Utilities Commission on a three-year program for rate adjustments, and I think I've got this about right. It's about 10% the first year, the next year, and then I think it's 7% followed by a 6%. So not only are we well below their rates now, we would anticipate we would continue to be well below their rates going forward.
Could you explain why we're better off in our rates? I mean, just for the public to understand, because we take a deep interest in writing that bill, that check out to DWP, why we're less and how well it works.
Well, there are a lot. It is a complicated set of issues. I can hit the high points for you on that.
Sure.
Number one, we have our own hydro that we've had over the years, both our own hydro as well as the Hoover power that we receive. That's very low cost. That's helpful. We have, and this is just, for better or for worse, it's just a reality. The amount that we get out of our coal-fired plants are significantly lower cost. Lower cost than gas and lower cost than purchasing out on the market. And Edison was required to divest itself of its generation, and so it buys that energy back in either a spot market or a competitive market, whereas we produce that energy even from our gas-fired plants today at plants that we own, and we just simply recover directly our costs on it. Two other really big issues that play out, and you might recall we had a little bit of a chat about this during my confirmation about 4 or so months ago, and that is we have a lower cost capital. So our cost to finance the utility business in general is pretty capital intensive, and our cost of capital is lower because we are able to use tax-exempt financing, and we don't pay a dividend to our shareholders. Our shareholders are our customers, and they receive that dividend in the form of both, one, a transfer payment that goes to the city budget, right, and lower rates than the customers of Southern California Edison receives. Those are some of the big the big items out there, and we also don't pay property taxes, but instead we pay the transfer payment. Those are big items. There's other things in terms of kind of power plant mixes and things of that sort, but those are the big ticket items.
Yeah, and I appreciate your candor on that and sharing it with us. When Edison buys on the spot market, are they maybe buying coal-generated energy too?
They can be, and under Senate Bill 1368, you can't enter into a contract for longer than 5 months for coal-fired resources incrementally over what you already have. But there's nothing to preclude them from buying it short-term, and sometimes they're buying just, if you will, kind of, quote, market energy, and you're not even sure 100% what's behind that because it's just a short-term purchase.
Solar, and you led right into it rather nicely here. Two things. One, as you know, Saturday in Mar Vista, they had 100 homes that had gone ecologically clear with their vegetation, and that's part of the reason water consumption goes down, as people are creating different lawns that are more complement the geography we have, which is a desert area, and people were very proud of it. 1,600 people toured through the community, and people throughout the city and region get ideas for their own yards and how they can be more water efficient, even more than we are now by planting stuff like that. But one of the issues that always comes back is solar. Flat roofs, sunny Southern California. You mentioned in the beginning the price of one versus the other, and I think you said something like 24 cents, if I wasn't mistaken, but it was the highest, obviously dramatically higher than everything else. But when people look at it in a reflective way, let's just use nuclear as an example, and the Japanese reality right now. God's sake, that's awful, right? And we don't know where it's going, and we don't know what the ultimate cost will be. There are a lot of people toot nuclear energy as a great thing. If you live in an area like those folks right now in that part of Japan, I think you have some second thoughts. However, I'm not going to get into the politics of energy. But the question is, can we incent enough and can we work closely enough that we can get a lot more solar, since we are here where we are, over the next period of times? I know that you have suspended the program, taken a deep breath, looking at what you have left, what your options are in terms of rebates and the support system. Also, I know that there was at one point some staff issues and backlogs and all of that. So I'd just like an update of where we are in solar and how we can, as a city, find ourselves as we go down this path over the next few years, how we increase our solar, how we get the necessary federal support that is critical, I think, and state support, opt into that tariff plan, which is exciting, where you can actually put energy back into the system from your own rooftop if, in fact, the system wants to accept it at a certain point. And I know right now you're passing out to us something on solar, probably anticipating this question, but I'd like to get as much of a discussion from you on the future of solar in your mix.
Would be happy to do that, and there are Councilman Rosendahl and Chair and Councilmember Smith, I just have passed around to you two different, pretty important pieces of information regarding solar. And one of them is, I think, is pivotal to exactly the question you're asking, Councilman Rosendahl, and that is looking at what's happening to solar photovoltaic costs. This is a table here that starts back at 2005 and shows a declining cost, and it's a cost per kilowatt hour of photovoltaic, or I'll refer to it as PV. And it's exactly the type of thing that we want to see, and that is we're seeing just a regular declining curve of the unit cost of PV power supply. It's why we have governmental programs on it, and it's why we want to be a part of trying to help solar become more ubiquitous in not just in LA and California, but globally. The issue is, the more you would like to be the person that invests on that lower end of the curve. Right. You'd like to get everybody else to go out there and drive that demand out there and get some economies of scale by a lot greater quantity of solar being manufactured, and innovation doing what innovation does, not just here in the U.S., but globally. There is a global market for this. We'd like to see it all built here in Los Angeles. It's probably a little too much to hope for. And so you'd like to be able to get it on the cheap as you see at that lower end of that curve. Where it starts getting down, you'll see it gets down out by 2030 out there, and that number that happens to coincide with the number of the average of what we're paying right now for everything else of our traditional stuff, about 6 cents a kilowatt hour. We expect to get there. So what we want to be able to do is help push that curve down. We want to do our part by being able to add enough volume of rooftop PV panels right here in our service territory to help contribute to a global demand that gets that economy up and gets the innovation going. So we're doing that right now in one way, and it goes to this other table that you have out there. This other one is the solar incentive program. This one has a few little squiggles on it. It's a little less clear, but let me walk you through it real quick.
Sure.
This is under SB 1, passed back in 2006, that requires utilities to provide a rebate, and it's a set amount per watt. You could say it per kilowatt, but it's a set amount per unit of capacity of a PV unit, rooftop unit. And it was laid out in a portion based on your size and such. For us, it was roughly all in about a $300 million obligation over a decade, starting in 2007 and going through 2016. And at that, we had assumed we're just going to have an annual, divide that by 10, so about $30 million a year. And that's what that green line is on there. It would show what our cost would be, and that's a cumulative cost number, and it goes up to just about, not quite $300 million. When you add our administrative costs, it's about $313 million on there to get that program done. The blue line there at the bottom is the amount that we've paid out so far, underneath that curve. The red line, or pinkish colored line there, is what we have received in applications for the rebates that we provide. And you'll see that there's this, we're kind of going along a little bit above that blue line, and then it just started almost going straight up. And that was when the federal government removed the cap on the federal investment tax credit. There used to be a $2,000 cap on that. That changed, and it did exactly what you would expect it to be. It made people a whole bunch more interested in going out there and buying solar. So we got a lot of applications for that, and it quadrupled the level of rebate applications that the department was receiving. So this program right now, we're at a point where we have $30 million a year in our budget, so we were having to tell people this is all well and good, but it's probably like 3 to 5 years before we can, fill your orders. So don't go put that unit in quite yet, because we don't have the budget to do that. We are taking as you know, you're right, a couple of weeks ago, we temporarily suspended that program.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we're doing here, and I'm not quite able to roll it out quite yet, but we've been working it both internally at the department as well as with our financial advisors and our tax counsel outside to say, well, this is an investment in a long-term piece of business and a piece of equipment. Why can't we finance it? Because we're expensing this. That is, if we're paying $30 million out, that $30 million is hitting our customers' rates in that year. It's part of our revenue requirement.
Right.
But that's something that's got a 20-year life.
And it's truly logical that if we invest in it now, it's going to take away the need for some of these other energy sources down the road.
That's correct. So, as a result, and these things are supposed to be 20-year life or better.
Right.
So we are going to be. We need to fine-tune this a bit, come out with a specific plan for it. But the idea is we would finance this instead at such point that just like we did if it was a gas-fired plant, just like we're going to do with our once-through cooling investments, just like we're doing with our major water programs. It's the same type of thing. Once we do that, then we're not going to be hitting our customers' costs, and we're not going to be hitting our revenue requirements, and hence our rates with that full effect. It'll spread out over time like a mortgage. You don't go out and buy a new house and decide, well, I'll build the kitchen first, and then I'll build a bedroom the next year, and I'll do that all out of whatever I come out of my discretionary income. You do a mortgage for it. So that's what we're proposing to do here. The timing, and one of the things, and I'm sorry I've been going into too much detail, but
no, I'm glad you're doing that. The more we know about solar and understand that it is something that we should plan in our lives, the better off.
And one of the things that we want to do with this is we want to avoid this being kind of a boom and bust situation. Right. Because right now, if you take a look at that red line up there, that's a boom and bust. We would run through our $300 million at that rate probably by the end of next year.
Right.
And then once we do that, we either decide we're going to keep spending more, or we're done. And that doesn't create a sustained solar business, because one of the other things we want to do here is we want to create jobs. Right. We want to create businesses that are going to stay in Los Angeles, or at least the greater Los Angeles area, that we get some benefit from both directly and indirectly. So one of the other things that we want to think through a bit before we come back out is, okay, how can we time that a little bit, so maybe it happens faster, but it's a little bit more sustainable, and it keeps those businesses around, solar businesses around here, so we keep those jobs and not have it just go away to some other state when they finally kind of catch up with California. So the other thing, but that gives us the other piece, and I know you, Councilmember, you and I have spoken a bit about this, and that's the feed-in tariff is kind of another piece to the solar puzzle. This plan here, we're providing rebates, and we're paying our rebate ends up being about 40% of the total cost of installed unit. And then you get the tax credits and everything else on top of that, so the homeowner, the business owner is paying a pretty small piece of what the all-in cost is. We're presently, by the way, paying double the rate that we're obligated to by law, which in part is we're the best price in the state right now, which is also why that number is going up pretty fast. So we want to use our customers' rate money a little bit more appropriately and pay that which we need to do to get that PV installed on the roof, but we don't want to overpay for it. So we're going to work through that a little bit. The next piece that comes on this, and we're going to start this up with a pilot program starting later this year. Anticipate we're going to roll it out on probably about October timeframe, is the feed-in tariff. Under this other program, it's called net meter. That is, customers put the PV unit on there, we pay them the rebate, it feeds their home or their business, and if there's an excess, then that comes into the grid. Well, either way, that's good for us, because to the extent that they're using it, then we're not supplying them with another source.
It's another source of energy for our system as well.
And to the extent that it's excess, then obviously everybody else, that's other energy from other sources that we don't have to buy too. So it doesn't matter either way. But we're looking at the feed-in tariff is a different business model. And they're same thing, it's the same equipment, it's put on the rooftop, but we're paying a price just like entering into a long-term power purchase agreement, just like it was any other wholesale power supply. It just happens to be distributed, happens to be on the rooftops in our service territory. So we're going to start that up with that feed-in tariff. We're going to test the market as to what's the right pricing level for that. We're kind of thinking right now it's somewhere around 20 cents a kilowatt hour. Might be the all-in price for the commercial sizes, probably a bit more for stuff you just put on your home. It's again kind of economy of scale issue. We're going to work that through. We'd like to think it's a little bit less than that, so we're still going to kind of pilot that out. And the idea is that we'll come out and we'll do with a pilot, and we're going to test the market on that, enter into some long-term contracts, see how it works, get it right, because we probably won't have thought it through perfectly.
Yeah.
And then, based on that information, which we think will take about a year to go through that, learn from that, reset that, and then go out with a much larger program, and that's something along the lines of about 75 megawatts by 2016 is kind of what we're thinking right now.
Well, that's very good thinking, and I appreciate how you laid it out to us as well, because that's one of the more common questions I get is how do we go solar and when can we go solar, and everybody would like to go solar, especially the more we learn about the toxicity of coal and the more we learn about the particular matters and the more we know our health is the number one consideration. So thank you for that presentation, too. And my last question is recycled water. Does your proposed budget include any increase in the installation of purple pipe and the use of gray water?
It does, and I'll let Jim McDaniel give you the details on that.
Great.
Yeah, the main focus of the expenditures going forward is going to be the expansion of the recycled water system into the harbor area. Our largest potential customers of recycled water are the major refineries down in the Wilmington area. We plan, once we get those customers hooked up, it'll more than double the current customer consumption of recycled water that we have right now, freeing up the water that they're currently using for potable. So that's the big focus, is getting that online. We have to build the purple pipe system down there to get them hooked up. We also have to build transmission pipe to a regional treatment facility, and we have to expand, working with the West Basin Municipal Water District, expand the treatment capacity of a plant to produce the quality water needed by the customers. So that's what we're looking at in the program here.
Great. Thank you for that update. Thank you, and welcome again, Ron Nichols to the city family.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, I know you recently announced substantial cuts of over $400 million. Can you give us an idea of what kinds of cuts those were and kind of walk us through that?
Sure, be glad to do that. I will pass around a high-level summary of that, and then I'm glad to drill down into some more detail on it. David, why don't we actually take these other two as well, because I think we'll probably get into that. Save you a trip around and get more in the... What I'm sending around to you is an overview on a 3-year basis on here, and then a breakdown of some of the single year, both O&M and capital items. First, let's just talk about that. And that $440 million, in terms of the numbers that we have in here, has moved around a little bit to $449 million. And that's over 3 fiscal years, but it's a combination of both some single year operating items as well as some fixed items. So let me go through that a little bit for you. On the labor side, cumulatively, there's about $207 million 3-year savings that would come from a hiring freeze. And again, as indicated in our earlier comments today, that's not an absolute freeze by any means. We have so many people walking out the door each day that we would be down, inside of 3 or 4 years, we would be down probably over 2,000 people potentially from where we are right now. And again, we have no control of who decides to retire and what their job is and how critical that function is and how many people we have at what level and the like.
That's still a pretty substantial number, so...
Yeah, it is a big number. And then in addition, on top of that, we're looking at some overtime reductions, which is a bit of a challenge. You're reducing your head count, your full-time people, and at the same time you're saying we're going to spend less overtime. That can be a little challenging at times, but we believe that we can get it done. Again, that doesn't mean that overtime comes off of everybody. There's some things that are field related or emergency response related or long-term programs that you just simply have to have people that you're going to have a lot of overtime on. But that's $73 million over 3 years of overtime reductions. On the non-labor side, we've got some non-labor operations savings, and that's $95 million of operational savings. And there's a separate page on here that we've given you a list of. The table has about a dozen or so, 10 or so items on it. Adds up to in just the next fiscal year, this reflected in the receipts and appropriations that you have before you here today. Are items that you see listed on here that total up to $21.6 million of non-labor items on getting rid of executive take-home vehicles, including this executive's take-home vehicle, reducing our travel costs, reducing new computer purchases to kind of stretch out the lives of the ones that we have so we don't replace them as often, suspending office remodels, and cutting back on some of our incremental security technology investment, reducing office supplies, cutting back on some of our training and trying to do that in areas that's not critical towards our field personnel and others, not cutting back on our safety, eliminating new facility refurbishments that we had, and an item that had a little bit of pushback on that is taking not funding the Holiday Light Festival for $1 million, and then some increased collections from our customers as well. So all that in nets out almost $22 million in the next fiscal year ramps up to being $95 million over that 3-year period of time. And then another item we have on here is capital. Now this, just to be clear, this isn't something that hits in 1 year. This is we're taking action now on things that would actually see the reductions happen over a longer period of time. But that's all in is about $74 million there, of which a part there is indicated that we talked about early in my comments here, my overview comments, about almost $54 million that we're expecting to save net present value on our bond refinancing. As I indicated earlier, that number is up. It might be easily another, perhaps even $20 million more than that, depending upon what the market does between now and the time we get this done next month. $17 million of a property purchase out in the valley that we were going to do for some facilities that we were going to build, and we just decided not to do it. And then truck purchases for about $3 million that we're not going to do. So those items don't all hit in the same year, but you add all those together, and that gets to that, when I said was 440, now is about closer to $450 million.
Yeah, I think that's very encouraging. So definitely a positive step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Now, I think you've appropriated $9.5 million for energy efficiency loans to customers. What forms do those loans take? I'm not sure I entirely understand what that would be.
Okay, I think I'd like to bring Lorraine Pasquette, who Lorraine is Senior Assistant General Manager responsible for our sustainability, environment, and government affairs, and she takes care of the planning and the policy of our energy efficiency program.
Are you looking at the amount that we have set aside for the city departments? Are you pulling that out of the receipts and appropriations?
I believe that's where we got that from.
So we actually do have, that was a question that came up earlier in the budget process, and I do have some additional information for you on that. We can pass it around. We actually have, in total to date, about just shy of $40 million in loans. We have 21.2 pending in loans for the Bureau of Street Lighting, for LED street lights, and a little bit of labor that we fund. In addition to, and this goes beyond the loan question, but in addition to that, we have from 2009 through 2011, we have a number of different cash rebates, so grants that go to the city department for energy efficiency and water conservation, and it ranges from some high-efficiency toilets, some labor that we donate, to some high-efficiency lighting and assistance with the traffic signals.
And do you have plans to expand these kinds of energy efficiency programs in the next couple of years? And if so, what are you planning on doing additionally?
It depends on the level of funding that comes through in the coming fiscal year, but it also depends on the potential study that we're getting ready to wrap up. We have every 3 years, as part of AB 2021, we are required to go through an assessment of the potential in the city. And we've looked at that. This city is similar to this New York City. We have high density. We have a lot of buildings. So we continue to have a lot of low-hanging fruit, especially in the lighting area. And there is quite a bit of potential, and the need for funding that potential does exist over at least the next 5 years, which is maybe part of the answer to the tipping point question that came earlier.
Are we looking at doing more with things like waterless urinals? I'm not that expert on the technology, but it seems like they save an incredibly large amount of water if all the good things I've heard about that technology are proven to be correct. Is CWP installing a large number of those, and is that anticipated to grow substantially on the horizon in the future?
It is part of our plan program. It's part of the rebate program. It's also something that's a cooperative effort with the city, and my hope is that going forward, this is a program that we continue to aggressively fund because it has been a great success in the past few years.
And I don't know about low flush toilets. I've heard mixed things about that they wind up sometimes being flushed more than once, so it winds up being less advantageous than we all thought. I don't know if you've done studies that have borne that out as well.
We haven't done studies on that, but it's an area that we think continues to have merit. It's something that we're doing with our own facilities, the GWP facilities, and it's an area of funding that we're going to continue to keep in our program.
Well, I think we should check what studies have been done or what's out there to see if what I'm hearing anecdotally is true, that they're not as effective as some other methods. So I know we can. I'm a big enthusiast of spending as much money as possible on energy and water efficiency programs, because if they're effective, it's certainly the best dollar we can spend. But I think we have to be pretty careful to make sure that we follow up and continue to review these technologies to make sure that we are spending money on things that don't just intuitively seem like they'd be successful, but they're actually proving to be.
We agree. Well, I will take a look at that, and we'll get back to you. Just as a footnote, when we look at the program and we plan the budgets around the program and the investments, we use the purchase water as a metric, and we use our clearing price of energy as a metric. So I try to stay below that. For example, in energy efficiency, it's on average about 4 cents a kilowatt hour. We could go up to 6 cents and still be more cost effective than what we pay for energy. And on the water side, Jim, it's about $400 or $500 or less than what we invest. So we stay well below the imported water amount.
And on the solar side, a while back I was concerned that we were going to completely stop the program, which I think halting it to take a deep breath is a good idea. But at the same time, while I don't want to halt it, at the same time I think it's a good idea to push the amount of the rebate down as low as we can without actually losing participants. Because I think while the program is very successful, and now it's almost too successful, we want to experiment with reducing that number so we keep people involved and keep having this level of success, but stretch our dollars a little further. So I'm glad to hear that we're looking in that direction.
And on that point, it's almost an art, but there is quite a bit of research that needs to be done, similar to the effectiveness of the low-water toilets. And we're very committed in this 90-day review process to look at that, but also to come up with an annual or semi-annual process to really understand the solar costs, the clearing price for solar, so as Mr. Nichols said, so we don't pay too much, but we keep the market going.
Exactly. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. On the last charter, we had some amendments that would require the department to submit the budget March 31st and updated May 31st. That's a new cycle for you, is that correct?
It is, yes.
And how's that going? I mean, you said you have a preliminary budget today, correct?
We do, and to that end, this is kind of probably a partial step to get where we would like to be. I think we'll be able to get in full mode as we go around next year on this. But one of the things, there's a couple of things that are making this number, and why you hear me calling this preliminary. And one is because a number of the subjects we've talked about here, how much do we do on renewables, what do we put into our investments for water recycling and water conservation, and how much energy efficiency do we do, and how much do we put into our water pipeline replacement program, how quickly do we do that, how much money do we put into our power reliability program to make sure that we're keeping up and trying to get ahead, not fall even further behind on our aged infrastructure on both the power and the water side. There are some trade-offs among those, and I don't believe that the department, and I don't believe that I personally, should make all of those decisions on behalf of our customers. And as a result, what you have in this budget here today is our best take on that right now at a level, keeping mindful of where we are in the economy right now, that we're still dealing with 12.5% unemployment and suffering with city budget issues and the like as well, with which you're, I'm sure, painfully familiar. So this is a level that we wanted to make sure we start the discussion on. We wanted to make sure that we were able to get you a number also that tells you a level of the city transfer that we would pay. And therefore, I'm comfortable that you have a number there that I know is very important for your planning purposes. And having that at a time when you were able to do your other budgeting, because I know that hasn't dovetailed well in the past. And so I feel comfortable that that number is a solid number. It potentially, you know, in years, again, what we have in here is the 2012 payment, you know, that we're talking about. But I think that's a solid number that you can plan around appropriately. What we'll do kicking off here literally later this month is getting into more of some of that detail on some of these trade-offs. Do we want to do more energy efficiency? Do we want to put in more water conservation for low-flow toilets or waterless urinals and the like? And what does that mean in terms of how much can you get, how much is out there? Ms. Pesquet indicated that we have an energy efficiency potential study coming out. That's a study that looks within LA's service territory and says, well, everything that you've invested out there so far in conservation, what's left? What's left by different customer type, by different building use and different energy use out there, and how cost effective is it, and which ones are the best priority? We want to share that information and on some of these different programs and give you an idea, and give both the council an idea, our customers an idea, and business and environmental stakeholders an idea of what different levels of investment in some of those programs might get us before we make a decision on that. So that way, you'll have some better information upon which, as well, of course, our Board of Commissioners will have better information upon which to make some decisions and some policy guidance back to us. We can then go back and say, given these preferences that we've heard, here's some adjustments that we recommend for you. And then it would be, again, coming back to you with an adjusted budget that reflects that policy guidance.
Good. Thank you. And your proposal for the redirections for the next 3 years, they look, something that should be commended. It's something that, you went back and really, sounds like you spent some time trying to find some efficiencies in the department. And in the last 5 years or so, 4 years on this committee, and whenever we'd ask those type of questions, there was no money to be found, but it seems like you guys are really dug in and are making those finds now to find more efficiencies, so your department should be commended for that. One of the motions that I put in, and I believe you're already practicing, is a request that your budget be put online. I believe that was put on for the first time last year, and it will continue to be put online for future purposes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Now, is this proposed budget online already?
I'll have to be honest with you, I'm not quite certain right now.
So you're probably going to wait till you come back for the submission later on?
Right, it's
updated.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And finally, the department was assisting some of our employees find employment when they were being laid off from our Public Works Department, particularly around, some of them were, for example, tree trimming, and the department said they could incorporate some of those positions into your department. You had those positions open. What's the status on that?
We have done that, in fact.
You have done that? Okay.
We have, and we've had a significant number of the positions that we have filled have been from other city departments. I think I can, with respect to specifically to the tree trimming issue, I can turn it over to Aaron Benjamin in our Power Division.
Councilmember, we've transferred 23 tree trimmers from the city, and currently they're going through the training because of the live wire around the hot stations. And as soon as they graduate from that program, that they will be working in the regular tree trimming crews that we have. So we do have them in our crews right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just go through a few questions. One of the things that I wanted to cover is that in your book on page 318 under the power revenue side, which I just want to get a clear understanding if I'm reading this properly in the blue book, that your unappropriated balance is is it $25 million? And in the past, over the last 2 years, you had at one time unexpended balances as high as $600 to $700 million. And I'm just trying to find out with that change, where did the unexpended balances get reprogrammed, and is $25 million for the unappropriated balance, is that your reserve fund? Is that what you reference as your reserve fund?
I'm going to turn this over to our inter CFO, Ann Santilli, on that particular question, Mr. Chair.
Compared to last year, we have lower bond financing. Last year, and this one shows $800 million on the power side. We're only going forward right now, proposed with $302 million. We are moving forward with Haynes Unit 5 and 6, which are large capital expenditures, so that is a large portion of our money that we're being drawn down.
Is that why the unexpended balances are down or disappeared?
That's portion of it, and like Mr. Nichols said, this is our preliminary budget, so we will be revisiting that. We normally try to keep $300 million in our unrestricted cash account.
Okay. Now, when you refer to your unappropriated balance, is that your reserve fund?
Actually, this is the balance in the FMIS system that's anticipated at the end of the fiscal year. It's just operating.
Okay, so you're holding that for FMIS. Okay. And then on the water side, again, you show between $400 and $570 million unexpended for 2 consecutive years, but this year you show zero. But then you have an unappropriated balance of $308 million.
That's correct. And again, last year we had almost $500 million in proceeds from bond sales, and this year we're estimating less than $100 million.
Okay. Where do you show your reserve fund? Or do you have a reserve fund?
We don't have a reserve fund.
Okay. And this is the preliminary budget. When will the final budget come through?
The final budget will be presented to our board in June, and any mid-year budget changes that have to be moved forward because of rate adjustments would be brought also to the board.
Okay.
Sorry, doesn't the charter require the final budget to be adopted by May?
That's effective July 1st.
Pardon me?
Charter becomes effective July 1st, so it'll impact the next.
Oh, I see, the following,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. We're moving forward. We're trying to move forward ahead of that. That's why we moved things up this year to try to get something earlier to you on this. A little cart ahead of horse on this, and that's why it's a preliminary number here. But we wanted to get something out that was more complete than we've been able to do in the past. And our hopes are that once we go through this more public process that we're going to start later this month, that we'll then be in a sequence that we can be even further ahead and when we get into this for our next year's budget in accordance with the charter requirement.
Okay. Then let me ask you also, there were, I guess, at least 3 charter amendments on this most recent election, and just give us a thumbnail on how all of those are going to be implemented.
Okay, well, we have one is the one we just spoke about, which is getting our budget in line with the city's budget, the timing on that. I think we just covered that item. The other was the Office of Public Accountability and the Ratepayer Advocate. And as we indicated in my opening remarks, while the council and there's a whole governance issue of getting a appointing body ready for that, and then establishing the protocols, which of course weren't laid out in any detail in the ballot initiative. We're there and able to work with that. We've set aside, as I indicated, the 0.025%, the $1.05 million. We've budgeted for that. We're expecting to expend those monies as part of our budget to support the Office of Public Accountability and the Ratepayer Advocate. And we stand ready to, as soon as that both entity and person is appointed and established, to begin working with them and provide information whenever they're ready to operate. So,
And what's the timeline to implement so it's operational?
well, I guess it's kind of that really isn't relying on the department. We're here ready to support that, but it isn't, Mr. Chair, that isn't. I don't believe that's the department's action. We have to be responsive to support whatever the council does to establish its appointing committee, and then once that's established, we'll support that. But I think that process, that whole governance process, has to happen first, and we don't drive the truck on that one.
Does the governance come before you make the selection?
Well, it's not my understanding that the department makes that.
No, I'm
makes
sorry.
that selection.
Before the selection of the person,
right?
Does that come first, or does the government?
It does, and the E&E committee instructed our office and the CAO, working with Water and Power, will be back in, I think, a week, 2 weeks at most, with options on selecting the Citizens Commission. What needs to happen is you need to adopt an ordinance establishing the commission that will then appoint the new head of the OPA, subject to council and mayor approval. So the first step is to get the commission in place.
Okay. Jerry, while you're sitting, let me ask you, is even with this structure that's being put in place, is it the intention also to keep the independent review for rate increases, the outside consultant that was hired a year ago?
That is our understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
In addition, we're working with the, Olivia Savis-Vallelonga from CAO's office. In addition, we're working with the city attorney to make sure that all the enabling ordinances are put in place before, in its current time, as necessary.
Okay. And then what was the final charter? That's the issue of the budget and I guess the transfer?
The transfer speaks for itself. It's already in the charter, and all we need to do is, it repeats exactly what is in the charter, and all it does is lay out some procedural orders that need to be in place and time frame. But it's already implementable, effective July 1.
But now, is that internal operation been put in place about the transfer?
Yes.
The transfer in the budget are important.
Okay.
The other part is the...
And Mr. Chair, the third item is with regard to the timing and the process associated with making the transfer. And I'll have Joe Brevich of Council to the Department here to give a quick update on that.
Good afternoon, council member. Basically, that provision will come into play when the board does its surplus declaration when the transfer is made. So we will fully comply with that at the time that it's made, but it's premature at this juncture. But that is a self-implementing procedure as well, so that'll be complied with when that time rolls around.
Okay. The other thing, and I appreciate the comments earlier, that the health plans, is that an annual reduction of $8.6 million or just for this fiscal year?
For the health care plan, let's be clear, it's annual for this next fiscal year. Okay. Health plans are One of the things typically the department would just simply go through and renew and negotiate with its existing provider. We went out instead for a competitive bidding situation this time, but as is typical, particularly in this day of high uncertainty on both regulatory and other structures in the healthcare market, you typically get an annual deal. And so we'll be looking a year from now again as to either renewing and negotiating with that existing provider under that structure, or deciding once again to whether we want to go out with a competitive bid situation.
Okay, let me ask you, how did you create the competition you mentioned?
We used an outside consultant, Mercer Consulting, that the department has used over a number of years to support us on evaluating our health care plans and helping in negotiating when we've done those renewals in the past. And we talked with them about being able to look at what the options are, and went out with an open solicitation with respect to that.
Okay, let me just say the reason that I'm interested in this is that we found out, I think, last year that there was what we thought was a misinterpretation of prior MOU language, in which the 4 companies were embedded in the MOU, and it was interpreted that they were non-competitive. They just gave them a franchise. And we asked that from that day forward that those 4 companies might be embedded, but they had to compete for every aspect of the medical plans. And did we have these 4 parties compete as it relates to each phase of it, or how did we do that? Because the reason I'm bringing this up is that although the city is like 112% increase over 10 years, DWP was 157% over 10 years. So it was clear that they had embedded and given franchises as opposed to made the 4 companies compete. And so I just want to know how we created the competition amongst I think it was 4 different plans, and one was out of state, maybe it's 5. It was 4 in place and 1 out of state.
Yeah, to be clear, we did not put out 100% of our plan out there. We did not put out the IBEW plan. Under this, it was done for everything else around that, and not everyone participates. Even IBEW members, all of them don't participate in the IBEW plan. So we took those areas that were able to get done under the time frame that we could get done to be able to get that adjustment.
Okay, let me just say this. The direction from the council was that all the plans go out, all of them be competitive, and that we look at the benefits of that competitive issue. And that direction was given well over a year ago when the plans came in for renewal, because the largest bulk of them are IBEW, and that's where the savings, and that we made it clear from the Personnel Committee, the Budget and Finance, and Council that there was no longer acceptable that the plans were franchised and that there was no competition for the elements, and that, yes, they were embedded in the MOU by name, but they had to compete for each phase of it.
Mr. Chair, you probably won't hear this a lot from me, and as time goes on, you won't hear it much more. But that specific history is one that did happen prior to my tenure here, and I don't know the answer to that circumstance, and I don't have the staff here nor our consultant that worked with us on that particular item. But I'd be happy to get back to you on that point.
We could work with the department report back on that specific item.
Yeah, please do that, because we've been waiting to see significant improvement on all elements of the health plan, because, again, there was a major, what we thought, misinterpretation of prior negotiations. And so what's the timing that these plans come due?
Well, the one that I was speaking of, which is the out-of-state and retirees plan, principally, comes due June, basically July 1. In fact, we are in the middle right now of the open enrollment period on that plan.
Okay, so out of state, and what was the other part of it? It was out of state, and what other feature?
And retirees as well. Right.
So that's on those two, we saved $8.6 million?
That's correct.
Okay, now there's, what, 3 other parts of the health plan that have to go out?
I'm trying to recall right now. We consolidated through this process. We previously had Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we had Pacific Care and Kaiser. And through this process, through this competition, we consolidated in, so we no longer have Blue Cross Blue Shield program. Pacific Care picks up that for those persons who were previously in Blue Cross Blue Shield. Separately, IBEW has its Anthem Blue Cross or Anthem Blue Shield. I can't remember which its specific title is. Separately, that has that plan, and that was not part of this.
Okay, let me ask the CEO, would you look into that? Because I think it was fairly clear the direction we were trying to get to, and then we can get a report back on that.
We'll gladly follow up with you on that. Thank you.
And then I think, let's see. The couple of things just throw out as it relates to a need from this committee that we've asked prior general managers to look at, and I know it's not an easy situation, but the issue of the salary disparity and the issue of, as we expect, and we've seen some of these figures of potential rate increases coming forward, that we want to make sure that those rate increases are not just a funding for future pay raises, medical insurance, because one of the things that we determined in the last discussion about the DWP revenues or their payroll is 40% of your payroll pays pension alone. And I don't know how you can sustain that over time. Particularly, one of the things as we go forward on rate increases, we made it clear, I think we have a motion in play that says we really need to make sure that as you create or come forward with rate increases, that you advise us specifically what the cost of these issues of payroll, pension, medical costs, workers' comp, and how that's separated from the intention of renewables and infrastructure, which is generally the banner that we go forward on these raises. So we'd hope that we get some clarity before they're forthcoming as far as asking for those.
And you will. We want to provide that as well. And again, going back to this process that we're going to be kicking off here towards the end of this month, we expect to provide very good visibility as to what all the breakdowns of all of our costs are, including our labor costs, our benefit costs, our pension costs, what portion of our revenue requirements, and therefore by direct extension what percentage of our rates all of these items compose. So we'll provide that in a way that I think you'll be. I'm hoping you'll be pleased with the level of granularity that we provide with on it, because we want to make sure that that's an open book.
I'm glad you said you hope. And then the thing is, let me correct one thing I said. If I said budget, it was a mistake. It's payroll, 40% of payroll. Although it makes a better headline. Okay, thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next and final department is the harbor. Mr. Rosenthal, I have a card.
You want me to take it? Or the harbor?
Which one? Now, we were in DWP, we gave him that time with his public comment. I think we did.
Thank you, Ron Nichols. We appreciate it.
Hold on just a minute. I didn't. Mr.
One other
sit down.
question. Oh, Mr. McQuiston has
Listen, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I missed your card.
You missed your
Just have a
card.
seat there, Mr. Nichols, because he's going to talk about...
He's the honorary member of the Budget Committee and council member number 16.
He'll say some things that we want you to hear. Okay, Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. As you know, I'm a graduate of Caltech, and I was a graduate as an electrical engineer, where I hold my professional license. But I did want to say that when I was at Caltech, we went through the Pasadena steam plant over by the Arroyo, and they said at the time they were producing their electricity at 4 mils per kilowatt hour. The inflation has caused a lot of increase, but a lot of the increase can't account for the high cost of paying. I remember when hydro, your own personal hydro, you had to pay $1 per kilowatt hour if it went online. But I did want to say that one thing that we're forgetting about, and I did want to bring it up, is this country here, if it is a desert, is blazing hot, and we have to use a lot of energy for air conditioning. And what keeps the cost down is the fact that there's evaporation of water into the air, which cools the environment. And as we go to arid-type landscapes, we are going to use more power. I've asked that about DWP, and they said that they haven't really calculated that now, and it's something that we should look at. Another thing that really bothers me a lot, Norris Polson was a friend of our family. Norris was, of course, one of our mayors, but what he was most important about, people forget, he was on the Interior and Insular Committee when the Colorado Compact came up, and he was responsible for getting our water for the MWD. And every time I look at the Los Angeles River and all that water being wasted going down the stream, it just burns me up, because we should be using that. The DWP has tried to use it many times, and they've been thrown out by the council. But the councilman who was really important on that has disappeared now. So we should be looking at that, because it's very important. The other thing is on solar panels. Solar panels come from China. They have practically the monopoly on solar right now. And it turns out that if we manufacture solar panels, it takes more energy than the solar panels during their lifetime produce. So there is a problem there. Plus, if we put them on our roofs, we can't repair our roofs. So there are some costs which we have to consider in thinking about solar for urban use. And I wish this council would think about those things too.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Nichols, let me just refer you also, as we talked, my last comment on pension, on page 317 of the Blue Book, we reflect that those costs dealing with personnel-driven costs of retirement, in one system it went up 20%, the other went up to 40% in this year, and that's why it's very, very big concern. 315, 317.
Our pension costs did go up this year. We have an annual required contribution of approximately, going forward, about $387 million. There's two big components to that. One is losses that we had in prior fiscal years that are smoothed in. In 2008, we lost about $980 million. And then in 2009 fiscal year, we lost about $1.6 billion when the market crashed. Those are smoothed in over 5 years, so we're still feeling that. The other big change is we changed our assumptions on our rate of return on our investment assets. We dropped it from 8% to 7.75. Our actuaries estimate that that's an additional $43 million the department has to come up with. So those are the reasons for increase.
I understand the reasons. I'm just talking about the overall result of 40% of payroll is significant. And if we're going to, no one can continue at a rate of 20 to 40% per year, even during the smoothing era. Okay, so thank you. Next, Harbor.
Thank you.
Is the Harbor Department. All ships, come on up. Now, I understand that Dr. Geraldine Natz is out of the country. We had the wrong general manager when we talked about them not being here. Where is she?
Council members, she is in Washington, D.C. with a group of fellow port commissioners, port executive directors, plotting some strategies related to competitiveness in the face of the Panama Canal opening.
Yes, which is one of my questions is going to be on the Panama Canal. We'll give her our regards, and why don't you give us an opening statement?
Thank you, council members. Greetings from the Harbor Department, Port of Los Angeles, and from our executive director. My name is Mike Christensen. I'm Deputy Executive Director and acting in behalf of Dr. Natz, and with me is my partner, Molly Campbell, who is also Deputy Executive Director, along with Molly, our Chief Financial Officer, Carl Pan, and Chief Boyd from our Port Police, and also Eileen Yoshimura, who heads our financial and management group. Before you is our budget, the preliminary budget for the Harbor Department, which is crafted around our proposed budget priorities. It also maintains our 2.0 debt service ratio and our AA bond rating, which we can speak to if you'd like. It maintains our $235 million minimum cash reserve, and it's fashioned after a relatively conservative growth estimate for international trade. The outlook for international trade is a little bit up in the air right now. So we've stayed conservative on that growth estimate. It also has a slightly reduced capital expenditure from previous years. We're in between cycles on some of our large projects, and so that budget reflects that. So council members would be glad to address any questions you might have related to this preliminary budget.
Thank you, and we appreciate that, and I'm just taking the lead because you come before the TCT committee, which I'm vice chair of, with Ms. Hahn as the able chair, Mr. Labange as its member. The Japanese earthquake. Let's just start with a quick story. What percentage of our container traffic comes from Japan? And I know we had a great briefing down at the port a couple of weeks ago. It had been about a month since the triple disaster that happened there. How are we doing?
In terms of volume, the Japanese trade is about 5% of our total container count. It does, however, represent some of the higher values, so it's somewhere in the 15 to 20% of value of commodity range. As you're aware, the port probably most affected was the port of Sendai, and that port's out of service for a while. One of the affected commodities was tire. There's a large tire manufacturing firm in Sendai. That manufacturing plant was not affected, but a lot of the distribution was. So that represents several thousand containers of tires which are being diverted to other ports in Japan.
And so when you look at it from a financial standpoint, what kind of a financial aspect? I know it's 5% of your traffic, but what was it your overall?
We don't see that it's going to be a major financial impact because those, while that's 5% of the containers, those containers are being diverted to other ports. Probably the larger issue that we're watching carefully is the impact on auto parts and how that affects some of the auto imports and the parts, the flow of parts.
Right. Have you seen any impact on auto parts yet?
Not anything we can really put our finger on yet.
Well, let's hope it stays that way. I appreciate that. Let's go into why Dr. Nat isn't here, frankly. And we had a healthy discussion here in the City Council when we talked about the Panama Canal. Obviously, we expect it to be completed, we're told anyhow, in 2014. Are they still on target for that?
They are on schedule.
And we certainly know that Texas and the East Coast would like very much to get part of our business. We get roughly 43%. Is that roughly what we get in terms of traffic through our port, national?
That's correct. Approximately 43% of all the imported containers coming into the U.S. come through the ports of San Pedro Bay.
And obviously, we know we need to deepen it for the bigger ships coming forward, and we move forward with that position. At the same time, we have very strong, good labor agreements and great new greening policies that impact our quality of our air. What is your sensing of how we're going to deal with this Panama Canal widening?
Well, a big part of that has to do with providing the infrastructure, and I think, Councilmember Rosendahl, you put your finger on the pulse of our most important strategic project, which is our channel deepening, and that is moving forward, that is on schedule. We're also looking at the competitiveness of our terminals. We have had some great meetings with all the stakeholders, the other port authorities, as is Dr. Natz is doing right now in Washington, across the West Coast, with a group that's a little closer to home here in Southern California, with a group of stakeholders includes our sister port at Long Beach, also labor, also a group of industries and shipping lines. So we have a lot of focus on terminal efficiency issues, infrastructure issues, and so forth.
Well, keep us posted as we go forward with that, because we don't want to lose any of our trade if we can help it. Now, about the whole greening of our fleets and so on, it's been an amazing turnaround in the last 6 or 8 years. Just give us an update on all of that.
Well, we have a great little thing that we put out that we're kind of proud of. We call it our environmental report card, and it really is the results of what is happening as from our Clean Air Action Plan. We've had 52% reduction in our diesel particulate matter, largely due to the Clean Truck Program and improvements that went there. We have a 33% reduction in NOx, 56% reduction in sulfur oxides, or SOx. And the Clean Air Action Plan has been amended. It was revised last fall, and we're continuing to push the envelope on those reductions in all areas, including the ocean-going vessels, which are probably the largest segment. I think we heard you mention the shore power, the AMP rate, with our cohorts at DWP that we're working very closely with to reduce reductions of vessels while they're at berth. We have a technology advancement program that's putting millions of dollars into new technologies, incubating those for us, but also creating jobs for the area. Things like our electric truck, the Balcon success story that you've heard about. So a lot of work being done both on the land side and on the water side and on the technology side related to improving air quality.
Certainly a model, I think, for all the ports across the nation and the world, I would say. So keep up the good work. But on the AMP program, as you heard me mention to DWP, how many of our shipping lines coming into the port are using the alternative maritime power system?
As it exists currently today, 3 of our container terminals, 3 of the shipping lines have AMP-equipped berths. The Evergreen, NYK at the UITI terminal, and China Shipping. And in addition to the shipping lines themselves, we have initiated the first multi-shipping line cruise terminal AMP. So we now have our cruise terminal wired up with 2 amped berths, and we've had 3 different cruise lines that have connected already at that new cruise terminal.
Very good on that. What kind of incentives are you offering to the shipping and cruise lines to flip the switch to AMP?
I think, as General Manager Nichols had mentioned, there is a AMP rate that has been worked. There was actually an existing AMP rate that is in place for the container lines that gives them a rate that is roughly analogous to the cost of self-generated power. And in an era when fuel, the diesel, is getting close to $5 a gallon for the distillate fuel, and the bulk rate fuel that is bought by the ton is close to the same, a stable electric rate is very attractive. On the cruise side, we found that we need a little more tweaking on that rate, and we're working with DWP to get that back in front of City Council for an adjustment in the next month or so. And the strategy is the same, is to have a rate structure that allows the cruise lines to connect at about the same cost as what they spend for the diesel fuel to generate power themselves, without the wear and tear on their equipment, without the emissions, and with a much more stable outlook as petroleum prices bounce around a lot more.
Interesting. Tom Barnes took me on the Alameda Corridor the other day, and we drove around because he wanted me to really understand it a little bit more. So I understand that because of the drop in container traffic resulting from the global trade recession, the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority, better known as ACTA, A-C-T-A, has been unable to meet its debt obligation. Is that true?
That's true. I think I'd like to ask Ms. Campbell if she'd like to address that.
It's anticipated, they have a debt service that's due in October, about $9 million, that may be a shortfall for both ports. So as of now, to answer your direct question, they have not paid their debt requirements. So they're looking at a couple of things. One, they'd like to restructure some existing debt, and they're looking at a loan through the Department of Transportation in terms of some refinancing option. It doesn't mean that that will eliminate the shortfall requirements. Both ports, both the Port of Long Beach and the Port of LA, are required under the indenture agreements with ACTA to pay about 40% of the obligation, and that could be up to $9 million. At this point, we don't know exactly what that will be, but there's a potential for about a $9 million requirement from the port in October, and we have set enough dollars aside to take care of it.
I was just going to say, you have the ability within your operating budget to absorb it if you needed to.
Well, we've actually set aside specific amount to take care of not just this year's, but future projected shortfall requirements as well.
Excellent.
And the Port of Long Beach has also done the same thing.
Very good. Appreciate that issue. Safety and security, needless to say, with the demise of Osama bin Laden, and God knows what impact, reaction the world is going to experience, we always care about safety and security, and have for many years at the harbor. And I know Jane Harman, as the Congress member, got special funds, ARA funds and all that. And so the question is, what percentage of the containers coming into the Port of Los Angeles are being X-rayed and screened for radioactive material?
We're very proud of what we've done on the security side, so perhaps Ron Boyd could address that directly. Chief Boyd.
Hey, Chief.
Good evening, Councilmember. How are you?
Good.
There's quite a bit that's being done. It's a layered approach in regards to the screening of containers and the review of traffic that comes in, the containerized cargo that comes in to the Port of Los Angeles. Primarily, it's a responsibility of the Customs and Border Protection, and they have a program that starts outside the United States. There's a container security initiative where the containers are screened prior to even being loaded and coming into the United States. In addition to that, in certain ports, the containers are also reviewed to see if they have any harmful chemicals, harmful products, anything that could create a problem before being loaded on the ship. Once they're on board, they are again monitored as they come across and transit the waterways in the supply chain. And as they near our borders, there's a program that's taken on by the United States Coast Guard and the Sheriff's Department, in which the port police assist them, where they look for radioactive materials and other things that are harmful. And then again, once the ships come alongside and are offloaded, the containers are once again screened through radiation portal monitors.
And the coordination, you mentioned 3 different agencies as you were just speaking there. There's almost up to a dozen different agencies, if I'm not mistaken, involved in coordination. And who is the center point on the coordination? Are you comfortable with the overall coordination?
Well, again, the Department of Homeland Security has that responsibility at the federal level, and they perform it primarily through Customs and Border Protection and also the United States Coast Guard.
And your role, how do you view your role as our city policing with those other agencies?
We have, I think, a critical role. Because we're not only taking care of the local area, the local region, as far as the city of Los Angeles is concerned, again, our role is also as the entryway to the United States and making sure that as far as the supply chain aspect, we're keeping it safe and secure. The continual coordination between the agencies, including the federal, state, and local agencies, often they are looking to the city of Los Angeles and to the port to handle that lead role.
Is there anything we can do here in the city to give you more comfort in the security coordination, any additional resources, or any suggestions you have for us at all?
I think the city of Los Angeles in general has done a stellar job. One of the perks of this job is the ability to talk with the other port authorities throughout the globe, and they're continuing to look at the city of Los Angeles and also the Area Maritime Security Committee, which is chaired by the Coast Guard and co-chaired by the FBI, as a model coordinating body when it comes to matters of safety and security. So I think a great job's been done in that regard.
Good. Well, thank you for that, too. And back to you. Obviously, your proprietary department, there's no impinging on the taxpayers' general fund, and you keep a reserve of a couple of $100 million. Is that right?
That's correct. I think that I'd mentioned our reserve stands at $235 million. Carl?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Carl, give us a picture of the financial situation of the proprietary department.
Well, right now, the Port of Los Angeles, as Molly and Mike have indicated, we are rated AA. The financial position of the port right now is reasonably healthy, primarily because the container volume has rebounded certainly in the last year and a half. In 2009 and early parts of 2010, and the latter part of 2008, we certainly experienced a big drop in TEU count. But the harbor responded to that, to the recession by controlling its expenses, and we monitor very closely the expenditures being spent at the harbor, and we established the $235 million reserve in anticipation of more problems. Even though TEU count right now has rebounded slightly, we're still very careful in how we project our revenues. We continue to control our expenses. So overall, I'd say the financial condition of the harbor remains reasonably healthy.
On insurance premiums, we talked to one of the other proprietary departments about the three of you coordinating, that's the harbor, the airport, and DWP, in some kind of a group policy strategy that might even lower the rates. Could you report back on that as well?
Yes, actually, we have been coordinating with the CAO office on that. We do have a report ready, and so we'll coordinate with the CAO to deliver that report.
Excellent. Good. And last question, just an overall question. Are there anything on the horizons that we need to know about, or any potential problems or any problems that exist that I just haven't brought up in any way, shape, or form that you'd like to share with us?
Council member, we're watching the trends of international shipping, and again, keeping the focus. We have really three things we're looking at very closely at the harbor. We're looking at competitive operations. We're looking at strong relationships and keeping financial strength in preparation for what is going to be a very interesting year or so ahead from the international shipping scene.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And your commission, I know in whose shoes I'm in, Cindy Misikowski is chair.
Council members, we have a fantastic Board of Harbor Commissioners. We couldn't ask for better. We're very appreciative of the support they give us. We're appreciative of the support that you give us, City Council, as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just one quick question about the Clean Truck Program. I think your previous budget last year estimated it would raise $2.5 million, but it brought in over $6 million. This year the budget projects out again to $2 million. Why did so much more come in, and can we anticipate that something like that happens this year as well?
Molly, you want to take
Sure.
that?
Our budget itself is, we're anticipating the revenues actually going down. And the reason for that is the first year of the program clearly is where we were going to have most trucks that were not compliant in terms of those coming into the port. And so they were paying a fee because they were non-compliant. We're anticipating that we're going to have a smaller percentage of those trucks this year as more become compliant, so that number is going to significantly go down. And that's what you're seeing in the budget.
So
So it's going to continue to drop.
The reason the number was so high is that there were so many trucks that weren't yet compliant, and
Correct.
we were charging them for
Correct.
that.
The clean truck fee, Councilmember, goes away basically on the 1st of January 2012 because at that point, dirty trucks are banned from our terminals. That's the last progressive ban date that goes into effect. So really, in the fiscal year, starting July 1, there's only really about a half a year when we really are collecting fees for dirty trucks, and those will start to go away, again, because January 1, 2012, those trucks cannot be in the port at all, regardless of, with no fee option.
Gotcha. So this is the last year we'll be collecting that fee.
Correct.
Great. Well, it's been a great program and obviously a huge environmental success. So even though we'll be losing a little of that revenue, we'll be happy to do it for that reason. Thank you.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Kretz, but on the insurance, you were just talking about the liability aspect of that and the pooling of it as well. You understand that? Okay, all right.
Mr. Weezer?
Mr. Weezer.
Okay. Okay. Let me just ask one question, really two questions. Let me ask the chief on the issue of, just give us a thumbnail on what's going on as it relates to enhancement of security, terrorism, and things of that nature in and around the port.
Well, certainly there's been a lot of attention over the past 24 hours based upon international events, and we know that just because an icon of evil has been removed and there's a reason to celebrate it, that evil itself has not gone away. So we've been very aggressive with coordinating both at the federal and local level, working with our partners, with the Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, and other agencies to make sure that we are keeping a good information network well-fed so that we know what's going on. At the same time, as of last week, we started to work with the Department of Homeland Security and really start to focus on getting the community involvement. So the See Something, Say Something program at the DHS level, which is at the City of LA level, is the iWatch program, is something that we were quite proud to initiate in the Port of LA. And as of this week, we've really started to put a push on working with community members, the labor force, and others. We don't have anything specific, fortunately, to report that we're looking at, but we're certainly keen on anything that could happen through a loan act or something.
And let me just ask one question of the management. On your Blue Book, page 302, it shows that you're projecting an increase in your 4 areas of shipping services, rental, royalties. What created the significant increase in non-operating revenue?
I'm sorry, what page were you on, Councilman?
Page 302.
302.
It looked like it almost doubled.
Non-operating, I could answer
Eileen, I
that.
believe, has an answer.
The increase in non-operating revenue is primarily in the grants and fees category, as we'll be seeing an increase in pass-through grants from the federal government.
Okay, is that the ARA grant?
No, it's
What type of grants?
ARA is one component. It is the ARA grant. That's the bulk of it.
Is it the bulk?
Yes.
So it's ARA grant?
It's a portion of
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Unless you want to stay, we're through.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to, before we recess, we'll be re-adjourning on Wednesday at 1 p.m. We will be getting memos done on Tuesday. And we'd ask the CAO, when you create memos, if we can get them back as quickly as we can so we can review them as they come in. And then I'd like to make sure we add to the Wednesday agenda the resolution authority sheet that's Sharon, you have the page number. And also Schedule H
Exhibit
that we'll
H.
discuss on Wednesday, okay?
Right, and you said we're going to recess until Wednesday.
Till Wednesday.
Right.
At 1 o'clock. Do we have anything else before we recess? Sharon, Karen, Miguel, Monique? Nothing? Okay, we're recessed
Right.
to 1 o'clock on Wednesday.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
I'm Bennett Kaiser, asking for your vote in the runoff election on Tuesday, May 17th, to represent District 5 on the LAUSD School Board. I've been an LAUSD teacher for 14 years, teaching at King and Irving Middle Schools, Marshall High School, and the City of Angels Independent Studies School. I'm running for this office to bring more money to our children's classrooms so the kids can have a first-class education. My 7th grade science classes had a budget of only $1.95 per student per year. Many times I had to take money out of my own pocket to buy teaching materials for my students. And how does LAUSD respond? They try to balance their books by laying off 5,000 teachers and thousands of other district administrative and support staff. This leads to more students per classroom, even though the neighboring rooms stand empty. The school board ignores the voices of the tax-paying parents and neighbors, spending millions toward privatizing our schools, giving away our newly constructed campuses to profit-making charters. Some say I'm not a reformer. Not true. I was one of 15 people elected to represent you on the elected Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission. Among the reforms that I brought to LA's Constitution were the creation of our system of neighborhood councils, equal benefits for domestic partners of city employees, at least a living wage for city employees and the employees of contractors that do business with the city so they can afford a health plan, and a fairer system of redistricting Los Angeles and the LAUSD that must avoid dividing communities whenever possible. On the LAUSD School Board, I will be just as strong in advocating for school choice, but choice within the public school magnet system, where every dollar can count toward education, not to profit-oriented charter schools that take their profits first, right off the top, and then cheat when they can't show students are learning. I disagree with Mayor Villaraigosa. Teachers are the backbone of public schools, and when he says teachers are the problem, we say join us in the classroom, bring a few extra dollars for supplies, and experience a day without pomp and celebrity. We love to teach, but we hate to be treated unfairly. That's why the Teachers Union, the Los Angeles Democratic Party, labor unions like the hardworking operating engineers, the school principals and other administrators, and my good friend Jackie Goldberg all have endorsed my candidacy. Tuesday, May 17th may be one of the most important elections in recent history. We cannot allow the public schools to be destroyed for profit or power mongering. Please, vote for the kids, vote for the schools, vote for the teacher. Vote for Bennett Kaiser for school board. Thank you.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I'm a candidate for LUSD Board of Education, District 5. In order to create strong neighborhood schools for our children and get LUSD back on track, we need to make real reforms that make schools accountable and prepare children for college. As a father, educator, and community leader, I have fought to reform LUSD by demanding fiscal accountability, working to expand educational opportunities for our youth, and working to put an end to the same failed policies that have led to larger class sizes and fewer teachers in our neighborhood schools. We need real reform at LUSD, not the same failed policies. Please join classroom teachers, principals, community leaders, and the LA Times and La Opinion and vote for me, Luis Sanchez, for LUSD Board of Education District 5. Thank you, and remember to vote on May 17th.
Hi, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, and I am running for Los Angeles Community College Board of Trustees, seat number 5, this coming May 17th. There will be a special runoff election for this seat, number 5. I am asking for your vote of confidence. Once again, I'm voting for a trusted, respected leader in this community, Lydia Gutierrez. I was born and raised in a family of 10 brothers and sisters right here in Los Angeles. I know what it takes to work as a family and a team. Education was always held in high regard in our family. My parents taught us it was a door of opportunity. My father was a harvest picker at a young age. Until his adulthood, he barely received a third-grade education. This is what motivated me to stay in school at a young age and work towards accomplishing my goal of attending college. I am proud to say that I attended Los Angeles Community College, Harbor College, which created a pathway for my entrance to a 4-year university. During my years in college, I had work summers and during the school year in order to pay for my education, but it was well worth it. I completed my degree from Pepperdine University and then a master's degree from Cal State Dominguez Hills University. I am now a public school teacher here in Los Angeles and get the joy and privilege of teaching your children. Right now, many of our young adults are going through the many struggles that I had to face in attaining my dream of a college education. Where will the finances come from? I have 3 goals in my campaign that will make a positive impact for our students, and I know these will gain your support for my election. What every community college should be is affordable, accessible, and accountable. Affordable, seeking out grants, going to private entities to help defray the tuition costs will accomplish affordability. Accessibility, Making classes accessible for working students is very important. More online courses is what we need. Accountable. Recently, voters approved billions of dollars in bond money for new schools construction during these tough economic times. We cannot afford to waste $1. There needs to be effective oversight and accountability to the voters when it comes to your money. I would be honored to have your vote this May 17th. Please visit my website at lydiaforeducation.com. That is lydiaforeducation.com. And learn more about who I am. I know together we can create a future for education. Vote Lydia Gutierrez, teacher, for Community College Board of Trustees, seat number 5, this May 17th. Thank you.
My name's Scott Swankin, and I'm running for the Los Angeles Community College Board. I'm a candidate for the Community College Board because my community college turned my life around. I grew up in Los Angeles and went to public schools. After a difficult time in high school, I went to a community college. And in community college, I served as student trustee, working side by side with the elected college board members, setting policy, balancing the budget, and solving complex problems. I want to make sure that Los Angeles community colleges are the best in the nation and help every student achieve their dreams. If you elect me, I will work to reform the district bond program, focus on student success, and create the best job training program. First, together we must fix the community college bond program and make sure that everyone involved is held to the highest standards. We need to hold those people accountable that allowed for the waste and abuse that occurred. I will work hard to fix and protect the system that's so important to each of us. We need to make sure that the tax dollars are spent the way you, the voters, intended. Second, we need to be certain that every student that wants to transfer to a four-year university is prepared for success and gets the best education around. Third, we must provide world-class job training. In these difficult economic times, we need to work with the business community to ensure that we are training the workforce for today and tomorrow. I am the only candidate in the race that is a proven leader in education. As a school board member and serving as vice president of the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association, I have led efforts to reform public education. I have served on the foundation board at Valley College and founded the Southwest San Gabriel Valley Education Coalition. I serve as vice chairman of the California Credit Union, a $1 billion educational financial nonprofit. Some say you can judge a candidate by the people that support them. Well, I hope so. Because every group that is part of the Los Angeles Community College system is supporting my campaign. We have the support of a huge coalition that includes community college teachers to the staff that work there, firefighters, nurses, law enforcement, and almost every elected official in Los Angeles County. I'm honored to have the support of every city elected official, 12 members of the United States Congress, 24 members of the California Legislature, Los Angeles County Sheriff Lee Baca, and California State Superintendent Tom Torlakson. But the most important person is you, the voter. I need your support and vote on May 17th. Please vote for me, Scott Swankin, for Los Angeles Community College Board. For more information, please visit my website, swankin.com. Thank you.
Need a recycling center? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
It seemed like another beautiful day in the city of angels.
Well, what time's your class, honey?
Oh, I have to meet them in about 15 minutes.
How are they doing? You think they'll be ready for the race you were telling me about?
Well, they may not all finish, but they'll try.
Oh, I've got that math test today, Mom. I have to hurry so I can get in a little more setting before class.
That's right. You better run along. Oh, honey, do you mind taking out the trash before you go?
Sure thing, I'm right on top of it. Oh, good luck on the test, Dee Dee.
I told you not to call me that anymore, Dad. My name's Diana.
I'm sorry. But something was wrong.
$55 shirt nightcap, but you won't believe this. I don't want to hear about your problems. I had trouble getting in as well. A lot of expensive shirt. I'll never replace you. Oh boy. You know what? I gotta get it. Just yeah. You two, I'll see you later.
You're doing really well, even though it's so hot out here today. Watch those branches, guys. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, go ahead and watch that one. Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I'm going home.
Richard, get back in here. The toilet's back
living hell.
Daddy! Daddy!
It's a critical time for Los Angeles because due to a long-standing lack of resources, our once healthy infrastructure is on the decline. Los Angeles is the second largest city in America. We have some of the most massive infrastructure systems in the world, and the Department of Public Works is responsible for a huge percentage of them.
Branches, guys.
We sweep over 600,000 curb miles a year.
We remove illegally dumped trash and debris from over 5,000 locations every year.
We maintain over 290 acres of median islands, and the city's urban forest, almost 700,000 trees. We also prune 90,000 trees a year.
Of course, we also fix and maintain city streets.
You know, I called 311 and street services took care of it. The city collects trash, recyclables, and yard trimmings from 720,000 households a week. We don't just collect refuse, recyclables, and yard waste. We're also responsible for maintaining and repairing 6,500 miles of sewer and storm drains and collecting and treating wastewater.
I just made the call and they picked it up.
We get calls about recycling tires, dead animals in the street, industrial waste handling, picking up of large bulky items. You name it.
The Department of Public Works has a vision for the future and extraordinarily committed city personnel who are anxious to pursue this vision.
We've prepared designs and specifications and estimates for all major public works improvement projects. We're also responsible for building streets, sewers, and storm drains,
as well as construction of public buildings and hundreds of public facilities.
How does the Department of Public Works do it all?
We administer contracts and permits for the city's construction and improvement projects.
The Bureau of Contract Administration also inspects all work on a daily basis constructed on public property to ensure that it meets the highest quality standards and is completed on schedule.
All of the bureaus of the Department of Public Works collaborate to produce excellent results.
The only problem is that in Los Angeles lately we've only had enough funding for the most immediate and urgent needs.
Many of LA's infrastructures are very old. We have a lot to do in order to maintain and improve them over the next 10 years.
Unfortunately, infrastructure spending in California has been on the decline.
In 1960, 20% of statewide spending was on developing and maintaining public infrastructure. By the year 2000, it was down to 3%.
Public Works benefits everyone, including those services that we take for granted.
But the budget for the next 10 years is not enough to cover the city's needs. If Los Angeles doesn't increase spending for the necessary maintenance and improvements, its infrastructure will continue to deteriorate.
And we'll have to do without improvements for the future, such as the Department of Public Works 95 new projects to reduce traffic congestion.
How can they get the money they need to maintain and improve our infrastructure?
When bond proposals are passed in the city, they allocate funding for various public works projects.
I guess my vote on bonds really can make a difference.
I asked for another light on the street, and here it is. The city streetlight system has over 240,000 lights, covering 5,000 of LA's 7,000 miles of streets.
Public Works designs and executes public projects such as sidewalks, bridges, wastewater treatment facilities, and libraries.
We're hampered only by the limitations in our budget.
We take care of 73,000 miles of public streets and alleys.
We maintain over 1,200 miles of storm drains.
We have a staff of over 5,500 dedicated employees.
As Los Angeles keeps pace with the needs of its people, the Board of Public Works continues its leadership tradition.
After more than 90 years of service, we're still here
to serve the city of LA.
Hello, I'm Ellen Chang. Today is Tuesday, May 3rd, 2011, and this is your budget hearing update. First, let's take a look at some highlights from Monday's Budget and Finance Committee's special hearing on the mayor's proposed 2011-2012 budget. On Monday, General Manager Laura Trejo of the Department of Aging told the committee that her department expects to see a 25% reduction in federal funding, no further budget reductions from the state of California, but a significant reduction from the city.
In terms of the mayor's proposed 2011 budget, it contains a reduction of 35% in our allocation to the General City Purposes Fund that supports our adult day programs.
But Trejo says by changing the department's operational model and funding allocation methods, they are able to restore services to all 15 of the city's aging facilities. And turning to the head of Neighborhood Empowerment, which oversees the city's 93 neighborhood councils, General Manager Ban-Hwan Kim reported to the Budget and Finance Committee changes it's made since members of some neighborhood councils were accused of mishandling public funds.
We trained over 1,000 board members, and some of the substance of the trainings are how to conduct effective meetings, communication skills, how to use their public funds, and ethics training. I'm happy to report that over 70% of neighborhood council board members are now compliant with the state law. That was more than a 250% increase over the past 2 years.
The head of the Community Redevelopment Agency spoke to the committee about some possible good news since its very existence was put in limbo after Governor Jerry Brown proposed the elimination of the state's community redevelopment agencies.
Of late, we are hearing more about reforming redevelopment. And in fact, Senator Wright has authored a bill which will be heard on May 4th, on Wednesday, that is largely designed to address a number of the concerns that have come to light regarding redevelopment.
Essel says the bill, if adopted, would save the CRA from elimination, but would limit the scope and mission of the CRA, as well as refocus CRA on state-based priorities. As for today's budget hearing, it is less structured. The agenda for Tuesday says the committee has allotted time for committee members to give instructions to staff, to hear from any other city departments, as well as to hear comments from the public, but nothing formal has been scheduled. I'm Ellen Chang, and that's your budget hearing update.
Hi, this is Anna Tarian. I design eco-friendly clothing in Sherman Oaks. To watch eco-friendly programming, watch Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Pay hikes and corporate bonuses for executives are back in the news. According to the Wall Street Journal, Disney chief Robert Iger earned $13.5 million last year, a 45% increase over his previous year's salary. I'm Sharon Jimenez. Welcome to LA Business Today.
Wow. I'm Bob Jimenez. Meanwhile, the California Assembly held a hearing in Southern California singing the praises of tax credit incentives for keeping jobs in film and television in the state and here in L.A.
Will the big money being paid to Disney's chief be okay with California taxpayers when they're asked to subsidize film and television projects in this terrible budget crisis? And will independent filmmakers get any of the tax credit money should the state lawmakers decide to stay in the tax credit game? I'll be talking to actress, author, activist Mimi Kennedy about jobs in Hollywood and her personal story of Japan and the nuclear power industry.
Meanwhile, the National Association of Women Business Owners of Los Angeles now working to help women, as they always have, to network for jobs and clients. I'll be talking with Jane Pack, the CEO of that group.
Let's get down to business. When news news of the earthquake and tsunami shocked the world, LA actress Mimi Kennedy was moved in a personal way. Last year, her son Cisco Kennedy Dilge married a beautiful young woman from Japan in Mimi's front yard in the San Fernando Valley. Mayuko, her daughter-in-law, comes from the city in the mountains of Japan. Getting daily updates from her new family, Mimi joins us today to talk about the economy and human struggles of the Japanese and her life as an actress here in Hollywood's changing job market. Mimi, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thanks, Sharon.
What are you hearing from Japan?
Well, just this morning in Akita Prefecture, which is in the northwest, so it's a very skinny island, Honshu, and Sendai City, and the tsunami came from the east. In the west,